A future free of any responsibilities? And the only thing stopping me embracing them was myself. The fact that she wasn't eaten up with bitterness over our respective lots was pretty impressive. I hugged her before I left. She was a little shocked, then momentarily suspicious, patted her upper back to check for kick-me signs, then finally hugged me back. "Come and stay," I said. "Really, come and stay. I'll take you dancing at this club I know. Mum can mind Thumb." My sister laughed and closed the door of the car as I started it. "Yeah, you dancing? Like that's gonna happen." She was still laughing as I drove away. 6 days later, I returned home after a late shift to a nightclub of my own. As I came up the stairs of my block, instead of the usual silence, I could hear the distant sound of laughter, the irregular thump of music. I hesitated for a moment outside my front door, thinking that in my exhausted state I must be mistaken, then unlocked it. The smell of weed hit me first, so strong I almost reflexively held my breath rather than inhale. I walked slowly to the living room, opened the door, and stood there, not quite able to believe at first the scene that confronted me. In the dimly lit room, Lily was lying along my sofa, her short skirt rucked up somewhere just below her bottom, a badly rolled joint midway to her mouth. 2 young men were sprawled against the sofa, islands amid a sea of alcoholic detritus, empty crisps packets, and polystyrene takeaway cartons. Also seated on the floor were 2 girls of Lily's age. One, her hair pulled back tightly into a ponytail, looked at me with her eyebrows raised, as if to question what I was doing there. Music thumped from the sound system. The number of beer cans and overflowing ashtrays told of a long night. "Oh," Lily said, exaggeratedly. "Hi, what are you doing?" "Yeah, we were out, and we sort of missed the late bus, so I thought it would be okay if we crashed here. You don't mind, do you?" "Uh-oh," she began to cackle. I dropped my bag with a thump at my feet. I gazed around me at the municipal rubbish dump that had once passed as my living room. "Party's over. I'll give you 5 minutes to clear up your mess and go." "Ugh, God, I knew it. You're going to be boring about it, aren't you? Ugh, I knew it." She threw herself back on the sofa melodramatically. Her voice was slurred, her actions thickened with, what? Drugs? I waited. For one brief, tense moment, the 2 men looked steadily at me, and I could see they were assessing whether to get up or simply to sit there. One of the girls sucked her teeth audibly. 4 minutes, I said slowly. "I'm counting." Perhaps my righteous anger gave me some authority. Perhaps they were actually less brave than they appeared. One by one, they clambered to their feet and sloped past me to the open front door.
As the last of the boys left, he ostentatiously lifted his hand and dropped a can on the hall floor so that beers sprayed up the wall and over the carpet. I kicked the door shut behind them and picked it up. By the time I got to Lily, I was shaking with anger. "What the hell do you think you're playing at? Jesus!" "It was just a few friends, okay? This is not your flat, Lily. It is not your place to bring people back as you see fit." A sudden flashback. That strange sense of dislocation when I had returned home a week ago. "Oh my God, you've done this before, haven't you? Last week. You had people home and then left before I got back." Lily climbed unsteadily to her feet. She pulled down her skirt and ran her hand through her hair, tugging at the tangles. Her eyeliner was smudged, and she had what could have been a bruise or perhaps a mark on her neck. "God, why do you have to make such a big deal out of everything? They were just people, okay? In my home. Well, it's hardly a home, is it? It's got no furniture and nothing personal. You haven't even got pictures on your walls. It's like a garage without a car. I've actually seen homelier petrol stations. What I do with my home is none of your business." She let out a small belch and fanned the air in front of her mouth. Ugh, kebab breath. She padded to the kitchen where she opened 3 cupboards until she found a glass. She filled it and gulped down the water. "And you haven't even got a proper television. I didn't know people still had 18-inch televisions. I began to pick up the cans, shoving them into a plastic bag. So, who were they? I don't know. Just some people. You don't know? Friends. She sounded irritated. People I know from clubbing. You met them in a club? Yes, clubbing. Blah, blah, blah. It's like you're being deliberately thick. Yes, just some friends I met in a club. It's what normal people do, you know, have friends they go out with. She threw the glass into the washing-up bowl. I heard it crack and stalked resentfully out of the kitchen. I stared at her, my heart suddenly sinking. I ran next door to my room and opened my top drawer. I riffled through my socks, looking for the little jewelry box that contained my grandmother's chain and wedding ring. I stopped and took a deep breath, telling myself I couldn't see them because I was panicking. It would be there. Of course it would. I began picking up the contents of the drawer, carefully checking through them and throwing them onto the bed. "Did they come in here?" I shouted. Lily appeared in the doorway. "Did what? Your friends. Did they come in my bedroom? Where's my jewelry?" Lily seemed to wake up a little. Jewelry? Oh no, oh no. I opened all my drawers, began dumping the contents on the floor. Where is it? And where's my emergency cash? I turned to her. Who were they? What were their names? Lily had gone quiet. Lily, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You said they were your friends. Just clubbing friends? Mitch, and Lise, and I can't remember. I ran for the door, belted along the corridor, and hurled myself down the 4 flights of stairs. But by the time I reached the front door, the corridor and the street beyond were empty, but for the late bus to Waterloo, sailing gently, illuminated down the middle of the dark road. I stood in the doorway, panting. Then I closed my eyes, fighting back tears, dropping my hands to my knees as I realized what I had lost. My grandmother's ring, the fine gold chain with the little pendant she had worn from when I was a child. I knew already I would never see it again. There were so few things to pass down in my family, and now even that was gone. I walked slowly back up the stairs. Lily was standing in the hallway when I opened the front door. "I'm really sorry," she said quietly. "I didn't know they would steal your stuff." "Go away, Lily," I said. "They seemed really nice. I should have thought. I've been at work for 13 hours. I need to find out what I've lost, and then I want to go to sleep. Your mother is back from her holiday. Please just go home." "But No, no more." I straightened up slowly, taking a moment to catch my breath. "You know the real difference between you and your dad? Even when he was at his unhappiest, he wouldn't have treated anyone like this." She looked as if I'd slapped her. I didn't care. "I can't do this anymore, Lily." I pulled a 20-pound note from my purse and handed it to her. She looked at it, then at me, and swallowed. She ran a hand through her hair and walked slowly back into the living room. I took off my jacket and stood staring at my reflection in the little mirror above my chest of drawers. I looked pale, exhausted, defeated. "And leave your keys," I said. There was a short silence. I heard the clatter as they were dropped on the kitchen counter, and then, with a click, the front door closed, and she was gone. I messed it all up, Will. I hauled my knees up to my chest. I tried to imagine what he would have said if he could see me then, but I could no longer hear his voice in my head, and that small fact made me even sadder. What do I do now? I understood I could not stay in the flat that Will's legacy had bought me. It felt as if it were steeped in my failures, a bonus prize I had failed to earn. How could you make a home in a place that had come to you for all the wrong reasons? I would sell it and invest the money somewhere. But where would I go instead? I thought of my job, the reflexive way my stomach now clenched when I heard Celtic panpipes, even on television. The way Richard made me feel useless, worthless. I thought of Lily, noting the peculiar weight of the silence that resulted when you knew without doubt that nobody but you would be in your home. I wondered where she was and pushed the thought away. The rain eased off, slowing and ceasing almost apologetically, as if the weather were admitting it hadn't really known what had got into it. I pulled on some clothes, vacuumed the flat, and put out the bin bags of party-related rubbish. I walked to the flower market, mostly to give myself something to do. Always better to get out, Mark said. I might feel better for being in the thick of Columbia Road, with its gaudy displays of blooms and its slow-moving crowds of shoppers. I fixed my face into a smile, frightened Samir when I bought myself an apple. "Are you on drugs, man?" And headed off into a sea of flowers. I bought myself a coffee at a little coffee shop and watched the market through its steamed window, ignoring the fact that I was the only person in there on my own. I walked the length of the sodden market, breathed in the damp and heady scents of the lilies, admired the folded secrets of the peonies and roses, glass beads of rain still dotting their surfaces, and bought myself a bunch of dahlias. And the whole time I felt as if I were acting, a figure in an advert, single city girl living the London dream. I walked home, cradling my dahlias in one arm, doing my best not to limp, all the while trying to stop the words, "Oh, who do you think you're kidding?" popping repeatedly into my head. The evening stretched and sagged, as lonely evenings do. I finished cleaning the flat, having fished cigarette butts out of the toilet, watched some television, washed my uniform. I ran a bath full of bubbles and climbed out of it after 5 minutes, afraid to be alone with my thoughts. I couldn't call my mother or my sister. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep up the pretense of happiness in front of them. Finally, I reached into my bedside table and pulled out the letter, the one Will had arranged for me to receive in Paris, back when I was still full of hope. I unfolded its well-worn creases gently. There were times, that first year, when I would read it nightly, trying to bring him to life beside me. These days, I rationed myself. I told myself I didn't need to see it. I was afraid it would lose its talismanic power, the words become meaningless. Well, I needed them now. The computer text, as dear to me as if he had been able to handwrite it, some residual trace of his energy still in those laser-printed words. You're going to feel uncomfortable in your new world for a bit. It always does feel strange to be knocked out of your comfort zone. There is a hunger in you, Clark, a fearlessness. You just buried it, like most people do. Just live well. Just live. I read the words of a man who had once believed in me, put my head on my knees, and, finally, sobbed. The phone rang, too loud, too close to my head, sending me lurching upright. I scrabbled for it, noting the time. 2 a.m. The familiar reflexive fear. "Lily? What? Lou?" Nathan's deep drawl rolled across the phone line. "It's 2 a.m., Nathan." Ah, man, I always mess up the time difference. Sorry, want me to hang up? I pushed myself upright, rubbing at my face. No, it's good to hear from you. I flicked on the bedside light. How are you? Good, I'm back in New York. Great, yeah. It was great to see the olds and all, but after a couple of weeks I was itching to get back here. This city is epic. I forced a smile, in case he could hear it. That's great, Nathan. I'm glad for you. You still happy at that pub of yours? It's fine. You don't... Well, you know, when things are bad and you tell yourself stuff like, "Oh, it could be worse. I could be the person who cleans the poop out of the dog poop bins." Well, right now, I'd rather be the person who picks up the poop out of the dog poop bins. Then I've got a proposition for you. I get that a lot from customers, Nathan, and the answer is always no. Well, there's a job opening out here working for this family I live with, and you were the first person I thought of. Mr. Gopnik's wife, he explained, was not a Wall Street wife. She didn't do the whole shopping and lunches thing. She was a Polish émigré, prone to mild depression. She was lonely, and the help, a Guatemalan woman, wouldn't say 2 words to her. What Mr. Gopnik wanted was someone he could trust to keep his wife company and help with the children, to be an extra pair of hands when they traveled. He wants a sort of Girl Friday to the family, someone cheerful and trustworthy, and someone who is not going to go blabbing about their private life. Does he know? I told him about Will at our first meeting, but he'd already done background. He wasn't put off, far from it. He said he was impressed that we'd followed Will's wishes and never sold our stories. Nathan paused. I've worked it out. At this level, Lou, people value trust and discretion over anything else. I mean, obviously, you can't be an idiot and have to do your job well, but yeah, that's basically what matters. My mind was whirling, an out-of-control waltzer at a fairground. I held the phone in front of me and put it back to my ear. Am I actually still asleep? It's not an easy ride. It's long hours and a lot of work. But I'll tell you, mate, I'm having the best time. I pushed my hand through my hair. I thought about the bar, with its huffing businessman and Richard's gimlet stare. I thought about the flat, its walls closing in on me every evening. I don't know. It all seems... It's a green card, Lou. Nathan's voice dropped. It's your board and lodging. It's New York. Listen, this is a man who gets stuff done. Work hard and he'll look after you. He's smart and he's fair. Get out here, show him what you're worth, and you could end up with opportunities you wouldn't believe. Seriously. Don't think of this as a nanny job. Think of it as a gateway. I don't know. Some fella you don't want to leave? I hesitated. No, but so much has gone on. I've not been... It seemed an awful lot to explain at 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you were knocked by what happened. We all were. But you've got to move on. Don't say it's what he would have wanted. Okay, he said. We both listened as he said it silently. I tried to gather my thoughts. Would I have to go to New York for an interview? They're in the Hamptons for the summer, so he's looking for someone to start in September, basically in 6 weeks. If you say you're interested, he'll interview you on Skype, sort out the paperwork to get you over, and then we go from there. There will be other candidates. It's too good a position. But Mr. G trusts me, Lou. If I say someone's a good bet, they're in with a chance. So shall I throw your hat in the ring? Yes? It is a yes, right? I spoke almost before I could think. Yes. Great. Email me if you've got questions. I'll send you some pics. Nathan? Gotta go, Lou. The old man has just buzzed me. Thank you. Thanks for thinking of me. There was a slight pause before he responded. No one I'd rather work with, mate. I couldn't sleep after he rang off, wondering whether I had imagined the whole conversation, my mind humming with the enormity of what might lie in front of me if I hadn't. At 4, I sat up and emailed Nathan a handful of questions, and the answers came straight back. The family is okay. The rich are never normal, but these are good people. Minimal drama. You'd have your own room and bathroom. We'd share a kitchen with the housekeeper. She's all right, bit older, keeps herself to herself. Hours regular, 8, at worst 10 a day. You get time off in lieu. You might want to learn a bit of Polish. I finally fell asleep as it grew light, my mind full of Manhattan duplexes and bustling streets. And when I woke up, an email was waiting for me. Dear Miss Clark, Nathan tells me you might be interested in coming to work in our household. Would you be available for a Skype interview on Tuesday evening at 5 p.m. GMT, midday EST? Yours sincerely, Leonard M. Gopnik. I stared at it for a full 20 minutes, proof that I hadn't dreamed the whole thing. And then I got up and showered, made myself a strong mug of coffee, and typed my reply. It wouldn't hurt to have the interview, I told myself. I wouldn't get the job if there were lots of highly professional New York candidates, but it was good practice, if nothing else. and it would make me feel as if I were finally doing something, moving forward. Before I left for work, I took Will's letter carefully from the bedside table. I pressed my lips to it, then folded it carefully and put it back in the drawer. "Thank you," I told him silently. It was a slightly thinned-out version of the moving on circle that week. Natasha was on holiday, as was Jake, for which I was mostly relieved and a tiny bit put out in a way I couldn't reconcile. The evening's topic was if I could turn back time, which meant that William and Sunil hummed or whistled the chair song unconsciously at intervals for the entire hour and a half. I listened to Fred, wishing he had spent less time at work, then Sunil, wishing he'd gotten to know his brother better. You just think they're always going to be there, you know, and then one day they're not. And wondered if it really had been worth coming. There had been a couple of times when I'd thought the group might actually be helping, but for an awful lot of the time, I was sitting among people I felt I had nothing in common with, droning on for the few hours they had company. I felt grumpy and tired, my hip ached on the hard plastic chair, and I thought I might have got just as much enlightenment about my mental state if I had been watching EastEnders. Plus, the biscuits were rubbish. Leanne, a single mother, was talking about how she and her older sister had argued about a pair of tracksuit bottoms 2 days before her sister had died. I accused her of taking them because she was always nicking my stuff. She said she hadn't, but then she always said she hadn't. Mark waited. I wondered if I had any painkillers in my handbag. And then, you know, she got hit by the bus, and the next time I got to see her was at the morgue. And when I was looking for dark clothes to wear to her funeral, you know what was in my wardrobe? The tracksuit bottoms, said Fred. It's difficult when things are unresolved, said Mark. Sometimes, for our own sanity, we just have to look at the bigger picture. You can love someone and also call them a prat for nicking your tracksuit bottoms, said William. That day, I didn't want to speak. I was only there because I couldn't face the silence of my little flat. I had a sudden sneaking suspicion I could easily become one of those people who so crave human contact that they talk inappropriately to other passengers on trains, or spend 10 minutes picking things in a shop so they can chat to the assistant. I was so busy wondering whether it was symptomatic that I had just discussed my new physio support bandage with Samir at the mini-mart that I tuned out Daphne wishing she'd come back from work an hour earlier, then found she had dissolved, quietly, into tears. Daphne, I'm sorry everyone, but I've spent so long thinking if-onlys. If only I hadn't stopped off for a chat with the lady at the flower stall. If only I'd left that stupid bought ledger and come home from work earlier. If only I'd just got back in time, maybe I could have persuaded him not to do what he did. Maybe I could have done one thing that persuaded him life was worth living. Mark leaned forward with the box of tissues, and I placed it gently on Daphne's lap. Had Alan tried to end his life before, Daphne? She nodded and blew her nose. Oh, yes, several times. He used to get what we called the blues from quite a young age, and I didn't like to leave him when they came, because it was like he couldn't hear you. Didn't matter what you said. So quite often I would call in sick just to stay with him and jolly him along, you know, make his favorite sandwiches, sit with him on the sofa, anything really, just to let him know I was there. I always think that's why I never got a promotion at work when all the other girls did. I had to keep taking time off, you see. Depression can be very hard, and not just on the sufferer. Was he on medication? Oh, no. But then it wasn't, chemical. Are you sure? I mean, depression was underdiagnosed back in... Daphne lifted her head. He was a homosexual. She said the word with its 5 full, clearly defined syllables and looked directly at us, a little flushed, as if daring us to say anything in return. I've never told anyone that, but he was a homosexual, and I think he was sad because he was a homosexual. And he was ever such a good man, and he wouldn't have wanted to hurt me, so he wouldn't have, gone off and done things. He would have felt I'd be shamed. What makes you think he was gay, Daphne? I found things when I was looking for one of his ties, those magazines, in his drawer. I don't suppose you would have those magazines if you weren't. Fred stiffened slightly. Certainly not, he said. I never mentioned them, said Daphne. I just tucked them back where I found them. But it all started to click into place. He was never very keen on physical intimacy. But I thought I was lucky, you see, because I wasn't either. It's the nuns. They made you feel dirty for just about everything. So when I married a nice man who wasn't constantly seeking intimacy, I thought I was the luckiest woman on earth. I mean, I would have liked children. That would have been nice. But, she sighed, we never really talked about such things. You didn't in those days. Now I wish we had. Looking back, I keep thinking, what a waste. You think if you'd talked honestly, it might have made a difference? Well, times are different now, aren't they? It's fine to be homosexual. My dry cleaner is, and he talks about his boyfriend to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks in. I would have been sad to lose my husband, but if he was unhappy because of being trapped, then I would have let him go. I would have. I never wanted to trap anyone. I only wanted him to be a bit happier. Her face crumpled, and I put my arm around her. Her hair smelt of lacquer and lamb stew. There, old girl, said Fred, and stood up to pat her on the shoulder a little awkwardly. I'm sure he knew you only ever wanted the best for him. Do you think so, Fred? Her voice was tremulous. Fred nodded firmly. Oh, yes, and you're quite right. Things were different back then. You're not to blame. You've been very brave sharing that story, Daphne. Thank you. Mark smiled sympathetically. And I have huge admiration for you picking yourself up and moving on. Sometimes just getting through each day requires almost superhuman strength. When I looked down, Daphne was holding my hand. I felt her plump fingers intertwine with mine. I squeezed hers back, and before I could think, I began to talk. I've done something I wish I could change. Half a dozen faces turned to me. I met Will's daughter. She sort of landed in my life out of the blue, and I thought that was going to be my way of feeling better about his death. But instead, I just feel like they were staring. Fred was pulling a face. What? Who's Will? Said Fred. You said his name was Bill. I slumped a little in my chair. Will is Bill. I felt weird about using his real name before. There was a general release of breath around the room. Daphne patted my hand. Don't worry, dear. It's just a name. Our last group, we had a woman who invented the whole thing. Said she had a child died from leukemia. Turned out she didn't even have a goldfish. It's okay, Louisa. You can talk to us. Mark gave me his special empathetic gaze. I gave him a small smile back, just to show him I had received and understood, and that Will was not a goldfish. What the hell, I thought. My life is no more mixed up than any of theirs. So I told them about Lily turning up, and how I had thought I could fix her and bring about a reunion that would make everyone happy, and how I now felt stupid for my naivety. I feel like I've let Will, everyone, down again, I said. And now she's gone, and I keep asking myself what I could have done differently. But the real truth is, I couldn't cope. I wasn't strong enough to take charge of it all and make it better. But your things, your precious things got stolen. Daphne's other plump, damp hand clamped onto mine. You had every right to be angry. Just because she doesn't have a father doesn't give her the excuse to behave like a brat, said Sunil. I think you were very nice to let her stay in the first place. I'm not sure I would, said Daphne. What do you think her father might have done differently, Louisa? Mark poured himself another cup of coffee. I wished suddenly that we had something stronger. I don't know, I said, but he had this way of taking charge. Even when he couldn't move his arms and legs, you got the feeling he was capable. He would have stopped her doing stupid stuff. He would have got her straightened out somehow. Are you sure you're not idealizing him? We do idealization in week 8, said Fred. I keep turning Jilly into a saint, don't I, Mark? I forget that she used to leave her hold-ups hanging over the shower rail, and it drove me absolutely potty. Her father might not have been able to do anything to help her at all. You have no idea. They might have loathed each other. She sounds like a complicated young woman, said Mark, and it's possible that you gave her as many chances as you could. But sometimes, Louisa, moving on means we do have to protect ourselves. And perhaps you understood that deep down. If Lily simply brought chaos and negativity into your life, then for now, it's possible you did the only thing you could. Oh, yes, there were nods around the circle. Be kind to yourself, you're only human. They were so sweet, smiling at me reassuringly, wanting me to feel better. I almost believed them. On Tuesday, I asked Vera if she could give me 10 minutes. I muttered vague things about women's troubles, and she nodded, as if to say women's lives were nothing but trouble, and murmured that she would tell me later about her fibroids. I ran to the quietest ladies' loo, the only place I could be sure Richard wouldn't see me, with my laptop in my bag. I threw a shirt over the top of my uniform, balanced the laptop near the basins, and hooked into the 30 minutes free airport Wi-Fi, positioning myself carefully in front of the screen. Mr. Gopnik's Skype call came in dead on 5 o'clock, just as I whipped off my ringlets Irish dancing girl wig. Even if I had seen nothing else of Leonard Gopnik than his pixelated face, I could have told you he was rich. He had beautifully cut salt and pepper hair, and gazed out of the small screen with natural authority, and spoke without wasting a word. Well, there was that, and the gilt-framed old master on the wall behind him. He asked nothing about my school record, my qualifications, my CV, or why I was conducting an interview beside a hand dryer. He looked down at some papers, then asked about my relationship with the Traynors. Good. I mean, I'm sure they would provide a reference. I've seen both of them recently, for one reason or another. We get on well, despite the circumstances of the end of your employment. His voice was low, decisive. Yes, Nathan has explained a lot about that situation. Quite a thing to be involved in. Yes, it was, I said, after a short, awkward silence. But I felt privileged to be part of Will's life. He registered this. What have you been doing since? Well, I traveled a bit, Europe mostly, which was interesting. It's good to travel and get a perspective, obviously. I tried to smile. And I'm now working at an airport, but it's not really... As I spoke, the door opened behind me, and a woman walked in, pulling a wheelie case. I shifted my computer, hoping he couldn't hear the sound of her entering the cubicle. It's not really what I want to be doing long-term. Please don't wee noisily, I begged her silently. He asked me a few questions about my current responsibilities and salary level. I tried to ignore the sound of flushing and kept my gaze straight ahead, ignoring the woman who emerged. And what do you... As Mr. Gopnik began to speak, she reached past me and started up the hand dryer, which let out a deafening roar beside me. He frowned. Hold on one moment, please, Mr. Gopnik. I put my thumb over what I hoped was the microphone. I'm sorry, I shouted at the woman. You can't use that. It's broken. She turned towards me, rubbing perfectly manicured fingers, then back to the machine. No, it's not. Where's the out-of-order sign, then? Burned off, suddenly. Awful, dangerous thing. She fixed me, then the hand dryer, with a suspicious look, removed her hands from under it, took her case, and walked out. I wedged the chair against the door to stop anyone else coming in, shifting my laptop again so that Mr. Gopnik could see me. "I'm so sorry. I'm having to do this at work, and it's a little—" He was studying his paperwork. "Nathan tells me you had an accident recently." I swallowed. "I did, but I'm much better. I'm completely fine. Well, fine, except I walk with a slight limp." "Happens to the best of us," he said with a small smile. I smiled back. Someone tried the door. I moved so that my weight was against it. "So, what was the hardest part?" Mr. Gopnik said. "I'm sorry?" "Of working for William Traynor. It sounds like quite a challenge." I hesitated. The room was suddenly very quiet. "Letting him go," I said, and found myself unexpectedly biting back tears. Leonard Gopnik gazed at me from several thousand miles away. I fought the urge to wipe my eyes. "My secretary will be in touch, Miss Clark. Thank you for your time." And then, with a nod, his face stilled and the screen went blank, and I was left staring at it, contemplating the fact that I had blown it, yet again. That night, on the way home, I decided not to think about the interview. Instead, I repeated Mark's words in my head like a mantra. I ran through the things that Lily had done, the uninvited guests, the theft, the drugs, the endless late nights, the borrowing of my things, and ran them through the prism of my group's counsel. Lily was chaos, disorder, a girl who took and gave nothing in return. She was young and biologically related to Will, but that didn't mean I had to assume total responsibility for her or put up with the turmoil she left in her wake. I felt a little better. I did. I reminded myself of something else Mark had said, that no journey out of grief was straightforward. There would be good days and bad days. Today was just a bad day, a kink in the road, to be traversed and survived. I let myself into the flat and dropped my bag, suddenly grateful for the small pleasure of a home that was just as I'd left it. I would allow some time to pass, I told myself, and then I would text her, and I would make sure our future visits were structured. I would focus my energies on getting a new job. I would think about myself for a change. I would let myself heal. I had to stop at that point because I was a little worried that I was starting to sound like Tonya Houghton-Miller. I glanced at the fire escape. Step 1 would be getting back up on that stupid roof. I would climb up there by myself without having a panic attack, and I would sit there for a full half-hour, breathe the air, and stop letting a part of my own home have such a ridiculous hold on my imagination. I took off my uniform and put on shorts and, just for confidence, Will's lightweight cashmere jumper, the one I had taken from his house after he died, comforted by the soft feel of it against my skin. I walked down the corridor and opened the window wide. It was just 2 short flights of iron steps, and then I would be up there. "Nothing will happen," I said aloud, and took a deep breath. My legs felt curiously hollow as I climbed out onto the fire escape, but I told myself firmly that it was just a feeling, the echo of an old anxiety. I could overcome it, just as I would overcome everything else. I heard Will's voice in my ear. "Come on, Clark, 1 step at a time." I grasped the rails tightly with both hands and began to make my way up. I didn't look down. I didn't let myself think about what height I was at, or how the faint breeze recalled an earlier time gone wrong, or the recurring pain in my hip that never seemed to go away. I thought about Sam, and the fury that invoked made me push on. I didn't have to be the victim, the person to whom things just happened. I told myself these things and made it up the 2nd flight of steps as my legs began to shake. I climbed inelegantly over the low wall, afraid that they would give way under me, and dropped onto the roof on my hands and knees. I felt weak and clammy, I stayed on all fours, my eyes shut, while I let myself absorb the fact that I was on the roof. I had made it. I was in control of my destiny. I would stay there for as long as it took to feel normal. I sat back on my heels, reaching for the solidity of the wall around me, and leaned back, taking a long, deep breath. It felt okay. Nothing was moving. I had done it. And then I opened my eyes, and my breath stopped in my chest. The rooftop was a riot of bloom. The dead pots I had neglected for months were filled with scarlet and purple flowers, spilling over the edges like little fountains of color. 2 new planters mushroomed with clouds of tiny blue petals, and a Japanese maple sat in an ornamental pot beside one of the benches, its leaves shivering delicately in the breeze. In the sunny corner by the south wall, 2 grow bags sat by the water tank, with little red cherry tomatoes dangling from their stalks, and another lay on the asphalt with small frilly green leaves emerging from the center. I began to walk slowly towards them, breathing in the scent of jasmine, then stopped and sat down, my hand grasping the iron bench. I sank onto a cushion that I recognized from my living room. I stared in disbelief at the little oasis of calm and beauty that had been created from my barren rooftop. I remembered Lily snapping the dead twig from a pot and informing me in all seriousness that it was a crime to let your plants die, and her casual observation in Mrs. Traynor's garden, David Austin roses. And then I remembered little unexplained bits of soil in my hallway, and I sank my head into my hands. I texted Lily twice. The first time was to thank her for what she had done to my rooftop. "It's so gorgeous. I wish you had told me." A day later, I texted to say I was sorry that things had become so tricky between us, and that if she ever wanted to talk more about Will, I would do my best to answer any questions. I added that I hoped she would go and see Mr. Traynor and the new baby, as I knew as well as most that it was important to stay in touch with your family. She didn't reply. I wasn't entirely surprised. For the next 2 days, I found myself returning to the rooftop, like someone worrying a loose tooth. I watered the plants, feeling a creeping residual guilt. I walked around the glowing blooms, imagining her stolen hours up there, how she must have carried bags of compost and terracotta pots up the fire escape in the hours I was at work. But every time I thought back to how we had been together, I still went around in circles. What could I have done? I couldn't make the Traynors accept her in the way she needed to be accepted. I couldn't make her happier. And the one person who might have been able to was gone. There was a motorbike parked outside my block. I locked the car and limped across the road to get a carton of milk after my shift, exhausted. It was spitting, and I put my head down against the rain. When I looked up, I saw a familiar uniform standing in the entrance to my block, and my heart lurched. I walked back across the road straight past him, fumbling in my bag for my keys. Why did fingers always turn into cocktail sausages at moments of stress? Louisa. The keys refused to appear. I riffled through my bag a second time, dropping a comb, bits of tissue, loose change, and cursing. I patted my pockets, trying to work out where they might be. Louisa. Then, with a sickening drop in my stomach, I remembered where they were. In the pocket of the jeans I had changed out of just before leaving for work. Oh, great. Really? You're just going to ignore me? This is how we're doing this. I took a deep breath and turned to him, straightening my shoulders a little. Sam. He looked tired, too, his chin grayed with stubble, probably just off a shift. It was unwise to notice these things. I focused on a point a little left of his shoulder. Can we talk? I'm not sure there's any point. No point? I got the message, okay? I'm not even sure why you're here. I'm here because I've just finished a crappy 16-hour shift, and I dropped Donna off up the road, and I thought I might as well try to see what happened with us, because I sure as heck don't have a clue. Really? Really? We glared at each other. Why had I not seen before how abrasive he was? How unpleasant.
I couldn't understand how I had been so blinded by strong attraction for this man when every part of me now wanted to walk away from him. I made one last futile search for my keys and fought the urge to kick the door. So, are you at least going to give me a clue? I'm tired, Louisa, and I don't like playing games. You don't like playing games? The words emerged in a bitter little laugh. He took a breath. Okay, one thing and I'll go. I just want to know why you won't return my calls. I looked at him in disbelief. Because I'm many things, but I'm not a complete idiot. I mean, I must have been. I saw the warning signs and I ignored them. But basically, I haven't returned your calls because you're an utter jerk, okay? I stooped to pick up my things that had fallen on the ground, feeling my whole body heat rapidly, as if my internal thermostat had suddenly gone haywire. Oh, you're so good, you know, so really good. If it weren't all so sick and pathetic, I'd actually be quite impressed by you. I straightened up, zipping my bag. Look at Sam, the good father, so caring, so intuitive. And yet what's really going on? You're so busy pursuing relationships with many women across London that you don't even notice that your own son is unhappy. My son? Yes, because we actually listen to him, you see. I mean, we're not meant to tell outsiders what goes on in the group, and he won't tell you because he's a teenager. But he's miserable, not just for the loss of his mom, but because you're busy swallowing your own grief by having an entire army of women involved in your personal life. I was shouting now, my words tumbling over each other, my hands waving. I could see Samir and his cousins staring at me through the window of the shop. I didn't care. This might be the last time I ever got to say my piece. And yes, I know, I was stupid enough to be one of those women involved. So for him, and for me, you're a jerk. And that's why I don't want to talk to you right now. Or ever, actually. He rubbed at his hair. Are we still talking about Jake? Of course I'm talking about Jake. How many other sons have you got? Jake isn't my son. I stared at him. Jake is my sister's son. Was, he corrected himself. He's my nephew. These words took several seconds to filter into a form I could understand. Sam was gazing at me intently, his brow furrowed, as if he too were trying to keep up. But you pick him up. He lives with you. I pick him up on Mondays because his dad works shifts. And he stays with me sometimes, yes. He doesn't live with me. Jake's not your son? I don't have any children that I'm conscious of. Though the whole Lily thing does make you wonder. I pictured him hugging Jake, mentally rewound half a dozen conversations. But I saw him when we first met. And when you and I were talking, he rolled his eyes. Like, Sam lowered his head. Oh, God, I said. My hand went to my mouth. Those women? Not mine. We stood there in the middle of the street. Samir was now in the doorway, watching. He had been joined by another of his cousins. To our left, everyone at the bus stop turned away when they realized we'd been watching us. Sam nodded at the door behind me. Do you think we could talk about this inside? Yes. Oh, no, I said. I seem to have locked myself out. Spare key? In the flat. He ran a hand over his face, then checked his watch. He was clearly drained, weary to the bone. I took a step backwards into the doorway. Look, go home and get some rest. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm sorry. The rain suddenly grew heavy, a summer dump, creating torrents in gutters and flooding the street. Across the road, Samir and his cousins ducked back inside. Sam sighed. He looked up at the skies and then straight at me. Hang on. Sam took a large screwdriver he had borrowed from Samir and followed me up the fire escape. Twice I slipped on the wet metal, and his hand reached out to steady me. When it did, something hot and unexpected shot through me. When we reached my floor, he pushed the screwdriver deep into the hall window frame and started to lever upwards. It gave gratifyingly swiftly. There. He wrenched it upwards, supporting it with one hand, and turned to me, motioning me through, his expression faintly disapproving. That was way too easy for a single girl living in this area. You look nothing like a single girl living in this area. I'm serious. I'm fine, Sam. You don't see what I see. I want you to be safe." I tried to smile, but my knees were trembling, my palms slippery on the iron rail. I made to step past him and staggered slightly. "You okay?" I nodded. He took my arm and, half lifted, helped me clumsily into my flat.
I slumped down on the carpet by the window, waiting to feel normal again. I hadn't slept properly for days and felt half dead, as if the fury and adrenaline that had sustained me had all leached away. Sam climbed in and closed the window behind him, eyeing the broken lock on the top of the sash. The hall was dark, the thrumming of the rain muffled on the roof. As I watched, he rummaged around in his pocket until, among other detritus, he picked out a small nail. He took the screwdriver and used the handle to knock the nail in at an angle to stop anyone opening it from outside. Then he walked heavily over to where I was sitting and held out a hand. Benefits of being a part-time house builder. There's always a nail somewhere. "Come on," he said. "If you sit there, you'll never get up." His hair was flattened from the rain, his skin glistening in the hall light, as I let him pull me to my feet. I winced, and he saw. "Hip?" I nodded. He sighed. "I wish you'd talk to me." The skin beneath his eyes was mauve with exhaustion. There were 2 long scratches on the back of his left hand. I wondered what had happened the previous night. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I heard running water. When he came back, he was holding 2 pills and a cup. "I shouldn't really be giving you these, but they'll give you a pain-free night." I took them gratefully. He watched me as I swallowed them. "Do you ever follow rules?" "When I think they're sensible." He took the cup from me. "So, are we good, Louisa Clark?" I nodded. He let out a long breath. "I'll call you tomorrow." Afterwards, I wasn't sure what made me do it. My hand reached out and took his. I felt his fingers close slowly around mine. "Don't go. It's late, and motorbikes are dangerous." I took the screwdriver from his other hand and let it fall onto the carpet. He looked at me for the longest time, then slid a hand over his face. "I don't think I'm good for much just now." "Then I promise not to use you for anything inappropriate." I kept my eyes on his. This time. His smile was slow to come, but when it did, everything fell away from me, as if I had been carrying a weight I hadn't known. You never know what will happen when you fall from a great height. He stepped over the screwdriver, and I led him silently towards my bedroom. I lay in the dark in my little flat, my leg slung over the bulk of a sleeping man, his arm gently resting on me, and gazed at his face. Fatal cardiac arrest, motorbike accident, suicidal teenager, and a gang-related stabbing on the Peabody estate. Some shifts are just a bit... Shh, it's okay, sleep. He had barely managed to get his uniform off. He had stripped to his t-shirt and shorts, kissed me, then closed his eyes and collapsed into a dead slumber. I had wondered whether I should cook him something or tidy the flat so that when he woke, I might look like someone who actually had a handle on life. But instead, I undressed to my underwear and slid in next to him. For these few moments, I just wanted to be beside him, my bare skin against his t-shirt, my breath mingling with his. I lay listening to his breathing, marveling at how someone could be so still. I studied the slight bump on the bridge of his nose, the variation in the shade of the bristles that shadowed his chin, the slight curl at the end of his dark, dark eyelashes. I ran through conversations we had had, putting them through a new filter, one that pitched him as a single man, an affectionate uncle, and I wanted to laugh with the idiocy of it all and cringe at my mistake. I touched his face twice, lightly, breathing in the scent of his skin, the faint tang of antibacterial soap, the primal scent of male sweat, and the second time I did so, I felt his hand tighten reflexively on my waist. I shifted onto my back and gazed out at the streetlights, feeling for once that I was not an alien in this city. And finally, I found myself drifting. His eyes open on mine. A moment later, he realizes where he is. Hey. A lurch into waking, the peculiar dreamlike state that suffuses the small hours. He is in my bed, his leg against mine, a smile creeping across my face. Hey yourself, what time is it? I swivel to catch the digital readout of my alarm. 5:15. Time settles into order, the world, reluctantly, into something that makes sense. Outside, the sodium-lit dark of the street. The minicabs and night buses rumble past. Up here, it is just him and me in the night, and the warm bed and the sound of his breathing. I can't even remember getting here. He looks off to the side, his face faintly lit by the streetlights, frowning. I watch as memories of the previous day land softly, a silent, mental, "Oh, right." His head turns, his mouth inches from mine, his breath warm and sweet. I missed you, Louisa Clark. I want to tell him then. I want to tell him that I don't know what I feel. I want him, but I'm frightened to want him. I don't want my happiness to be entirely dependent on somebody else's, to be a hostage to fortunes I cannot control. His eyes are on my face, reading me. "Stop thinking," he says. He pulls me to me, and I relax. This man spends each day out here, on the bridge between life and death. He understands. You think too much. His hand slides down the side of my face. I turn towards him, an involuntary reflex, and put my lips against his palm. "Just live?" I whisper. He nods, and then he kisses me, long and slow and sweet, until I am filled with need and want and longing. His voice is low in my ear, my name pulling me in. He makes it sound like something precious. The next 3 days were a blurred mass of stolen nights and brief meetings. I missed Idealization Week in the Moving On Circle because he turned up at the flat just as I was leaving, and we came together passionately, waiting for my egg timer to go off so that he could dress and race to pick Jake up on time. Twice he was waiting for me when I returned from my shift, and the indignities of the Shamrock and Clover were, if not forgotten, swept aside along with last night's empties. I wanted to resist him, but I couldn't. I was giddy, diverted, sleepless. I got cystitis and didn't care. I hummed my way through work, flirted with the businessmen, and smiled cheerfully at Richard's complaints. My happiness offended my manager. I could see it in his chewed cheek, the way he sought ever more feeble misdemeanors for which to tell me off. I cared about none of it. I sang in the shower, lay awake dreaming. I wore my old dresses, my brightly colored cardigans and satin pumps, and let myself be enclosed in a bubble of happiness, aware that bubbles only ever existed for so long before they popped anyway. I told Jake, he said. He had half an hour's break, and he and Donna had stopped outside my flat with lunch before I went off for a late shift. I sat beside him in the front seat of the ambulance. You told him what? He had made mozzarella, cherry tomato, and basil sandwiches. The tomatoes, grown in his garden, burst in little explosions of flavor in my mouth. He was appalled at how I ate when I was alone. That you'd thought I was his dad. He laughed more than I've seen him laugh for months. You didn't tell him I told you his dad cried after intimacy, right? I knew a man who did that once, said Donna, but he really sobbed. It got sort of embarrassing. The first time I thought I'd caused him injury. I turned to her open-mouthed. It's a thing, really. We've had a couple in the rig, haven't we? We have. You'd be amazed at the intimacy-related injuries we see. He nodded at my sandwich, which was still on my lap. I'll tell you when your mouth's empty. Intimacy-related injuries. Great, because there aren't enough things in life to worry about. His gaze slid sideways as he bit into his sandwich so that I blushed. Trust me, I'd let you know. Just so we're straight, my old mucker, said Donna, offering up one of her ever-present energy drinks. I am so totally not going to be your first responder for that one.
I liked being in the cab.
Sam and Donna had the no-nonsense wry manner of those who had seen pretty much every human condition and treated it too. They were funny and dark, and I felt oddly at home wedged between them, as if my life, with all its strangeness, was actually pretty normal. These were the things I learned in the space of several snatched lunch hours. Almost no men or women over the age of 70 would complain about their pain or their treatment, even if a limb were actually hanging off. Those same elderly men or women would almost always apologize for making a fuss. That the term patient PFO was not scientific terminology, but patient pissed and fell over. Pregnant women rarely gave birth in the back of ambulances. I was quite disappointed by that one. That nobody used the term ambulance driver anymore, especially not ambulance drivers. There would always be a handful of men who would answer when asked to describe how much pain they were in out of 10 with 11. But what came through most when Sam arrived back after a long shift was the bleakness. Solitary pensioners, obese men glued to a television screen, too large even to try to get themselves up and down their own stairs. Young mothers who spoke no English, confined to their flats with a million small children, unsure how to call for help when it was needed. And the depressed, the chronically ill, the unloved. Some days, he said, it felt like a virus. You had to scrub the melancholy from your skin along with the scent of antiseptic. And then there were the suicides, the lives ended under trains or in silent bathrooms, their bodies often unnoticed for weeks or months until somebody remarked on the smell or wondered why so-and-so's post was now spilling out of their pigeonhole. Do you ever get frightened? He lay oversized in my little bath. The water had turned faintly pink with the blood from a patient's gunshot wound that had leaked all over him. I was a little surprised at how swiftly I had got used to having a naked man in the vicinity, especially one who could move by himself. You can't do this job if you're frightened, he said simply. He had been in the army before he joined the paramedics. It was not an unusual career arc. They like us because we don't scare easy, and we've seen it all. Mind you, some of those drunk kids scare me far more than the Taliban ever did. I sat on the loo seat beside him and stared at his body in the discolored water. Even with his size and strength, I shivered. "Hey," he said, seeing something pass across my face, and reached out a hand to me. "It's fine, really. I have a very good nose for trouble." He closed his fingers around mine. "It's not a great job for relationships, though. My last girlfriend couldn't cope with it. The hours, nights, the mess, the pink bath water. Yeah, sorry about that. The showers weren't working at the station. I should really have gone home first." He looked at me in a way that showed me there had been no chance of him going home first. He pulled the plug to let some of the water drain away, then turned on the taps for more. "So who was she, your last girlfriend?" I kept my voice level. I was not going to be one of those women, even if he had turned out not to be one of those men. "Iona, travel agent, sweet girl." "But you weren't in love with her." "Why do you say that?" Nobody ever says sweet girl about someone they were in love with. It's like the whole "we'll still be friends" thing. It means you didn't feel enough. He was briefly amused. "So what would I have said if I had been in love with her?" "You would have looked very serious and said, 'Karen, complete nightmare,' or shut down and gone all 'I don't want to talk about it.'" "You're probably right." He thought for a bit. "If I'm honest, I didn't really want to feel much after my sister died. Being with Ellen for the last few months, helping look after her, kind of knocked me sideways." He glanced at me. "Cancer can be a pretty brutal way to go. Jake's dad fell apart. Some people do. So I figured they needed me there. If I'm honest, I probably only held it together myself because we couldn't all go to pieces." We sat in silence for a moment. I couldn't tell if his eyes had gone a bit red from grief or soap. "Anyway, so yes, probably not much of a boyfriend." "So who was yours?" he said when he finally turned back to me. "Will, of course."
Nobody since? Nobody I want to talk about. I shuddered. Everyone's allowed their own way back, Louisa. Don't beat yourself up about it. His skin was hot and wet, making it hard for me to hold on to his fingers. I released them, and he began to wash his hair. I sat and watched him, letting the mood lift, enjoying the bunched muscles in his shoulders, the gleam of his wet skin. I liked the way he washed his hair, vigorously, with a kind of matter-of-factness, shaking off the excess water like a dog. "Oh, I had a job interview," I said when he finished, "for a thing in New York." "New York?" He raised an eyebrow. "I won't get it. Shame. I've always wanted an excuse to go to New York." He slid slowly under the water so that only his mouth remained. It broke into a slow smile. "But you'd get to keep the pixie outfit, yes?" I felt the mood shift, and, for no reason at all other than that he didn't expect it, I climbed fully clothed into the bath and kissed him as he laughed and sputtered. I was suddenly glad of his solidity in a world where it was so easy to fall. I finally made an effort to sort out the flat. On my day off, I bought an armchair and a coffee table and a small framed print which I hung near the television, and those things somehow conspired to suggest someone might actually live there. I bought new bedding and 2 cushions and hung up all my vintage clothes in the wardrobe so that opening it now revealed a riot of pattern and color, instead of several pairs of cheap jeans and a too short lurex dress. I managed to turn my anonymous little flat into something that felt, if not quite like a home, vaguely welcoming. By some beneficence of the shift scheduling gods, Sam and I both had a day off. 18 uninterrupted hours in which he did not have to listen to a siren, and I did not have to listen to the sound of panpipes or complaints about dry-roasted peanuts. Time spent with Sam, I noted, seemed to go twice as fast as the hours I spent alone. I had pondered the million things we could do together, then dismissed half of them as too coupley. I wondered whether our spending so much time together was wise. I texted Lily one more time. "Lily, please get in touch. I know you're mad at me, but just call. Your garden is looking beautiful. I need you to show me how to look after it, and what to do with the tomato plants, which have got really tall. Is this right? Maybe after we could go out dancing. X." I pressed send and stared at the little screen, just as the doorbell rang. "Hey!" He filled my doorway, holding a toolbox in one hand and a bag of groceries in the other. "Oh my God," I said, "you're like the ultimate female fantasy." "Shelves," he said, deadpan. "You need shelves. Oh, baby, keep talking. And home-cooked food. That's it. You've got me." He laughed and dropped the tools in the hallway and kissed me, and when we finally untangled ourselves, he walked through to the kitchen. I thought we could go to the pictures. You know, one of the greatest benefits to shift working is empty matinees, right? I checked my phone, but nothing with blood in it. I get a bit tired of blood. When I looked up, he was watching me. What? Don't fancy it? Or is that going to stamp all over your plans for Zombie Flesh Eaters 15? What? I frowned and dropped my hand to my side. I can't get hold of Lily. I thought she'd gone home. She did, but she won't take my calls. I think she's really upset with me. Her friends stole your stuff. You're allowed to be the one who's upset. He started to pull things out of the bag, lettuces, tomatoes, avocados, eggs, herbs, stacking them neatly in my near-empty fridge.
He looked up at me as I texted her again. Come on. She could have dropped her phone, left it in some club, or run out of credit. You know what teenagers are like. Or she's just throwing a massive strop. Sometimes you need to let them work it out of their system. I took his hand and shut the fridge door. I need to show you something. His eyes lit up briefly. Not that, no, you bad man. We'll see about that later. Sam stood on the rooftop and gazed around him at the flowers. And you had no idea? None at all? He sat down heavily on the bench. I sat next to him, and we both stared at the little garden. I feel awful, I said. I basically accused her of destroying everything she went near, and all the time she was creating this? He stooped to feel the leaves on a tomato plant, then straightened, shaking his head. Okay, so, well, go talk to her. Really? Yeah. Lunch first, then cinema, then, well, turn up on her doorstep. That way she won't be able to avoid you. He took my hand and raised it to his lips. Hey, don't look so worried. The garden is good news. It shows that her head's not in a totally bad place. He released my hand, and I squinted at him. How come you always make everything better? I just don't like seeing you sad. I couldn't tell him that I wasn't sad when I was with him. I couldn't tell him that he made me so happy I was afraid of it. I thought of how I liked having his food in my fridge, how I glanced at my phone 20 times a day waiting for his messages, how I conjured intimate images of him in my imagination in the quiet minutes at work, and then had to think very hard about floor polish or till receipts just to stop myself glowing. Slow down, said a warning voice. Don't get too close. His eyes softened. You have a sweet smile, Louisa Clark. It's one of the several hundred things I like about you. I let myself gaze back at him for a minute. This man, I thought. And then I slapped my hands heavily on my knees. Come on, I said briskly. Let's go watch a movie. The cinema was almost empty. We sat side by side at the back in a seat where someone had knocked out the armrest, and Sam fed me popcorn from a cardboard bucket the size of a dustbin, and I tried not to think about the weight of his hand resting on my bare leg, because when I did, I frequently lost track of what was happening with the plot. The film was an American comedy about two mismatched cops who find themselves mistaken for criminals. It wasn't very funny, but I laughed anyway. Sam's fingers appeared in front of me, bearing a bulbous knobble of salted popcorn, and I took it, and another, then, as an afterthought, kept hold of his fingers between my teeth. He looked at me and shook his head, slowly. I finished the popcorn and swallowed. Nobody will see, I whispered. He raised an eyebrow. I'm too old for this, he murmured. But when I turned his face to mine in the hot, dark air and started to kiss him, he dropped the popcorn and his hand slid slowly up my back. And then my phone rang. There was a hiss of disapproval from the two people at the front. Sorry, you two, given there were only 4 of us in the cinema. I scrambled off Sam's lap and answered. A number I didn't recognize. Louisa? It took me a second to register her voice. Just give me a minute. I pulled a face at Sam and made my way out. Sorry, Mrs. Traynor, I just had to. Are you still there? Hello? The foyer was empty, the cordoned-off queue areas deserted, the frozen drinks machine churning its colored ice listlessly behind the counter. Oh, thank goodness. Louisa? I wondered if I could speak to Lily. I stood with the phone pressed to my ear. I've been thinking about what happened the other week, and I'm so sorry. I must have seemed... She hesitated. Look, I was wondering if you thought she would agree to see me. Mrs. Traynor, I'd like to explain to her. For the last year or so, I've not been myself. I've been on these tablets, and they make me rather dim with it, and I was so taken aback to find you on my doorstep, and then I simply couldn't believe what you both were telling me. It all seemed so unlikely. But I've spoken to Stephen, and he confirmed the whole thing, and I've been sitting here for days and digesting it all, and I just... Will had a daughter. I have a granddaughter. I keep saying the words. Sometimes I think I dreamed it. I listened to the uncharacteristic flurry of her words. I know, I said. I felt like that too. I can't stop thinking about her. I do so want to meet her properly. Do you think she'd agree to see me again? Mrs. Traynor, she's not staying with me anymore. But yes. I ran my fingers through my hair. Yes, of course I'll ask her. I couldn't focus on the rest of the film. In the end, perhaps realizing that I was simply staring at a moving screen, Sam suggested we leave. We stood in the car park by his bike, and I told him what she'd said. There, see, he said, as if I had done something to be proud of. Let's go.
He waited on the bike across the road as I knocked on the door. I lifted my chin, determined that this time I would not let Tanya Houghton Miller intimidate me. I glanced back, and Sam nodded encouragingly. The door opened. Tanya was dressed in a chocolate linen dress and Grecian sandals. She looked me up and down as she had when we'd first met, as if my own wardrobe had failed some invisible test. This was a little annoying, as I was wearing my favorite checked cotton pinafore dress. Her smile stayed on her lips for just a nanosecond, then fell away. "Louisa?" "Sorry to turn up unannounced, Mrs. Houghton Miller. Has something happened?" I blinked. "Well, yes, actually." I pushed my hair from the side of my face. "I've had a call from Mrs. Traynor, Will's mother. I'm sorry to bother you with this, but she'd really like to get in contact with Lily, and as she's not picking up her phone, I wondered if you'd mind asking her to call me." Tanya gazed at me from under perfectly plucked brows. I kept my face neutral. "Or maybe we could have a quick chat with her." There was a short silence. "Why would you think I would ask her?" I took a breath, picking my words carefully. "I know you have strong feelings about the Traynor family, but I do think it would be in Lily's interests. I don't know if she told you, but they had a rather difficult first meeting the other week, and Mrs. Traynor would really like the chance to start again. She can do what she wants, Louisa, but I don't know why you're expecting me to get involved." I tried to keep my voice polite. Because you're her mother, whom she hasn't bothered to contact in more than a week." I stood very still. Something cold and hard settled in my stomach. What did you just say? Lily hasn't bothered to contact me? I thought at least she might come and say hello after we got back from holiday, but no, that's plainly beyond her. Suiting herself, as usual. She extended a hand to examine her fingernails. "Mrs. Houghton Miller, she was meant to be with you." "What?" "Lily was moving back in with you when you got home from your holiday. She left my flat 10 days ago." We stood in Tanya Houghton Miller's immaculate kitchen, and I stared at her shiny coffee machine with 108 knobs, which had probably cost more than my car, and ran through the previous week's events for the umpteenth time. It was around 12:30. I gave her £20 for a taxi and asked her to leave her key. I just assumed she'd come home. I felt sick. I walked the length of the breakfast bar and back again, my brain racing. I should have checked, but she tended to come and go as she pleased, and we'd had a bit of a row. Sam stood by the door, rubbing his brow. "And neither of you has heard anything from her since?" "I've texted her 4 or 5 times," I said. "I just assumed she was still angry with me." Tanya hadn't offered us coffee. She strolled to the stairwell, peered upstairs, then glanced at her watch, as if she were waiting for us to go. She did not look like a parent who had just discovered her child was missing.
Mrs. Houghton Miller. Has anyone here heard from her at all? Can you tell from your phone whether she's even read her texts? "I told you," she said. Her voice was strangely calm. "I told you this was what she was like, but you wouldn't listen. I think we—" She lifted a hand, stopping Sam. "This is not the first time. Oh no. She disappeared for days before, when she was meant to be at boarding school. I blame them, of course. They were meant to know exactly where she was at all times. They only rang us when she'd been gone 48 hours, and then we had to get the police involved. Apparently, one of the girls in her dorm had lied for her. Why they couldn't tell who was and who wasn't there is completely beyond me, especially given the ridiculous fees we pay. Francis was all for suing them. He was called out of his annual board meeting to deal with it. It was a huge embarrassment." Upstairs, there was a crash, and somebody started to cry. Tanya walked to the kitchen door. "Lena, take them out to the park, for goodness sake." She came back into the kitchen. "You know she gets drunk. She takes drugs. She stole my Map and Web diamond earrings. She won't admit it, but she did. They were worth thousands. I have no idea what she did with them. She's taken a digital camera, too. I thought back to my missing jewelry, and something in me tightened uncomfortably. So, yes, this is all rather predictable. I did tell you. And now, if you'll excuse me, I really have to go and sort the boys out. They're having a difficult day. But you'll call the police, yes? She's 16 years old, and it's been almost 10 days. They won't be interested, not once they know who it is. Tanya held up a slender finger. Expelled from 2 schools for truanting. Cautioned for possession of a Class A drug. Drunk and disorderly. Shoplifting. What's the phrase? My daughter has form. To be perfectly frank, even if the police do find her and bring her back here, she'll simply up and go again when it suits her. A wire had tightened across my chest, constricting my breath. Where would she have gone? Was that boy, the one who hung around outside my flat, involved? The nightclubbers who had been with Lily that drunken night? How had I been so distracted? Let's call them regardless. She's still very young. No, I do not want the police involved. Francis is having a very tricky time at work right now. He's fighting to retain his place on the board. If they get wind that he's involved in some sort of police business, that will be it. Sam's jaw tightened. He took a moment before he spoke. Mrs. Houghton Miller, your daughter is vulnerable. I really think it's time to get someone else involved. If you call them, I'll simply explain to them what I've just told you. Mrs. Houghton Miller, how many times have you met her, Mr. Fielding? She leaned back against the cooker. You know her better than I do you? You've been kept up nights waiting for her to come home? You've lost sleep? Had to explain her behavior to teachers and police officers? Apologize to shop assistants for things she's stolen? Bail out her credit card? Some of the most chaotic kids are those most at risk. My daughter is a talented manipulator. She will be with one of her friends, just as she has been before. I will guarantee that within the next day or 2, Lily will turn up here, drunk and screeching in the middle of the night, or knocking at Louisa's door, or begging for money. And you will probably have reason to wish she never had. Someone will let her in, and she'll be sorry and contrite and terribly sad, and then, a few days later, she'll bring a bunch of friends home or steal something, and the whole sorry cycle will revolve again. She pushed her golden hair back from her face. She and Sam stared at each other. I've had to undergo counseling to cope with the chaos my daughter has brought into my life, Mr. Fielding. It's hard enough coping with her brothers and their behavioral difficulties. But one of the things you learn in therapy is that there comes a point when you have to take care of yourself. Lily is old enough to make her own decisions. She's a child, I said. Oh yes, that's right. A child you turned out of your apartment some time after midnight. Tanya Houghton Miller held my gaze with the complacency of someone who had just been proven right. Not everything is black and white, much as we would like it to be. You're not even worried, are you? I said. She held my gaze. No, frankly. I've been here too many times before. I made to speak again, but she was ahead of me. Quite the savior complex, haven't you? Well, my daughter doesn't need saving, and if she did, I wouldn't be hugely convinced by your record so far. Sam's arm was around me, even before I was able to take a breath. My retort formed, toxic, in my mouth, but she had already turned away. Come on, he said, propelling me out into the hallway. Let's go. We drove around the West End for several hours, slowing to peer at the groups of catcalling, staggering girls, and, more soberly, at the rough sleepers. Then parked up and walked side by side along the dark archways under bridges. We put our heads around the doors of nightclubs, asking if anyone had seen the girl in the photographs on my mobile phone. We went to the club where she had taken me dancing, and to a couple more that Sam said were notorious haunts for underage drinkers. We passed bus stops and fast food joints, and the further we went, the more I thought how ridiculous it was to try to find her among the thousands milling around the humming streets of central London. She could have been anywhere. She seemed to be everywhere. I texted her again, twice, to tell her we were urgently looking for her, and when we got back to my flat, Sam rang various hospitals, just to be sure she hadn't been admitted. Finally, we sat on my little sofa and ate some toast. He made me a cup of tea, and we sat in silence for a bit. I feel like the worst parent in the world, and I'm not even a parent. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. You can't blame yourself. Yes, I can. What kind of person turfs a 16-year-old out of their flat in the small hours without checking where she's actually going? I closed my eyes. I mean, just because she's disappeared before doesn't mean she'll be okay now, does it? She'll be like one of those teenage runaways who disappear and nobody ever hears of them again, until some dog out walking digs up their bones in the woods. Louisa, I should have been stronger. I should have understood her better. I should have thought harder about how young she is. Was. Oh, God, if something's happened, I'll never forgive myself. And out there right now, some innocent dog walker has no idea that he's about to have his life ruined. Louisa. Sam put his hand on my leg. Stop. You're going round in circles. Irritating as she is, it's entirely possible Tanya Houghton-Miller's right, and Lily will coast in or ring their bell in about 3 hours' time, and we'll all feel like fools and forget what's happened until it all starts again. But why won't she answer her phone? She must know I'm worried. Perhaps that's why she's ignoring you. He gave me a wire look. She may be enjoying making you sweat a little. Look, there's not much more we can do tonight, and I've got to go. I have an early shift. He cleared away the plates and put them in the sink, leaning back against the kitchen cabinets. Sorry, I said. Not exactly the most fun start to a relationship. He lowered his chin. This is a relationship now? I felt myself color. Well, I didn't mean... I'm kidding. He reached out a hand and pulled me to him. I quite enjoy your determined attempts to convince me you're basically just using me. He smelt good. Even when he smelt faintly of anesthetic, he smelt good. He kissed the top of his head. We'll find her, he said, as he left. After he'd gone, I climbed up onto the roof. I sat in the dark, inhaling the scent of the jasmine shed trained up the edge of the water tank, and ran my hand softly over the tiny purple heads of the aubracia that tumbled over the terracotta planters. I looked over the parapet, scanned the winking streets of the city, and my legs didn't even tremble. I texted her again, then got ready for bed, feeling the silence of the flat close in around me. I checked my phone for the millionth time, and then my email, just in case. Nothing. But there was one from Nathan. Congratulations! Old man Gopnik told me this morning he's going to offer you the job. See you in NY, mate. Lily Peter is waiting again. Out of the window, she sees him standing against his car. He spots her, gestures up, and mouths, "You owe me." Lily opens the window, glances across the road to where Samir is putting out a fresh box of oranges. "Leave me alone, Peter. You know what'll happen. I've given you enough. Just leave me alone, okay?" Bad move, Lily. He raises an eyebrow. He waits just long enough for her to feel uncomfortable. Lou will be home in half an hour. He hangs around so often she's pretty sure he knows this. Eventually, he climbs back into his car and pulls out onto the main road without looking. As he drives off, he holds his phone out of the driver's window. A message. Bad move, Lily. Spin the bottle. Such an innocent-sounding game. It had been her and 4 girls from her school, and they had come up to London on an exit. They had stolen lipsticks from Boots and bought 2 short skirts in Topshop and got into nightclubs for free because they were young and cute, and doormen didn't ask too many questions if there were 5 of you and you were young and cute. And inside, over rum and cokes, they had met Peter and his friends. They had ended up in someone's flat in Marybone at 2 a.m. She couldn't entirely remember how they had got there. Everyone was sitting in a circle, smoking and drinking. She had said yes to everything that was offered her. Rihanna on the music system. A blue beanbag that smelt of Febreze. Nicole had been ill in the bathroom, the idiot. Time had slipped. 2:30, 3:17, 4. She lost track. Then someone had suggested truth or dare. The bottle spun, careered into an ashtray, tipping butts and ash onto the carpet. Someone's truth. The girl she didn't know. On holiday the previous year, she had engaged in intimate conversation with her ex-boyfriend while her grandmother slept in the twin bed beside her. The others reeled in fake horror. Lily had laughed. "Niche," said someone. Peter had watched her the whole time. She had been flattered at first. He was the best-looking boy there by miles. A man, even. When he looked at her, she refused to drop her eyes. She wasn't going to be like the other girls. Spin! She had shrugged when it pointed to her. Dare, she had said. Always dare. Lily never says no to anything, said Jemima. Now she wonders whether there was something in the way she had looked at Peter when she said it. After that night, things were never quite the same. One of the girls grabbed at her ankle, telling her not to, and she shook her off. She walked with a faint swagger, feeling their eyes on her as she left. Dare. Always dare. Peter closed the door behind him, and she glanced around her. The bed was rumpled, a horrid patterned duvet that you could tell from 5 yards hadn't been washed in ages, and left a faint musty trace in the atmosphere. There was a pile of dirty laundry in the corner, a full ashtray by the bed. The room fell silent, the voices outside temporarily stilled. She lifted her chin, pushed her hair back from her face. "You really want to do this?" she said. He smiled then, a slow, mocking smile. "I knew you'd back out." "Who says I'm backing out?" But she didn't want to do it. She didn't see his handsome features anymore, just the cold glitter in his eyes, the unpleasant twist to his mouth. 1 pair of earrings, £50 in cash. 100. Weeks later, and the demands keep coming. He sends her texts. "I wonder what would happen if I put this on Facebook." She wants to cry when she sees the picture. He sends it to her again and again, her face, her eyes bloodshot, smudged with mascara, captured in a moment of vulnerability. When Louisa comes home, she has to stuff the phone under the sofa cushions. It has become radioactive, a toxic thing she has to keep close. I wonder what your friends would think. The other girls don't talk to her afterwards. They know what she did because Peter flashed the picture to everyone as soon as they walked back into the party, ostentatiously adjusting his zipper long after he had to. She had to pretend she didn't care. The girls stared at her and then looked away, and she had known as soon as their eyes met hers that their tales of intimate encounters and relationships with unseen boyfriends had been fiction. They were fakes. They had lied about everything. Nobody thought she was brave. Nobody admired her for not being chicken. She was just Lily, the slag, a girl who had been exploited. It made her stomach go into knots even to think about it. She had swigged more Jack Daniels and told them all to hell. Meet me at McDonald's, Tottenham Court Road. By then, her mother had changed the locks to her house. She couldn't take money from her purse anymore. They had blocked her access to her savings account. "I haven't got anything else. Do you think I'm a mug, little rich girl?" Her mother had never liked the Map and Webb earrings. Lily had hoped she wouldn't even notice they were gone. She had made fake cooing faces at that difficult person Francis when he gave them to her, but she had muttered afterwards that she really didn't understand why he'd bought her heart-shaped diamonds when everybody knew they were common, and a pendant shape was far better against her bone structure.
Peter had looked at the glittering earrings as if she had handed him small chain, then tucked them into his pocket. He had been eating a Big Mac, and there was mayonnaise in the corner of his mouth. She felt nauseous every time she saw him. Want to come and meet my mates? No. Want a drink? She shook her head. That's it. That's the last thing. Those earrings are worth thousands. He had pulled a face. I want cash next time. Proper cash. I know where you live, Lily. I know you got it. She felt as if she would never be free of him. He texted her at odd hours, waking her up, keeping her from sleep. That picture, again and again. She saw it in negative, burned onto her retinas. She stopped going to school. She got drunk with strangers, went out clubbing long after she really wanted to. Anything not to be alone with her thoughts and the relentless ping of her phone. She had moved to where he couldn't find her, and he had found her, parking his car for hours outside Louise's flat, a silent message. She even thought a few times about telling Louisa, but what could Louisa do? Half the time she was like a one-woman disaster area herself. So Lily's mouth would open and nothing would come out. Then Louisa would start rattling on about meeting her grandmother or whether she had eaten something, and she had realized she was on her own. Sometimes Lily lay awake and thought about what it would have been like if her dad had been there. She could picture him in her head. He would have walked outside, grabbed Peter by his neck, and told him never to come near his little girl again. He would have put his arms around her and told her it was all okay, that she was safe. Except he wouldn't, because he was just an angry quadriplegic who hadn't even wanted to be alive. And he would have looked at the pictures and been disgusted. She couldn't blame him. The last time when she had nothing to bring him, he had shouted at her on a pavement behind Carnaby Street, calling her worthless, a difficult person, a stupid little troublemaker. He had pulled up in his car, and she had drunk 2 double whiskeys because she was afraid to see him.
When had started shouting at her and saying she was lying, she had started to cry. Louisa's chucked me out. My mom's chucked me out. I don't have anything. People hurried past, their eyes averted. Nobody stopped. Nobody said anything, because a man shouting at a drunk girl in Soho on a Friday night was nothing out of the ordinary. Peter swore and turned on his heel, as if he was leaving, except she knew he wouldn't. And then the big black car had stopped in the middle of the street and reversed, its white lights glowing. The electric window hummed its way down. Lily? It took her a few seconds to recognize him. Mr. Garside from her stepfather's business. His boss? A partner? He looked at her, then at Peter. Are you all right? She glanced at Peter, then nodded. He didn't believe her. She could tell. He had pulled over to the side of the road in front of Peter's car and walked across slowly in his dark suit. He had an air of authority, like nothing was going to faze him. She remembered, randomly, her mother talking about him having a helicopter. Do you need a ride home, Lily? Peter lifted his hand with the phone in it, just an inch, just so she knew. And she opened her mouth, and it came out. He has a bad picture of me on his phone, and he's threatening to show it to everyone, and he wants money, and I don't have any left. I've given him what I can, and I just don't have anything left. Please help me. Peter's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. But she didn't care what happened. She just felt desperate and tired, and she didn't want to carry all this by herself anymore. Mr. Garside regarded Peter for a moment. Peter stiffened his shoulders and straightened, as if he were considering running for his car. Is this true? Mr. Garside said. It's not a crime to have pictures of girls on your phone. Peter smirked, an act of bravado. I'm well aware of that. It is, however, a crime to use them to extort money. Mr. Garside's voice was low and calm, as if it were perfectly reasonable to be discussing such sensitive pictures in the middle of the street.
He moved his hand to his inside pocket. "So, what will it take to make you go away?" "What? Your phone. How much do you want for it?" Lily's breath stopped in her throat. She looked from one man to the other. Peter was staring at him in disbelief. "I'm offering you cash for the phone, on the basis that this is the only copy of that photograph. I'm not selling my phone." "Then I have to advise you, young man, that I'll be contacting the police and identifying you through your car registration. And I have a lot of friends in the police force, quite high-up friends." He smiled a smile that wasn't really a smile at all. Across the road, a bunch of people spilled out of a restaurant, laughing. Peter looked at her and back at Mr. Garside. He lifted his chin. $5,000. Mr. Garside reached into his inside pocket. He shook his head. "I don't think so." He pulled out his wallet and counted out a bundle of notes. "I think this will do. It sounds as though you've already been amply rewarded. The phone, please." It was as if Peter had been hypnotized. He hesitated for just a moment, then handed Mr. Garside his phone. Just like that. Mr. Garside checked that the SIM card was in it, tucked it into his inside pocket, and opened the car door for Lily. "I think it's time for you to leave, Lily." She climbed in like an obedient child, hearing the solid thunk of the car door as it closed behind her. And then they were off, gliding smoothly down the narrow street, leaving Peter shell-shocked. She could see him in the wing mirror, as if he, too, couldn't believe what had just happened. "Are you all right?" Mr. Garside didn't look at her as he spoke. Is that it?" He glanced sideways, then back at the road. "I think so, yes." She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe the thing that had hung over her for weeks could be fixed just like that. She turned to him, suddenly anxious. "Please don't tell my Mom and Francis." He frowned slightly. "If that's what you want." She let out a long, silent breath. "Thank you," she said quietly. He patted her knee. "Nasty lad. You need to be careful with your friends, Lily." He moved his hand back onto the automatic gear stick before she had even registered its presence. He hadn't batted an eyelid when she had told him she had nowhere to stay. He had driven her to a hotel in Bayswater and spoke quietly to the receptionist, who had handed her a room key. She was relieved he hadn't suggested taking her to his house. She didn't want to explain herself to anyone else. "I'll pick you up tomorrow when you're sober," he said, tucking his wallet into his jacket pocket. She had walked heavily up to room 311, lain down on the bed fully clothed, and slept for 14 hours. He called to say he would meet her for breakfast. She showered, took some clothes out of her rucksack, and ran an iron over them in the hope that she looked a little more presentable. She was not good at ironing. Lena had done that sort of thing. When she came downstairs to the restaurant, he was already sitting there, reading a paper, a half-drunk cup of coffee in front of him. He was older than she remembered, his hair thinning on top, a faint crepiness to the skin of his neck. The last time she had seen him had been at a company event at the races, where Frances had drunk too much, and her mother had hissed at him furiously whenever nobody else was about. And Mr. Garside, catching it, had raised his eyebrows at Lily, as if to say, "Parents, eh?" She slid into the chair opposite him, and he lowered his newspaper. "Aha! How are you today?" She felt embarrassed, as if last night she had been overly histrionic, as if it had all been a fuss over nothing. "Much better, thank you." "Did you sleep well?" "Very well, thank you." He had studied her for a minute over his glasses. Very formal. She smiled. She didn't know what else to do. It was too weird, being there with her stepdad's work colleague. The waitress offered her coffee, and she drank it. She eyed the breakfast buffet, wondering if she was expected to pay. He seemed to sense her discomfort. "Eat something. Don't worry. It's paid for." He turned back to his paper. She wondered whether he would tell her parents. She wondered what he had done with Peter's phone. She hoped he had slowed his big black car on the Thames embankment, lowered his window, and hurled it into the swirling currents below. She wanted never to see that picture again. She rose and fetched a croissant with some fruit from the buffet. She was starving. He sat reading as she ate. She wondered how they looked from outside, like any father and daughter, probably. She wondered whether he had children. "Don't you have to be at work?" He smiled, accepted more coffee from the waitress. "I told them I had an important meeting." He folded his newspaper neatly and put it down. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "I need to get a job." "A job?" He sat back. "Well, what kind of job?" "I don't know. I kind of messed up my exams. And what do your parents think?" I can't. They're not very happy with me right now. I've been staying with friends." "You can't go back there?" "Not right now. My friend isn't very happy with me either." "Ah, Lily," he said, and sighed. He looked out of the window, considering something for a minute, then glanced at his expensive watch. He thought for another moment, then called his office and told someone he was going to be late back from his meeting. She waited to hear what he had to say next. "You finished?" He put his newspaper into his briefcase and stood up. "Let's go and make a plan." She had not been expecting him to come to the room and was embarrassed by the state of it. The damp towels left on the floor, the television blaring trashy daytime programs. She dumped the worst of it in the bathroom and shoved what was left of her belongings hastily into her rucksack.
He pretended not to notice, just gazed out of the window, then turned back when she sat on the chair, as if he had only just seen the room. "It's not a bad hotel, this," he said. "I used to stay here when I couldn't face the drive to Winchester. Is that where you live?" "It's where my wife lives, yes. My children are long grown up." He put his briefcase on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed. She got up and fetched the complimentary notepad from the bedside table, in case she needed to take notes. Her phone let out a chime, and she glanced down. "Lily, just call me. Louisa X." She shoved it into her back pocket and sat down, the notepad on her lap. "So, what do you think?" "That you're in a tricky position, Lily. You're a bit young to be getting a job, to be frank. I'm not sure who would hire you. I'm good at stuff, though. I'm a hard worker. I can garden." "Garden? Well, perhaps you could get work gardening. Whether that's going to bring in enough for you to support yourself is another matter. Have you got any references? Any holiday jobs?" "No. My parents always gave me an allowance." He tapped his hands on his knees. "You've had a difficult relationship with your father, haven't you? Francis isn't my real father." "Yes, I'm aware of that. I know you left home some weeks ago. It all seems like a very sad situation. Very sad. You must feel rather isolated." She felt the lump swell in her throat and thought for a moment that he was reaching for a handkerchief, but it was then that he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a phone. Peter's phone. He tapped it, once, twice, and she saw a flash of her own image. Her breathing stalled in her chest. He clicked on it, making it bigger. Her cheeks flooded with color. He stared at the image for what felt like several years. This could be problematic for you, couldn't it? Lily's fingers closed in a fist around the hotel bedspread. She looked up at Mr. Garside, her cheeks burning. His eyes didn't leave the picture. Very problematic. Eventually he looked up at her, his gaze even, his voice soft. "I suppose the first thing we need to do is work out how you can repay me for the phone and the hotel room." "But," she began, "you didn't say—" "Oh, come on, Lily. Someone in your position. You must know that nothing comes for free." He looked down at the image. "You must have learned that lesson already." Lily's breakfast rose into her throat. "You see, I could be very helpful to you. Give you somewhere to stay until you're back on your feet, a little leg up the career ladder. There would be expectations in return. Quid pro quo, you know that phrase? You did Latin at your school, didn't you?" She stood abruptly and reached for her rucksack. His hand shot out and took hold of her arm. With his free hand he tucked the phone slowly back into his pocket. Let's not be hasty about this, Lily. We wouldn't want me to have to show this little picture to your parents, would we? Goodness knows what they would think about your recent activities." Her words stuck in her throat. He patted the bedspread beside him. "I would think very carefully about your next move. Now, why don't we—" Lily's arm flew back, shaking him off. And then she was wrenching the hotel room door open, and she was gone, feet pumping, racing down the hotel corridor, her bag flying out behind her. London teemed with life into the small hours. She walked while cars nudged night buses impatiently along main roads, minicabs wove in and out of traffic, men in suits made their way home, or sat in glowing office cubicles halfway to the sky, ignoring the cleaners who worked silently around them. She walked with her head low and her rucksack on her shoulder, and when she ate in late-night burger restaurants, she made sure her hood was up and that she had a free newspaper to pretend to read. There was always someone who would sit down at your table and try to get you to talk. "Come on, darling, I'm only being friendly." All the while she replayed that morning's events in her head. What had she done? What signal had she sent? Was there something about her that meant everyone assumed she was easily exploited? The words he had used made her want to cry. She felt herself shrink into her hood, hating him, hating herself. She used her student card and rode on underground trains until the atmosphere became drunk and febrile. Then it felt safer to stay above ground. The rest of the time she walked, through the glittering neon lights of Piccadilly, down the lead-dusted length of Marylebone Road, around the pulsing late-night bars of Camden, her stride long, pretending she had somewhere to be, only slowing when her feet began to ache from the unforgiving pavement. When she got too tired, she begged favors. She spent one night at her friend Nina's, but Nina asked too many questions, and the sound of her chatting downstairs to her parents while Lily lay, soaking the grime out of her hair in the bath, made her feel like the loneliest person on earth. She left after breakfast, even though Nina's mum said she was welcome to stay another night, gazing at her with concerned maternal eyes. She spent 2 nights on the sofa of a girl she had met while clubbing, but there were 3 men sharing the flat, and she didn't feel relaxed enough to sleep, and sat fully clothed, hugging her knees, watching television with the sound turned off until dawn. She spent 1 night at a Salvation Army hostel, listening to 2 girls argue in the next-door cubicle, her bag clutched to her chest under the blanket. They said she could have a shower, but she didn't like to leave her bag in the lockers while she got wet. She drank the free soup and left. But mostly she walked, spending the last of her cash on cheap coffee and egg McMuffins, and growing more and more tired and hungry, until it was hard to think straight, hard to react quickly when the men in doorways said disgusting things, or the staff in the café told her she'd made that 1 cup of tea last long enough, young lady. And all the while she wondered what her parents were saying at that moment, and what Mr. Garside would say about her when he showed them the pictures. She could see her mother's shocked face, Francis's slow shake of the head, as if this new Lily was of no surprise to him whatsoever. She had been so stupid. She should have stolen the phone. She should have stamped on it. She should have stamped on him. She shouldn't have gone to that boy's stupid flat and behaved like a stupid idiot and broken her own stupid life. And that was usually the point at which she would start crying again and pull her hood further up around her face. She's— What? In Mrs. Traynor's silence I heard disbelief, and perhaps, maybe I was being oversensitive, a faint echo of the last thing of hers I had failed to keep safe. "And you've tried to call? She's not picking up. And she hasn't been in touch with her parents?" I closed my eyes. I had been dreading this conversation. "She's done this before, apparently. Mrs. Houghton-Miller is convinced Lily will turn up any minute." Mrs. Traynor digested this. "But you aren't. Something's not right, Mrs. Traynor. I know I'm not a parent, but I just—" My words tailed away. "Anyway, I'd rather be doing something than nothing, so I'm going to get back out walking the streets to find her. I just wanted you to know the truth about what was going on."
Mrs. Traynor was silent for a moment, and then she said, her voice measured but oddly determined, "Louisa, before you go, would you mind giving me Mrs. Houghton Miller's telephone number?" I called in sick, noting fleetingly that Richard Percival's cold, I see, was actually more ominous than his previous blustering protests. I printed off photographs, one of Lily's Facebook profile photographs and one of the selfies she'd taken of the two of us. I spent the morning driving around central London.
I parked on curbs, leaving the hazard lights flashing, as I nipped into pubs, fast food joints, nightclubs, where the cleaners, working in the stale, dim air, peered up at me with suspicious eyes. "Have you seen this girl?" "Who wants to know?" "Have you seen this girl?" "Are you police? I don't want no trouble." Some people evidently thought it amusing to string me along for a bit. "Oh, that girl, brown hair? Yeah, what was her name?" "Nah, never seen her before." Nobody seemed to have seen her, and the further I travelled, the more hopeless it felt. What better place to disappear than London? A teeming metropolis where you could slide into a million doorways, mingle with crowds that never ended. I would gaze up at the tower blocks and wonder whether even now she was lying on someone's sofa in her pajamas. Lily picked up people with ease and had no fear of asking for anything. She could be with anyone. And yet, I wasn't entirely sure what drove me to keep going. Perhaps it was my cold fury at Tanya Houghton Miller's semi-detached parenting. Perhaps it was my guilt at having failed to do the thing I was criticizing Tanya for not doing. Perhaps it was just that I knew only too well how vulnerable a young girl could be. Mostly, though, it was Will. I walked and drove and questioned and walked and held endless internal conversations with him as my hip began to ache, and I paused in my car, chewing stale sandwiches and garage chocolate and choking down painkillers to keep me going. Where would she go, Will? What would you do? And yet again, I'm sorry, I let you down. "Any news?" I texted Sam. It felt odd speaking to him while having concurrent conversations with Will in my head, a strange infidelity. I just wasn't quite sure who I was being unfaithful to. "Nope, I've called every ER department in London. How about you?" "Bit tired. Hip? Nothing. Chewing a few Nurofen won't fix. Want me to stop by after my shift?" "I think I just need to keep looking." "Don't go anywhere I wouldn't go. X? Very funny. XXX. Did you try the hospitals?" My sister called from college in her 15-minute break between HMRC, the changing face of revenue collection, and VAT, a European perspective. "Sam says there's nobody with her name has been admitted to any of the teaching hospitals. He's got people everywhere looking out for her." I glanced behind me as I spoke, as if even then I half expected to see Lily walking out of the crowds towards me. "How long have you been looking?" "A few days." I didn't tell her I'd barely slept. I took time off work." I knew it. I knew she was going to be trouble. "Did your boss mind you taking time off? What happened about that other job, by the way? The one in New York? Did you do the interview? Please don't say you forgot." It took me a minute to work out what she was referring to. "Oh, that. Yeah, I got it." "You what?" "Nathan said they're going to offer it to me." Westminster was filling with tourists, lingering at gaudy stalls of Union Jack tat, their mobile phones and expensive cameras held aloft to capture the looming Houses of Parliament. I watched a traffic warden walking towards me and wondered if some anti-terrorism legislation prevented me parking where I'd stopped. I held up a hand, indicating that I was about to leave. There was a short silence at the other end of the phone. "Hang on, you're not saying you—" "I can't even think about it right now, Treen. Lily's missing. I need to find her." "Louisa, you listen a minute. You have to take this job." "What? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. If you had the faintest clue what I would give for a chance to move to New York with guaranteed employment, a place to live, and you can't think about it right now?"
It's not as simple as that. The traffic warden was definitely walking towards me. Oh my God, this is it. This is the thing I was trying to talk to you about. Every time you get a chance to move forward, you just hijack your own future. It's like you don't actually want to. Lily is missing, Treen. A 16-year-old girl you barely know, with 2 parents and at least 2 grandparents, has gone off for a few days like she's done before. Like teenagers sometimes do. And you're going to use this to throw away the greatest opportunity you're ever likely to be given? Gosh, you don't even really want to go, do you? What the gosh is that supposed to mean? Far easier for you to just stick with that depressing little job and complain about it. Far easier for you to sit tight and not take a risk and make out that everything that happens to you is something you couldn't help. I can't just up and leave while this is going on. You're in charge of your own life, Lou, and yet you act like you're permanently buffeted by events outside your control. What is this? Guilt? Is it that you feel you owe Will something? Is it some kind of penance? Giving up your life because you couldn't save his? You don't understand. No, I understand perfectly. I understand you better than you understand yourself. His daughter is not your responsibility. Do you hear me? None of this is your responsibility. And if you don't go to New York, an opportunity I can't even talk about because it makes me want to actually kill you, I'll never talk to you again, ever. The traffic warden was at my window. I wound it down, pulling the universal face you make when your sister is going off on one at the other end of your phone, and you're really sorry but you can't cut her short. He tapped his watch, and I nodded reassuringly. That's it, Lou. Think about it. Lily is not your daughter. I was left staring at my phone. I thanked the traffic warden, then wound up my window. And a phrase popped into my head. I'm not his daughter. I drove around the corner, pulled up beside a petrol station, and rifled through the battered old AZ that lived in the footwell of my car, trying to remember the name of the road Lily had mentioned. Piemore? Piecrust? Piecroft? I traced the distance to St. John's Wood with my finger. Would that take 15 minutes to walk? It had to be the same place. I used my phone and looked up his surname along with the street name, and there it was, number 56. My gut tightened with excitement. I started the ignition, wrenched the car into gear, and headed out onto the road again. Although separated by less than a mile, the difference between Lily's mother's house and her former stepfather's could not have been more pronounced. Where the Houghton Millers Street was uniformly grand white stucco or red brick houses, punctuated by topiary and large cars that seemingly never got dirty, Martin Steele's Road appeared resolutely ungentrified, a 2-story corner of London where house prices were spiraling but the exteriors resolutely refused to reflect it. I drove slowly, past cars under canvas and an overturned wheelie bin, and finally found a parking space near a small Victorian terraced house of the kind that existed in identikit lines all over London. I gazed at it, noting the peeling paintwork on the front door, the child's watering can on the front step. Please, let her be here, I prayed, safe within those walls. I climbed out of the car, locked it, and walked up to the front step. Inside, I could hear a piano, a fractured chord being repeated again and again, muffled voices. I hesitated just a moment, and then I pressed the doorbell, hearing the sudden answering stop to the music. Footsteps in the corridor, and then the door opened. A 40-something man, lumberjack shirt, jeans and day-old stubble, stood there. Yes? I wonder, is Lily here, please? Lily? I smiled, held out a hand. You are Martin Steele, yes? He studied me briefly before he answered. I might be. And who are you? I'm a friend of Lily's. I've been trying to get in contact with her, and I understand that she might be staying here, or that perhaps you might know where she is. He frowned. Lily? Lily Miller? Well, yes. He rubbed his hand against his jaw and glanced behind him towards the hall.
Could you wait there a moment, please? He walked back down the corridor, and I heard him issuing instructions to whoever was at the piano. As he came back to me, a scale began playing, hesitantly and then with more emphasis. Martin Steele half closed the door behind him. He dipped his head for a moment, as if he were trying to make sense of what I had asked him. "I'm sorry, I'm slightly at a loss here. You're a friend of Lily Miller's, and you've come here why? Because Lily said she came here to see you. You were her stepfather?" "Not technically, but yes, a long time ago." "And you're a musician? You used to take her to nursery? But you're still in contact. She told me how close you still were, how much it irritated her mother." Martin squinted at me. "Miss Clark, Louisa Clark. Miss Clark, Louisa. I haven't seen Lily Miller since she was 5 years old. Tanya thought it would be better for all of us when we split up if we broke off all contact." I stared at him. "So you're saying she hasn't been here?" He thought for a moment. "She came once, a few years ago, but it wasn't great timing. We'd just had a baby, and I was trying to teach, and, well, to be honest, I couldn't work out what she really wanted from me." "So you haven't seen or spoken to her since then?" "Apart from that one very brief occasion, no." "Is she okay? Is she in some kind of trouble?" Inside, the piano kept playing. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do. Up and down. I waved a hand, already backing away down the steps. "No, it's fine. My mistake. I'm sorry to have bothered you." I spent another evening driving around London, ignoring my sister's calls, and the email from Richard Percival that was marked urgent and personal. I drove until my eyes were reddened from the glare of lights, and I realized I was now going to places I had already been, and I ran out of cash for petrol. I drove home just after midnight, promising myself I would pick up my bank card, drink a cup of tea, rest my eyes for half an hour, then hit the road again. I took off my shoes and made some toast that I couldn't eat. Instead, I swallowed another 2 painkillers and lay back on the sofa, my mind racing. What was I missing? There must be some clue. My brain buzzed with exhaustion, my stomach now permanently knotted with anxiety. What streets had I missed? Was there a chance she had gone somewhere other than London? There was no choice, I decided. We had to let the police know. It was better to be thought stupid and overly dramatic than to risk something actually happening to her. I lay back and closed my eyes for 5 minutes. I was woken 3 hours later by the phone ringing. I lurched upright, temporarily unsure where I was. Then I stared at the flashing screen beside me and fumbled it up to my ear. "Hello? We've got her." "What? It's Sam. We've got Lily. Can you come?" In the evening crush that followed England losing a football match, the ill temper and associated drink-related injuries, nobody had noticed the slight figure sleeping across 2 chairs in the corner, her hoodie pulled up high over her face. It was only when the triage nurse had gone person to person to ensure they were meeting waiting targets that someone shook the girl awake, and she confessed reluctantly that she was just there because it was warm and dry and safe. The nurse was questioning her when Sam, bringing in an old woman with breathing problems, caught sight of her at the desk. He had quietly instructed the nurses at the desk not to let her leave, and hurried out to call me before she could see him. He told me all this as we rushed into A&E. The waiting area had finally started to thin out, the fever-ridden children safely in cubicles with their parents, the drunks sent home to sleep it off. Only RTAs and stabbing victims at this time of night. They've given her some tea. She looks exhausted. I think she's happy just to sit tight. I must have looked anxious at this point because he added, "It's okay, they won't let her leave." I half walked, half ran along the strip-lit corridor, Sam striding beside me. And there she was, looking somehow smaller than she had done, her hair pulled into a messy plait, a plastic cup held between her thin hands. A nurse sat beside her, working through a pile of folders, and when she saw me and registered Sam, she smiled warmly and stood up to leave.
Lily's nails, I noticed, were black with grime. "Lily?" I said. Her dark, shadowed eyes met mine. What happened?" She looked at me, and then at Sam, her eyes huge and a little fearful. "We've been looking everywhere. We were— My God, Lily, where were you?" "Sorry," she whispered. I shook my head, trying to tell her that it didn't matter, that nothing could possibly matter, that the only important thing was that she was safe and she was here. I held out my arms. She looked into my eyes, took a step forward, and gently came to rest against me. And I closed my arms tight around her, feeling her silent, shaking sobs become my own. All I could do was thank some unknown God and offer up these silent words. Will, we found her. That first night home, I put Lily in my bed, and she slept for 18 hours, waking in the evening for some soup and a bath, then crashing out for a further 8. I slept on the sofa, the front door locked, afraid to go out or even to move in case she vanished again. Sam dropped in twice, before and after his shift, to bring milk and to check on how she'd been, and we talked in whispers in the hall, as if we were discussing an invalid. I rang Tanya Hockton Miller to tell her that her daughter had turned up safely. "I told you, you wouldn't listen to me," she crowed triumphantly, and I put the phone down before she could say anything else. Or I did. I called Mrs. Traynor, who let out a long, shaking sigh of relief, and didn't speak for some time. "Thank you," she said finally, and it sounded like it came from somewhere deep in her gut. "When can I come and see her?" I finally opened the email from Richard Percival, which informed me that, as you have been given the requisite 3 warnings, it is considered that, given your poor attendance record and failure to carry out your contractual requirements, your employment at the Shamrock and Clover Airport is terminated with immediate effect. He asked that I return the uniform, including wig, at my earliest convenience, or you will be charged its full retail value. I opened an email from Nathan asking, "Where the hell are you? Have you seen my last email?" I thought about Mr. Gopnik's offer, and, with a sigh, closed my computer. On the 3rd day, I woke on the sofa to find Lily missing. My heart lurched reflexively until I saw the open hallway window. I climbed up the fire escape and found her seated on the roof looking out across the city. She was wearing her pajama bottoms, which I'd washed, and Will's oversized sweater. "Hey," I said, walking across the roof towards her. "You have food in your fridge," she observed. "Ambulance, Sam. And you watered everything." That was mostly him, too. She nodded, as if that were probably to be expected. I took my place on the bench, and we sat in companionable silence for a while, breathing in the scent of the lavender, whose purple heads had burst out of their tight green buds. Everything in the little roof garden had now exploded into gaudy life, the petals and whispering leaves bringing color and movement and fragrance to the gray expanse of asphalt. "Sorry for hogging your bed. Your need was greater. You hung up all your clothes." She curled her legs neatly under her, tucking her hair behind an ear. She was still pale. "The nice ones. Well, I guess you made me think I shouldn't hide them in boxes anymore." She shot me a sideways look, and a small, sad smile that somehow made me sadder than if she hadn't smiled at all. The air held the promise of a scorching day, the street sounds muffled as if by the warmth of the sun. You could feel it already, seeping through the windows, bleaching the air.
Below us, a bin lorry clattered and roared its way slowly along the curbside to a tympanic accompaniment of beeps and men's voices. "Lily," I said, quietly, when it had finally receded into the distance, "what's going on?" I tried not to sound too interrogative. I know I'm not meant to ask you questions, and I'm not your actual family or anything, but all I can see is that something's gone wrong here. And I feel like I feel we're sort of related, and I just want you to trust me. I want you to feel you can talk to me." She kept her gaze fixed on her hands. "I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to report anything you say to anyone. You have to know that if you tell someone the truth, it will help. I promise. It will make things better." Says who? Me. There's nothing you can't tell me, Lily, really. She glanced at me, then looked away. You won't understand, she said softly, and then I knew. I knew. Below us it had become oddly quiet, or perhaps I could no longer hear anything beyond the few inches that separated us. I'm going to tell you a story, I said. Only one person in the whole world knows this story, because it was something I didn't feel I could share for years and years. And telling him changed the whole way I felt about it, and how I felt about myself. So here's the thing. You don't have to tell me anything at all, but I'm going to trust you enough to tell you my story anyway, just in case it will help. I waited a moment, but Lily didn't protest, or roll her eyes, or say it was going to be boring. She wrapped her arms around her knees, and she listened. She listened as I told her about the teenage girl who, on a glorious summer evening, had celebrated a little too hard in a place she considered safe. How she had been surrounded by her girlfriends and some nice boys who seemed as if they came from good families and knew the rules, and how much fun it had been, how funny and crazy and wild, until some drinks later, she realized nearly all the other girls had drifted away, and the laughter had grown hard, and the joke, it turned out, had been on her. And I told her, without going into too much detail, how that evening had ended, with a sister silently helping her home, her shoes lost, bruising in secret places, and a big black hole where her recall of those hours should have been, and the memories, fleeting and dark, now hanging over her head to remind her every day that she had been stupid, irresponsible, and had brought it all on herself. And how, for years, she had let that thought color what she did, where she went, and what she thought she was capable of. And how, sometimes, it just needed someone to say something as simple as, "No, it wasn't your fault. It really wasn't your fault." I finished, and Lily was still watching me. Her expression gave no clue to her reaction. "I don't know what was or is going on with you, Lily," I said carefully. "It might be totally unrelated to what I've just told you. I just want you to know there is nothing so bad that you can't tell me, and there is nothing you could do that would make me close a door on you again." Still, she didn't speak. I gazed out over the roof terrace, deliberately not looking at her. "You know, your dad said something to me that I've never forgotten. You don't have to let that one thing be the thing that defines you. My dad." She lifted her chin. I nodded. "Whatever it is that's happened, even if you don't want to tell me, you need to understand that he was right. These last weeks, months, don't have to be the thing that defines you. Even from the little I know of you, I recognize that you are bright and funny and kind and smart, and that if you can get yourself past whatever this is, you have an amazing future ahead. How can you possibly know that? Because you're like him. You're even wearing his jumper," I added softly. She brought her arms slowly to her face, placing the soft wool against her cheek, thinking. I sat back on the bench. I wondered if I had pushed it too far, talking about Will. But then Lily took a breath and, in a quiet, uncharacteristically flat voice, she told me the truth about where she'd been. She told me about the boy and about the man, and an image on a mobile phone that haunted her, and the days she had spent as a shadow on the city's neon-lit streets. As she spoke, she started to cry, shrinking into herself, her face crumpling like that of a 5-year-old. So I moved across the seat and brought her in close to me, stroking her hair while she kept talking, her words now jumbled, too fast, too full, broken with sobs and hiccups. By the time she got to the last day, she was huddled into me, swallowed by the jumper, swallowed by her own fear and guilt and sadness. "I'm sorry,"
she sobbed. "I'm so sorry." "You have nothing," I said fiercely as I held her. "Nothing to be sorry for." That evening, Sam came. He was cheerful, sweet, and casual in his dealings with Lily, cooked us pasta with cream, bacon, and mushrooms when she said she didn't want to go out, and we watched a comedy film about a family who got lost in a jungle, a strange facsimile of a family ourselves. I smiled and laughed and made tea, but inside I simmered with anger I dared show. As soon as Lily went to bed, I beckoned Sam onto the fire escape. We climbed up to the roof where I could be sure I wouldn't be heard, and as he sat down on the little wrought iron bench, I told him what she had told me, in that spot, just a few hours earlier. She thinks it's going to hang over her forever. He still has the phone, Sam. I wasn't sure I had ever been so furious. All evening as the television burbled in front of me, I had recast the last weeks in a new light. I thought about the times the boy had hung around downstairs, the way Lily had hidden her phone under the sofa cushions when she thought I might see it, the way she had sometimes flinched when a new message came through. I thought of her stuttering words, of the way she described her relief when she thought she had been rescued, and then the horror of what was to come next. I thought about the arrogance of a man who had seen a young girl in distress and viewed it as an opportunity. Sam motioned me to sit down, but I couldn't keep still. I paced backwards and forwards across the roof terrace, my fists tight, my neck rigid. I wanted to throw things over the edge. I wanted to find Mr. Garside. He came and stood behind me and rubbed at the knots in my shoulders. I suspected it was his way of making me stand still. "I actually want to kill him." "It can be arranged." I looked round at Sam to see if he was joking, and was the tiniest bit disappointed when I saw he was. It had grown chilly up there in the stiff night breeze, and I wished I had brought up a jacket. "Maybe we should just go to the police. It's blackmail, isn't it?" "He'll deny it. There are a million places he could hide a phone. And if her mother was telling the truth, nobody is going to believe Lily over a so-called pillar of the community. That's how these people get away with it. But how do we get that phone off him? She won't be able to move forward while she knows he's out there, while that image is still out there." I was shivering. Sam took his jacket off and hung it around my shoulders. It carried the residual warmth of him, and I tried not to look as grateful as I felt. "We can't turn up at his office, or her parents will find out. We could email him? Tell him he has to send it back, or else? He's hardly just going to cough it up. He might not even answer an email. That could be used as evidence. It's hopeless." I let out a long moan. Maybe she's just going to have to learn to live with it. Maybe we can convince her that it's as much in his interests to forget what happened as it is hers. Because it is, right? Maybe he'll just get rid of the phone himself. You think she'll go with that? No. I rubbed my eyes. I can't bear it. I can't bear that he'll get away with it.
That creepy, nasty, manipulative, limo-driving jerk. I stood up and gazed out at the city below me, feeling briefly despairing. I could see the future. Lily, defensive and wild, as she tried to escape the shadow of her past. That phone was the key to her behavior, to her future. Think, I told myself, think what Will would do. He would not have let this man win. I had to strategize like he would. I watched the traffic creeping slowly past the front door of my block. I thought of Mr. Garside's big black car cruising the streets of Soho. I thought about a man who moved silently and easily through life, confident that it would always work his way. "Sam," I said, "is there a drug you could give that could stop someone's heart?" He let that hang in the air for a moment. "Please tell me you're kidding." "No, listen, I've got an idea." She said nothing at first. "You'll be safe," I said, "and this way nobody has to know a thing. What moved me most was that she didn't ask me the question I had been asking myself ever since I outlined my plan to Sam. How do you know this will actually work? I've got it all lined up, sweetheart, Sam said, but nobody else knows anything, just that he's hassling you. Won't you get in trouble? Don't worry about me. She pulled at her sleeve, then murmured, and you won't leave me with him, at all, not for 1 minute. She chewed her lip. Then she looked at Sam and over at me, and something seemed to settle inside her. Okay, let's do it. I bought a cheap pay-as-you-go handset, called Lily's stepfather's workplace, and got Mr. Garside's mobile number from his secretary by pretending we had arranged to meet for a drink. That evening, as I waited for Sam to arrive, I sent a text to Garside's number. Mr. Garside, I'm sorry about hitting you. I just freaked. I want to sort it out. He left it half an hour before responding, probably to make her sweat. Why should I talk to you, Lily? You were very rude after all the help I gave you. Jerk, muttered Sam. I know, I'm sorry, but I do need your help. This is not a one-way street, Lily. I know. You just gave me a shock. I needed time to think. Let's meet up. I'll give you what you want, but you have to give me the phone first. I don't think you get to dictate terms, Lily. Sam looked at me. I looked back at him, then began to type. Not even if I'm willing to be more agreeable. A pause. Now you've got my interest. Sam and I exchanged a look. I just did a little sick in my mouth, I said. Tomorrow night then, I typed. I'll send you the address when I've checked my friend will be out. When we were sure he wouldn't respond, Sam put the phone into his pocket, where Lily couldn't see it, and held me for a long time. I was almost ill with nerves the next day, and Lily was worse. We picked at our breakfast, and I let Lily smoke in the flat, and was almost tempted to ask for a cigarette myself. We watched a film and did some chores badly, and by 7:30 that evening, when Sam arrived, my head was buzzing so much I could barely speak. Did you send the address? I asked him. Yep. Show me. The phone message was simply the address of my flat, and signed L. He had responded. I have a meeting in town, and I'll be there shortly after 8. You okay? He said. My stomach tightened. I felt as if I could hardly breathe. I don't want to get you into trouble. I mean, what if you get found out? You'll lose your job. Sam shook his head. Won't happen. I shouldn't have pulled you into this mess. You've been so brilliant, and I feel like I'm repaying you by putting you at risk. We'll all be fine. Keep breathing. He smiled reassuringly at me, but I thought I could detect a faint strain around his eyes. He glanced over my shoulder, and I turned. Lily was wearing a black t-shirt, denim shorts, and black tights, and she had done her makeup so that she looked simultaneously very beautiful and very young. You all right, sweetheart? She nodded. Her skin, normally the slightly olive color Will's had been, was unusually pale. Her eyes were huge in her face. It's all going to be fine. I'd be surprised if it takes longer than 5 minutes. Lou's been through it all with you, yes? Sam's voice was calm, reassuring. We had rehearsed it a dozen times. I wanted her to reach a point where she wouldn't freeze, where she could repeat her lines without thinking. I know what I'm doing. Right, he said, and clapped his hands together. 7:45. Let's get ready. He was punctual, I had to give him that. At 8:01, my buzzer rang. Lily took an audible breath. I squeezed her hand, and then she answered the entry phone. Yes, she's gone. Come up. It didn't seem to occur to him that she might not be what he thought. Lily let him in. Only I, watching through the crack in my bedroom door, could see the way her hand trembled as she reached for the lock. Garside ran his hand over his head, glanced briefly around the hallway. He was wearing a good gray suit and tucked his car keys into his inside breast pocket.
I couldn't stop staring at him, at his expensive shirt, his beady, acquisitive eyes as they scanned the flat. My jaw tightened. What kind of man felt entitled to press himself on a girl 40 years younger than he was, to blackmail the child of his own colleague? He looked uncomfortable, far from relaxed. "I've parked my car out the back. Will it be safe?" "I think so." Lily swallowed. "You think so?" He took a step back towards the door. The kind of man who sees his car as an extension of some minuscule part of himself. "And what about your friend, whoever owns this place? They're not coming back?" I held my breath. Behind me, I felt Sam's steadying hand on the small of my back. "Oh, no. It will be fine." She smiled, suddenly reassuring. "She won't be back for ages. Do come in. Would you like a drink, Mr. Garside?" He looked at her as if he were seeing her for the first time. So formal. He took a step forward and finally closed the door behind him. "Do you have scotch? I'll check. Come through." She began to walk to the kitchen, him following, removing his suit jacket. As they entered the living room, Sam walked past me out of the bedroom, strode across the hallway in his heavy boots, and locked the inside door to the flat, placing the keys, jangling, in his pocket. Garside, surprised, turned and saw him, joined now by Donna. They stood there in uniform against the door. He looked at them, then back to Lily, and faltered, trying to work out what was going on. "Hello, Mr. Garside," I said. "I believe you have something to return to my friend here." He actually broke out in a spontaneous sweat. Until then, I hadn't known it was physically possible. His eyes darted about for Lily, but as I had stepped out into the hall, she had moved so that she was half behind me. Sam stepped forward. Mr. Garside's head reached just above his shoulder. "The phone, please." "You can't threaten me." "We're not threatening you," I said. "We would just like the phone." "You're threatening me just by blocking my exit." "Oh no, sir," said Sam. "Actually threatening you would involve mentioning the fact that if my colleague and I chose, we could pin you down right here and now and inject you with dihydrophenol, which would slow and ultimately stop your heart. Now that would be a threat, especially as nobody would question the word of the paramedic crew who had apparently tried to save you. And as dihydrophenol is one of the few drugs that leaves no trace in the bloodstream." Donna, her arms crossed across her chest, shook her head sadly. "It's a shame, the way these middle-aged businessmen just drop like flies. All sorts of health issues. They drink too much, eat too well, don't take enough exercise. I'm sure this gentleman here isn't like that. You'd hope not, but who knows? Mr. Garside seemed to have shrunk by several inches. And don't even think of threatening Lily. We know where you live, Mr. Garside. All paramedics have that information to hand if and when they need it."
It's amazing what can happen if you piss off a paramedic. "This is outrageous." He was blustering now, his face drained of color. "Yep, it really is." I held out my hand. "The phone, please." Garside glanced around him again, then finally reached into his pocket and handed it to me. I tossed it to Lily. "Check it, Lily." I looked away in deference to her feelings while she did so. "Delete it," I said. "Just delete it." When I looked back, she had the phone, screen blank, in her hand. She gave a faint nod. Sam motioned to her to throw it to him. He dropped it to the floor and stamped down on it with his right foot so that the plastic splintered. He crushed it with such violence that the floor shook. I found myself flinching, along with Mr. Garside, every time Sam's heavy boot came down. Finally, Sam stooped and gingerly picked up the tiny SIM card, which had skidded under the radiator. He examined it and held it up in front of the older man. "Was that the only copy?" Garside nodded. Moisture was darkening his collar. "Of course it's the only copy," said Donna. "A responsible member of the community wouldn't want to take the risk of something like that turning up anywhere, would he? Imagine what Mr. Garside's family would say if his nasty little secret got out." Garside's mouth had compressed into a thin line. "You've got what you wanted. Now let me leave." "No, I would like to say something." My voice, I noted distantly, shook slightly with the effort of containing my fury. "You are a sleazy, pathetic little man, and if I—" Mr. Garside's mouth hooked upwards in a sneer, the kind of man who had never once felt threatened by a woman. "Oh, do be quiet, you ridiculous little—" Something hard glittered in Sam's eyes, and he sprang forward. My arm shot out to restrain him. I don't remember my other fist pulling back. I do remember the pain that shot through my knuckles as it made contact with the side of Garside's face. He reeled backwards, his upper body hitting the door, and I stumbled, not expecting the force of the impact. When he righted himself, I was shocked to see blood trickling from his nose. "Let me out," he hissed, through his fingers. "This minute." Sam blinked at me, then unlocked the door. Donna stepped away, just about allowing him through. She leaned towards him. "Are you sure you don't want a dressing for that before you go?" Garside kept his pace measured as he left, but as the door clicked shut behind him, we heard the sound of his expensive shoes picking up into a run down the corridor. We stood in silence until we couldn't hear them anymore. And then the sound of several people exhaling at once. "Nice punch, Cassius," said Sam, after a minute. "Want me to take a look at that hand?" I couldn't speak. I was bent double, swearing silently into my chest. "Always hurts more than you think it will, doesn't it?" said Donna, patting my back. "Don't stress, sweetheart," she told Lily. "Whatever he said to you, that old man is nothing. Gone. He won't be back," said Sam. Donna laughed. "He pretty much crapped himself. I think he'll be running a mile from you from now on. Forget it, darling." She hugged Lily briskly, as you might someone who had toppled off a bike, then handed me the pieces of the broken phone to throw away. "Right, I promised to pop round my dad's before our shift. See you later." And then, with a wave, she was gone, her boots clumping cheerfully down the corridor. Sam began to rummage through his medical pack to find a dressing for my hand. Lily and I walked into the living room, where she sank down on the sofa. "You did brilliantly," I told her. "You were pretty badass yourself." I examined my bloodied knuckles. When I looked up, the smallest grin was playing around her lips. "He totally wasn't expecting that. Neither was I. I'd never hit anyone before." I straightened my face. "Not that, you should consider me any kind of moral example." "I've never considered you any kind of example, Lou," she grinned, almost reluctantly, as Sam came in, bearing some sterile bandage and a pair of scissors. "You okay, Lily?" He raised his eyebrows. She nodded. "Good. Let's move on to something more interesting. Who fancies spaghetti carbonara?" When she left the room, he let out a long breath, then stared at the ceiling for a moment, as if composing himself. "What?" I said. "Thank God you hit him first. I was afraid I was going to kill him." Some time later, after Lily had gone to bed, I joined Sam in the kitchen. For the first time in weeks, some sort of peace had descended over my home. She's happier already. I mean, she bitched about the new toothpaste and left her towels on the floor, but in Lily terms, she's definitely better. He nodded at this and emptied the sink. It felt good having him in my kitchen. I watched him for a minute, wondering how it would feel to walk up and place my arms around his waist. "Thank you," I said instead, "for everything." He turned, wiping his hands on the tea towel. "You were pretty smart yourself, Punchy." He reached out a hand and pulled me to him. We kissed. There was something so delicious about his kisses, the softness of them compared to the brute strength of him. I lost myself in him for a moment. "But what?" he said, pulling back. "What's wrong?" "You're going to think it's weird."
More weird than this evening? I keep thinking about that dihydranal stuff. How much would it take to actually kill a person? Is this something you all carry routinely? It just sounds really dodgy. You don't need to worry, he said. You say that, but what if someone really hated you? Could they put it in your food? Could terrorists get hold of it? I mean, how much would they actually need? Lou, there's no such drug. What? I made it up. There's no such thing as dihydranal. Totally invented. He grinned at my shocked face. Funnily enough, I don't think I've ever had a drug that worked better. I was the last one to arrive at the moving on meeting. My car wouldn't start again, and I'd had to wait for the bus. When I got there, the biscuit tin was just closing, a signal that the real business of the evening was about to begin. Today, we're going to talk about faith in the future, Mark said. I muttered my apology and sat down. Oh, and we only have an hour today because of an emergency scouts meeting. Sorry about that, guys. Mark fixed each of us with his special empathetic gaze. He was very keen on his special empathetic gaze. Sometimes he would stare at me for so long, I wondered if something was poking out of my nostril. He looked down, as if gathering his thoughts, or perhaps he liked to read his opening lines from a pre-prepared script. When someone we love is snatched from us, it often feels very hard to make plans. Sometimes people feel like they have lost faith in the future, or they become superstitious. I thought I was going to die, said Natasha. You are, said William. Not helpful, William, said Mark. No, honestly, for the first 18 months after Olaf died, I thought I had cancer. I think I went to the doctor about a dozen times convinced I was getting cancer. Brain tumors, pancreatic cancer, womb cancer, even little finger cancer. There's no such thing as little finger, said Natasha. Oh, how would you know? Snapped Natasha. You have a smart answer for everything, William, but sometimes you should just keep your mouth shut, okay? It gets very tedious having you make a snarky comment about everything that someone says in this group. I thought I had little finger cancer. My GP sent me for tests, and it turned out I didn't. It might have been an irrational fear, yes, but you don't have to put down everything I say, because whatever you think, you don't know everything, okay? There was a brief silence. Actually, said William, I work on an oncology ward. It still stands, she said after a microsecond. You are insufferable, a deliberate agitator, a pain in the backside. That's true, said William. Natasha stared at the floor. Or perhaps we all did, given I was studying the floor.
She put her face into her hands for a moment, then looked up at him. You're not really, William. I'm sorry. I think I'm just having one of those days. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. Still can't get little finger cancer, though, said William. So, said Mark, as we tried to ignore Natasha cursing repeatedly under her breath, I'm wondering whether any of you have reached a point where you can consider the prospect of life 5 years on. Where do you see yourself? What do you see yourself doing? Do you feel okay to imagine the future now? I'll be happy if my old ticker's still ticking, said Fred. That online activity putting it under strain, said Sunil. That, Fred exclaimed, that was a total waste of money. The first site, I spent 2 weeks emailing this woman from Lisbon, total cracker, and when I finally suggested we meet up for a bit of intimacy, she tried to sell me a condo in Florida. And then a man called Buffed Adonis private messaged me to warn me off and tell me she was actually a one-legged Puerto Rican fella called Ramirez. What about the other sites, Fred? The only woman who said she'd meet me looked like my great-aunt Elsie, who kept her keys in her knickers. I mean, she was very sweet and all, but the old girl was so ancient, I was almost tempted to check. Don't give up, Fred, said Mark. It might be that you're looking in the wrong places. For my keys? Oh, no, I hang those by the door. Daphne decided she'd like to retire abroad in the next few years. It's the cold here, gets into my joints. Leanne said she hoped to finish her philosophy masters. We gave each other the kind of deliberately blank looks you do when nobody wants to admit they had actually assumed she worked in a supermarket, or maybe a slaughterhouse. William said, "Well, you can't." Nobody laughed, and when he realized nobody was going to, he sat back in his chair, and it might have been only me who heard Natasha muttering, "Ha ha," like Nelson in The Simpsons. At first, Sunil didn't want to speak. Then he said he'd thought about it, and he'd decided that in 5 years' time he'd like to be married. I feel like I've turned myself off for the past 2 years, like I wouldn't let anyone get close to me because of what happened. I mean, what's the point of getting close to someone if you're only going to lose them? But the other day, I started thinking about what I actually want out of life, and I realized it was someone to love. Because you gotta move on, right? You gotta see some kind of future. It was the most I had heard Sunil speak in any meeting since I had started coming. "That's very positive, Sunil," said Mark. "Thank you for sharing." I listened to Jake talk about going to college and how he wanted to train as an animator, and wondered absently where his father would be. Still weeping over his dead wife, or happily ensconced with some newer version? I suspected the latter. Then I thought about Sam, and wondered whether my offhand reference to a relationship had been wise. Then I wondered what we were in if it wasn't a relationship. Because there were relationships and relationships. And even as I mulled this over, I realized that if he asked, I wasn't sure which category we even fitted into. I couldn't help wondering whether the intensity of our search for Lily had acted as a kind of cheap glue, binding us together too quickly. What did we even have in common, other than a fall from a building? 2 days previously, I had gone to the ambulance station to wait for Sam, and Donna had stood by her car chatting to me for a few minutes while he gathered his belongings. "Don't mess him around." I turned, not sure if I had heard her correctly. She had watched as an ambulance was unloaded by the shutters, and then rubbed her nose. "He's all right for a great lunk, and he really likes you." I hadn't known what to say. "He does. He's been talking about you, and he doesn't talk about anyone. Don't tell him I said anything. He's all right. I just want you to know." She had raised her eyebrows at me then and nodded, as if confirming something to herself. "I've just realized you're not in your dancing girl outfit," said Daphne. There was a murmur of recognition. "Did you get promoted?" I was dragged from my thoughts. "Oh, no. I got fired. Where are you working now?" "Nowhere, yet. But your outfit?" I was wearing my little black dress with the white collar. "Oh, this? It's just a dress. I thought you were working at a themed bar for secretaries, or maybe French maids." "Don't you ever stop, Fred. You don't understand. At my age, the phrase 'use it or lose it' takes on a certain urgency. I might only have 20 or so intimate moments left in me. Some of us have never had 20 intimate moments in the first place." We paused to give Fred and Daphne time to stop giggling. "And your future? It sounds like it's all change for you," said Mark. "Well, I actually got offered another job." "You did?" There was a little ripple of applause, which made me blush. "Oh, I'm not going to take it, but it's fine. I feel I've sort of moved on, just for being offered a job." William said, "So what was the job?" "Just something in New York." They all stared at me. "You got a job offer in New York?" "Yes, a paid job." "With accommodation," I said quietly. "And you wouldn't have to wear that terrible shiny green dress." "I hardly think my outfit was a good enough reason to emigrate," I laughed. Nobody else did. "Oh, come on," I said. They were all still staring at me. Leanne's mouth might actually have been hanging open a little. "New York! New York!" "You don't know the whole story. I can't go now. I have Lily to sort out." "The daughter of your ex-employer?"
Jake was frowning at me. Well, he was more than my employer, but yes. Does she have no family of her own, Louisa? Daphne leaned forward. It's complicated. They all looked at each other. Mark put his pad on his lap. How much do you feel you've really learned from these sessions, Louisa? I had received the package from New York, a bundle of documents, with immigration and health insurance forms clipped together with a thick piece of cream notepaper, on which Mr. Leonard M. Gopnik forwarded me a formal offer to work for his family. I had locked myself into the bathroom to read it, then read it a second time, converted the salary to pounds, sighed for a bit, and promised myself I would not Google the address. After I'd Googled the address, I resisted the brief urge to lie on the floor in a fetal position. Then I got a grip, stood up, and flushed the loo, in case Lily wondered what I was doing there, washed my hands, out of habit, and took it all into my bedroom, where I stuffed it into the drawer under my bed, and told myself I would never look at it again. That night she had knocked on my bedroom door shortly before midnight. "Can I stay here? I don't really want to go back to my mum's." "You can stay as long as you want." She had lain down on the other side of my bed and curled up in a little ball. I watched her sleep, then pulled the duvet over her. Will's daughter needed me. It was as simple as that. And, whatever my sister said, I owed him. Here was a way to feel I hadn't been completely useless. I could still do something for him. And that envelope proved I was someone who could get a decent job offer. That was progress. I had friends, a sort of boyfriend, even. This, too, was progress. I ignored Nathan's missed calls and deleted his voicemail messages. I would explain it all to him in a day or two. It felt, if not like a plan, then as close to one as I was going to get right now. Sam was due shortly after I got back on Tuesday. He texted at 7 to say he was going to be late. He sent another at 8:15, saying he wasn't sure what time he would make it. I'd felt flat all day, struggling with the stasis that comes from not having a job to go to, worries about how I was going to pay my bills, and being trapped in an apartment with someone else who similarly had nowhere to go, and I was unwilling to leave by herself.
At 9:30, the buzzer went. Sam was at the front door, still in uniform. I let him in and stepped out into the corridor, closing the front door behind me. He emerged from the stairwell and walked towards me, his head down. He was grey with exhaustion and gave off a strange, disturbed energy. "I thought you weren't coming. What happened? Are you okay?" "I'm being hauled up in front of disciplinary." "What?" "Another crew saw my rig outside the night we met Garside. They told control. I couldn't give them a good answer as to why we were attending something that wasn't on the system. So what happened? I fudged it, said someone had come running out and asked us for help, and that it had turned out to be a prank. Donna backed me up, thank God, but they're not happy. It's not that bad, surely. And one of the A&E nurses asked Lily how she knew me, and she said I'd given her a lift home from a nightclub. My hand went to my mouth. What does that mean? The union's arguing my case, but if they find against me, I'll be suspended, or worse. A new, deep furrow had etched its way between his brows. Because of us. Sam, I'm so sorry. He shook his head. She wasn't to know. I was going to step forward and hold him then, to put my arms around him, rest my face against his. But something held me back. A sudden, unbidden image of Will, turning his face away from me, unreachable in his unhappiness. I faltered, then, a second too late, reached out a hand instead and touched Sam's arm. He glanced down at it, frowning slightly, and I had the slightly discomforting sensation that he knew something of what had just passed through my head. "You could always give it up and raise your chickens, build your house." I heard my voice, trying too hard. "You've got options. A man like you could do anything." He gave a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. He kept staring at my hand. We stood there for an awkward moment. "I'd better go." "Oh," he said, holding out a parcel. "Someone left this by the door. Didn't think it would last long in your lobby. Come in, please." I took it from him, feeling I had let him down. "Let me cook you something, badly. Come on." "I'd better get home." He walked back down the corridor before I could say anything else. From the window, I watched him leave, walking stiffly back to his motorbike, and I felt a momentary cloud pass over me again. Don't get too close. And then I remembered Mark's advice at the end of the last session. Understand that your grieving, anxious brain is simply responding to cortisol spikes. It is perfectly natural to be fearful of getting close to anyone. Some days I felt as if I had two cartoon advisors constantly arguing on each side of my head. In the living room, Lily turned away from the television. Was that Ambulance Sam? Yup. She went back to the television. Then the parcel grabbed her attention. What's that? Oh, it was in the lobby. It's addressed to you. She stared suspiciously at it, as if she was still too conscious of the possibility of unpleasant surprises. Then she peeled back the layers of wrapping to reveal a leather-bound photograph album, its cover embossed with "For Lily, Traynor." She opened it slowly, and there on the first page, covered with tissue, was the black and white photograph of a baby. Underneath it was a handwritten note. Your father weighed 9 pounds 2 ounces. I was absolutely furious with him for being so big, as I'd been told I'd have a nice small one. He was a very cross baby and kept me running ragged for months. But when he smiled, oh, old ladies would cross the road to tickle his cheeks. He hated this, of course. I sat down beside her. Lily flicked forward 2 pages, and there was Will, in a royal blue prep school uniform and cap, scowling at the camera. The note underneath read, Will hated that school cap so much that he hid it in the dog's basket. The second one he lost in a pond. The third time his father threatened to stop his pocket money, but he simply traded football cards until he'd made it back. Even the school couldn't make him wear it. I think he had a weekly detention until he was 13. Lily touched his face. I look like him when I was small. Well, I said, he's your dad. She allowed herself a small smile, then turned to the next page. Look at this one. In the next photograph, he smiled directly out at the camera, the same skiing holiday picture that had been in his bedroom when we had first met. I gazed at his beautiful face, and the familiar wave of sadness passed over me. And then, unexpectedly, Lily started to laugh. Look at this one. Will, his face covered with mud after a rugby game. Another, where he was dressed as a devil, taking a running jump off a haystack. A page of silliness, Will as prankster, laughing, human. I thought of the typed sheet Mark had given me after I had missed Idealization Week. It is important not to turn the dead into saints. Nobody can walk in the shadow of a saint. I wanted you to see your father before his accident. He was fiercely ambitious and professional, yes, but I also remember times where he slid off his chair laughing, or danced with the dog, or came home covered with bruises because of some ridiculous dare. He once shoved his sister's face into a bowl of sherry trifle, picture on right, because she had said he wouldn't, and I wanted to be cross with him as it had taken me simply ages to make, but you really could never be cross with Will for very long. No, you never could. Lily flicked through the other pictures, all with little notes beside them. This Will, rising from the pages, was not a 2-line piece in a newspaper, a careful obituary, a solemn photograph illustrating a sad tale in a long-running legal debate. This was a man, alive, 3-dimensional. I gazed at each picture, distantly aware of each lump in my throat as it rose, and was overcome. A card had slid out onto the floor. I picked it up and scanned the 2-line message. She wants to come and see you. Lily could barely tear her eyes from the album. What do you think, Lily? Are you up for it? It took her a moment to hear me. I don't think so. I mean, it's nice, but... The mood changed. She closed the leather cover, put it neatly to the side of the sofa, and turned back to the television. A few minutes later, without saying a word, she moved up on the sofa beside me and let her head fall onto my shoulder. That night, after Lily had gone to bed, I emailed Nathan. I'm sorry, I can't take it. It's a long story, but I have Will's daughter living with me, and a lot has been going on, and I can't up and leave her. I have to do what's right. I'll try to explain in brief. I ended, thank you for thinking of me. I emailed Mr. Gopnik,
thanking him for his offer and stating that, due to a change in circumstances, I was very sorry but I wouldn't be able to take the job. I wanted to write more, but the huge knot in my stomach seemed to have drained all the energy from my fingertips. I waited an hour, but neither of them responded. When I walked back into the empty living room to turn off the lights, the photograph album was gone. Well, well, if isn't the employee of the year? I put the bag containing my uniform and wig down on the counter. The tables of the Shamrock and Clover were already full by breakfast time. A plump 40-something businessman, whose drooping head suggested an early start on the hard stuff, gazed blearily up at me, cradling his glass between fat hands. Vera was at the far end, angrily shifting tables and people's feet to sweep under them as if she were chasing mice. I was wearing a man-style blue shirt. It was easier to feel confident if you were wearing men's clothes, I had decided, and observed, distantly, that it was almost the same shade as Richard's. Richard, I wanted to talk to you about what happened last week. Around us, the airport was half full of bank holiday passengers. There were fewer suits than usual, and an undertow of small crying children.
Behind the till, a new banner offered the chance to get your trip off to a good start. Coffee, croissant, and a chaser. Richard moved briskly around the bar, placing newly filled cups of coffee and plastic-wrapped cereal bars on a tray, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Don't bother. Is the uniform clean?" He reached past me for the plastic bag and pulled out my green dress. He scanned it carefully under the strip lights, his face set in a half-grimace, as if he were primed to spot unsavory marks. I half expected him to sniff it. "Of course it's clean. It needs to be in a suitable condition for a new employee to wear." "It was washed yesterday," I snapped. I noticed suddenly that a new version of Celtic Pan pipes was playing, fewer harp strings, heavy on the flute. "Right. We have some paperwork in the back that you need to sign. I'll go and get it, and you can do that here. And then that's it. Maybe we could just do this somewhere a bit more private?" Richard Percival didn't look at me. "Too busy, I'm afraid. I have 100 things to do, and I'm one staff member down today." He bustled past me officiously, counting aloud the remaining bags of scampi fries hanging by the optics. 6, 7, Vera, can you serve that gentleman over there, please?" "Yes, well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was wondering if there was any way you—" 8, 9, "The wig." "What? Where's the wig?" "Oh, here." I reached into my bag and pulled it out. I had brushed it before putting it in its own bag. It sat like a piece of blonde roadkill, waiting to make some other person's head itch. "Did you wash it? Wash the wig?" "Yes. It's unhygienic for somebody else to put it on without you washing it first. It's made of cheaper synthetic fibers than a cut-price Barbie's. I assumed it would basically melt in a washing machine. If it's not in suitable condition for a future staff member to wear, I'm going to have to charge you for a replacement." I stared at him. "You're charging me for the wig?" He held it up, then stuffed it back into the bag. £28.40. I will, of course, provide you with a receipt." "Oh my God, you really are going to charge me for the wig?" I laughed. I stood in the middle of the crowded airport as the planes took off, and I thought about what my life had become working for this man. I pulled my purse from my pocket. "Fine," I said. £28.40, you say? Tell you what, I'll round it up to 30, to include administrative expenses. You don't need to." I counted out the notes and slammed them onto the bar in front of him. "You know something, Richard? I like working. If you'd looked beyond your bloody targets for 5 minutes, you would have seen that I was somebody who actually wanted to do well. I worked hard. I wore your horrific uniform, even though it turned my hair static and made small children jig in the street behind me. I did everything you asked, including cleaning men's loose, which I'm pretty sure was not in my contract, and which, in actual employment law, I'm sure should have meant the provision of a hazchem suit at least.
I stood in for extra shifts while you searched for new bartenders because you've alienated every single member of staff who ever came through this door. And I have upsold your wretched dry-roasted peanuts even though they smell like someone breaking wind. But I'm not an automaton. I'm human, and I have a life. And just for a short while, I had responsibilities that meant I couldn't be the employee you or I would have liked. I came here today to ask for my job back, actually to beg for my job back, as I still have responsibilities and I want a job. I need a job. But I just realized I don't want this one. I'd rather work for free than spend another day in this miserable, soul-destroying, panpipe-chuffing bar. I would rather clean toilets for free than work one more day for you. So thank you, Richard. You've actually prompted my first positive decision as long as I can remember. I rammed my purse into my bag, pushed the wig towards him, and made to leave. You can stick your job in the same place you can stick those peanuts. I turned back. Oh, and that thing you do with your hair? All that gel stuff and the perfectly even top thing? Awful. It makes you look like Action Man. The businessman sat up on his bar stool and gave a little round of applause. Richard's hand went involuntarily to his head. I glanced at the businessman, then back at Richard. Actually, forget the last bit. That was mean. And I left. I was striding across the concourse, my heart still thumping, when I heard him. "Louisa! Louisa!" Richard was half walking, half running behind me. I considered ignoring him, but finally came to a halt by the perfume concession. "What?" I said. "Did I miss a peanut crumb?" He stopped, puffing slightly. He studied the shop window for a few seconds, as if he was thinking. Then he faced me. "You're right, okay? You're right." I stared at him. The Shamrock and Clover. It's a horrible place. And I know I've not been the greatest to work for. But all I can tell you is that for every miserable directive I give you, I'm being pressured 10 times harder by head office. My wife hates me because I'm never home. The suppliers hate me because I have to cut their margins every single week because of pressure from shareholders. My regional manager says I'm underperforming on units shifted, and if I don't pull it out of the bag, I'm going to get sent to the North Wales passenger ferry branch. At which point my wife will actually leave me, and I won't blame her. I hate managing people. I have the social skills of a lamppost, which is why I can't hang on to anyone. Vera only stays because she has the skin of a rhino, and I suspect she's secretly after my job. So there, I'm sorry. I'd actually quite like to give you your job back, because whatever I said earlier, you were pretty good. Customers liked you. He sighed, and looked out over the milling crowds around us. But you know what, Louisa? You should get out while you can. You're pretty, you're smart, hard-working. You could get something way better than this. If I wasn't locked into a mortgage that I can barely afford, a baby on the way, and payments to make on a fricking Honda Civic that makes me feel about 120 years old, believe me, I'd be taken off out of here faster than one of those planes. He held out a hand with a payslip. Your holiday pay. Now go. Seriously, Louisa, get out. I looked down at the little brown envelope in my hand. Around us, the passengers moved at a crawl, pausing at outlet windows, checking for vanished passports, oblivious to what was going on in their midst. And I knew, with a weary inevitability, what was going to happen. Richard, thanks for that, but could I still have the job? Even if it's just for a bit? I do actually really need it. Richard looked as if he couldn't believe what I was saying. Then he let out a sigh. If you could do a couple of months, it would be a massive relief. I'm right up the proverbial creek here. In fact, if you could start now, I could make it over to the wholesalers to pick up the new beer mats. We swapped places, a little waltz of mutual disappointment. I'll call home, I said. Oh, here, he said. We gazed at each other a moment longer, and then he handed me the plastic bag containing my uniform. I guess you'll be needing this. Richard and I settled into a routine of sorts.
He treated me with a little more consideration, only asking me to do the gents on the days when Noah, the new cleaner, failed to turn up, not commenting if he thought I was spending too long talking to customers, even though he did look a bit pained. In turn, I was cheerful and punctual, and careful to upsell when I could. I felt an odd responsibility towards his well-being.
One day, he took me to one side and said that, while it was possibly a little premature, head office had told him they were looking to elevate one of the permanent staff to an assistant managerial position, and if things carried on as they were, he felt very much inclined to put my name forward. I can't risk promoting Vera. She'd put floor cleaner in my tea to get my job. I thanked him and tried to look more delighted than I felt. Lily, meanwhile, asked Samir for a job, and he said he would take her for a half-day's trial if she would do it for free. I handed her a coffee at 7:30 and made sure she left the flat dressed and ready in time for her 8 o'clock start. When I returned home that evening, she had apparently got the job, albeit on $2.73 an hour, which I discovered was the lowest rate he could legally pay her. She had spent most of the day moving crates in the back storeroom and putting prices on tins with an ancient sticker gun, while Samir and his cousin watched football on his iPad. She was filthy and exhausted, but curiously happy. If I last a month, he says, he'll consider putting me on the till. I had a shift change, so on Thursday afternoon we drove to Lily's parents' house in St. John's Wood, and I waited in the car while Lily went in and collected some more clothes and the Kandinsky print that she had promised would look good in my flat. She emerged 20 minutes later, her face furious and closed. Tanya walked out into the porch, her arms folded, watching silently as Lily opened the boot and threw in an overstuffed holdall, and, more carefully, the print. Then she climbed into the front seat and gazed straight ahead at the empty road. As Tanya closed the door behind her, there was a small possibility that she was wiping her eyes. I put my key into the ignition. "When I grow up," Lily said, and perhaps only I could have detected the faint tremor in her voice, "I am not going to be anything like my mother." I waited a moment, then started the car, and we drove in silence back to my flat. Fancy the pictures tonight? I could do with some escapism. I don't think I should leave Lily. Bring her? I'd better not. Sorry, Sam. That evening, I found Lily out on the fire escape. She looked up at the sound of the window opening and waved a cigarette. Thought it was a bit mean to keep smoking in your flat, given that you don't. I wedged the window open, climbed out carefully, and sat down on the iron steps beside her. Below us, the car park simmered in the August heat, the scent of hot tarmac rising into the still air. A car with the bonnet up thumped bass from its sound system. The metal of the steps retained the warmth of a month of sunny afternoons, and I leaned back, closing my eyes. "I thought it would all work out," Lily said. I opened them. "I thought if I could just get Peter to go away, all my problems would be solved. I thought if I could find my dad, I would feel like I belonged somewhere. And now Peter's gone, and Garside's gone, and I know about my dad, and I have you, but nothing feels like I expected." I was about to tell her not to be silly. I was about to point out that she had come such a long way in a short time, that she had her first job, prospects, a bright future, the standard adult responses. But they sounded trite and patronizing. At the end of the road, a bunch of office workers huddled round a metal table by the pub's rear door. Later tonight, it would be packed with hipsters and strays from the city, spilling out with drinks across the pavement, their raucous calls filtering in through my open window. "I know what you mean," I said. "I've been waiting to feel normal again since your dad died. I feel like I'm basically going through the motions. I'm still in a lousy job. I still live in this flat, which I don't think is ever going to feel like home. I had a near-death experience, but I can't say it gave me wisdom or gratitude for life or anything. I go to a grief counseling group, full of people who are as stuck as I am, but I haven't really done anything."
Lily thought about this. You helped me. That's pretty much the one thing I hang on to most days. And you have a boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Sure, Louisa. We watched the traffic crawl down towards the city. Lily took a final drag of her cigarette and stubbed it out on the metal step. That's my next thing, I said. She had the grace to look slightly guilty. I know. I will stop. I promise. Across the rooftops, the sun had started to side, its orange glow diffused by the lead-gray air of the city evening. You know, Lily, perhaps some things just take longer than others. I think we'll get there, though. She linked her arm through mine and let her head rest on my shoulder. We watched the sun's gentle fall and the lengthening shadows creeping towards us, and I thought about the New York skyline and that nobody was truly free. Perhaps all freedom, physical, personal, only came at the cost of somebody or something else. The sun vanished, and the orange sky began to turn petrol blue. When we stood up, Lily smoothed her skirt, then gazed at the packet in her hand. She pulled the remaining cigarettes abruptly from the wrapper and snapped them in half, then flung them into the air, a confetti of tobacco and white paper. She looked at me triumphantly and held up her hand. There, I am officially a smoke-free zone. Just like that. Why not? You said it might take longer than we thought. Well, that's my first step. What's yours? Oh, gosh. Maybe I'll persuade Richard to let me stop wearing that terrible nylon wig. That would be an excellent first step. It would be nice not to get an electric shock off every door handle in your flat. Her smile was infectious. I took the empty cigarette packet from her before she could litter the car park with that too, and stood back so she could climb through the window. She stopped and turned to me, as if she had suddenly thought of something. You know, falling in love with someone else doesn't mean that you loved my dad any less. You don't have to be sad just to stay connected to him. She stared at her. It's just a thought. She shrugged and climbed back in through the window. I woke the next day to find that Lily had already gone to work. She'd left a note saying she would bring some bread home at lunchtime, as we were a bit short. I had drunk some coffee, had breakfast, and put on my trainers to go for a walk. Mark, exercise is as good for your spirit as it is for your body. When my mobile rang, a number I didn't recognize. Hello? It took me a minute. Mom? Look out your window. I walked across the living room and gazed out. My mother was on the pavement, waving vigorously. What are you doing here? Where's Dad? He's at home. Is Granddad okay? Granddad's fine. But you never come to London by yourself. You don't even go past the petrol station without Dad in tow. Well, it was about time I changed, wasn't it? Shall I come up? I don't want to use up all the minutes on my new phone. I buzzed her in and went around the living room, clearing the worst of last night's dishes, and by the time she reached the door, I was standing there, arms open, ready to greet her. She was wearing her good anorak, her handbag slung satchel-style over her shoulder, harder for muggers to snatch it, and her hair styled into soft waves around her neck. She was beaming, her lips carefully outlined in coral pink lipstick, and clutching the family AZ, which dated back to sometime around 1983. I can't believe you came by yourself. Isn't it wonderful? I actually feel quite giddy. I told a young man on the tube that it was the first time I'd been on the underground in 30 years without someone holding my hand, and he moved a full 4 seats down the carriage. I got quite hysterical with laughter. Will you put the kettle on? She sat, pulling off her coat, and gazed at the walls around her. Well now, the green is, interesting. Lily's choice.
I wondered fleetingly if her arrival was some great joke and Dad was about to barrel in through my front door, laughing at what a great idiot I was, believing Josie would come anywhere by herself. I put a mug in front of her. I don't understand. Why did you come without Dad? She took a sip of the tea. Oh, that's lovely. You always did make the best cup of tea. She put it on the table, carefully sliding a paperback book under it first. Well, I woke up this morning and I thought about all the things I had to do, put a wash on, clean the back windows, change Grandad's bedding, buy toothpaste, and I just suddenly thought, nope, I can't do it. I'm not going to waste a glorious Saturday doing the same thing I've done for 30 years. I'm going to have an adventure. An adventure. So I thought we could go to a show. A show. Yes, a show. Louisa, have you turned into a parrot? Mrs. Cousins from the insurance brokers says there's a stall in Leicester Square where you can buy cheap tickets on the day for shows that aren't full. I was wondering if you'd like to come with me. What about Trina? Mum waved a hand. Oh, she was busy. So, what do you say? Shall we go and see if we can get some tickets? I'll have to tell Lily. Then go and tell her. I'll finish my tea, you can do something with that hair of yours, and we'll head off. I've got a one-day travel card, you know. I might just hop on and off the Underground all day. We got half-price tickets to Billy Elliot. It was that or a Russian tragedy, and Mum said she'd been funny about Russians since someone had given her cold beetroot soup and tried to pretend that was how the Russians ate it. She sat rapt beside me for the entire performance, nudging me and muttering at intervals. I remember the actual miners' strike, Louisa. It was very hard on those poor families. Margaret Thatcher, do you remember her? Oh, she was a terrible woman. Always had a nice handbag, though. When the young Billy flew into the air, apparently fueled by his ambitions, she wept quietly beside me, a fresh white handkerchief pressed to her nose. I watched the boys' dance teacher, Mrs. Wilkinson, a woman whose ambitions had never lifted her beyond the confines of the town, and tried not to see anything of my own life. I was a woman with a job and a sort of boyfriend, sitting in a West End theatre on a Saturday afternoon. I totted these things up as if they were little victories against some foe I couldn't quite identify. We emerged into the afternoon light, dazed and emotionally spent. "Right," said Mum, tucking her handbag firmly under her arm. "Some habits die hard. Tea at a hotel. Come on, we'll make a day of it." We couldn't get into any of the grand ones, but we found a nice hotel near Haymarket with a tea selection that Mum approved of. She asked for a table in the middle of the room and sat there remarking on every person who walked in, noting their dress, whether they looked like they came from abroad, their lack of wisdom in bringing small children, or little dogs that look like rats. "Well, look at us," she would exclaim every now and then when it grew quiet. "Isn't this nice?" We ordered English breakfast tea. Mum, that's just posh for normal tea, yes? None of those weird flavors. And the afternoon tea fancy plate, and we ate tiny crustless sandwiches, little scones that weren't as good as Mum made, and cakes in gold foil. Mum talked for half an hour about Billy Elliot and how she thought we should all do this once a month or so, and she bet that my father would love it if we could get him down here. "How is Dad?" "Oh, he's fine. You know your father." I wanted to ask, but was too afraid. When I looked up, she was gazing at me a little beadily. "And no, Louisa, he's not happy, but there are more important things in life. What did he say about you coming here today?" She snorted and covered it up with a little coughing fit. "He didn't believe I was going to. I told him about it when I brought him up his tea this morning, and if I'm honest with you, it annoyed me so much I got dressed and I just went." My eyes widened. "You didn't tell him?" "I already had told him. He's been leaving messages on this phone thing all day, the idiot." She peered at the screen, then tucked it neatly back into her pocket. I sat and watched her fork another little scone delicately onto her plate. She closed her eyes in pleasure as she took a bite. "This is just marvelous." I swallowed. "Mum, you're not going to get divorced, are you?" Her eyes shot open. "Divorced? I'm a good Catholic girl, Louisa. We don't divorce. We just make our men suffer for all eternity." I paid the bill, and we disappeared to the ladies, a cavernous room of walnut-colored marble and expensive flowers, overseen by a silent attendant who stood by the basins. Mum washed her hands twice, thoroughly, then sniffed the various hand lotions lined up against the sink, pulling faces in the mirror depending on what she liked. I shouldn't say so given my opposition to the patriarchy and all, but I do wish one of you girls had a nice man. I said something before I realized I'd said it. She turned to me, a lotion bottle in her hand. You haven't? He's a paramedic. Well, that's smashing. A paramedic. That's almost as useful as a plumber. So when are we going to meet him? I faltered. Meet him? I'm not sure it's what? Well, I mean, it's early days. I'm not sure it's that kind of. My mother unscrewed the lid of her lipstick and stared into the mirror. It's just for intimacy? Is that what you are saying? Mum! I glanced at the attendant. Well, what are you saying? I'm not sure I'm ready for a real relationship just yet. Why? What else have you got going on? Those ovaries won't go in the freezer, you know. So why didn't Trina come? I said, hurriedly changing the subject. She couldn't find a sitter for Tom. You said she was busy. Mum's eyes darted across to my reflection. She pressed her lipstick together and slapped her lipstick back into her handbag. She seems to be a little cross with you right now, Louisa. She activated maternal X-ray vision. Have you two had a falling out? I don't know why she always has to have opinions about everything I do. I heard my own voice, the sulky tones of a 12-year-old. She fixed me with a look. So I told her. I sat up on the marble basin, and Mum took the easy chair, and I told her about the job offer and why I couldn't possibly take it, how we had lost Lily and found her again, and how she was finally beginning to come out of the other side. I've arranged for her to meet Mrs. Traynor again, so we're moving forward. But Trina just won't listen, although if Tom were going through half the same thing, she'd be the first person saying I couldn't walk away from him. I felt relieved telling my mother. She, of all people, would understand the ties of responsibility. So that's why she's not talking to me. My mother was staring at me. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, have you lost your mind? What? A job in New York with all the trimmings, and you're sticking around here to work in that god-awful place at the airport? Did you hear this? She turned to the attendant. I can't believe she's my own daughter. Honest to God, I wonder what happened to the brains she was born with. The attendant shook her head slowly. No good, she said. Mum, I'm doing the right thing. For whom? For Lily. You think nobody other than you could have helped get that girl back on her feet? Well, did you speak to this chap in New York and ask him whether you could defer the job offer a few weeks? It's not that kind of a job. How would you know? You don't ask, you don't get. Isn't that right? The attendant nodded slowly. Oh, Jesus. When I think about it. The attendant gave my mother a hand towel, and she fanned her neck vigorously with it. Listen to me, Louisa. I've got one brilliant daughter stuck at home, weighed down with responsibility because she made a bad choice early on. Not that I don't love Tom to bits, but I'll tell you, I want to cry my heart out when I think of what Trina could have become if she just had that boy a bit later. I'm stuck looking after your father and granddad, and that's fine. I'm finding my way. But this should not be the most you have to look forward to in your life, you hear me? Not a bunch of half-price tickets and a fancy tea every now and then. You should be out there. You're the one person in our family with an actual ruddy chance. And to hear you've just chucked it away for the sake of some girl you barely even know? I did the right thing, Mum. Maybe you did. Or maybe it wasn't actually an either-or situation. You don't ask, you don't get, said the attendant. There, this lady knows. You need to get back there and ask this American gentleman, is there any way you can come along a bit later? Don't you look at me like that, Louisa. I've been too soft on you. I haven't pushed you when I should have done. You need to get yourself out of that dead-end job of yours and start living. The job is gone, Mum. Gone my pearly-handled backside it is. Have you actually asked them? I shook my head. Mum huffed and adjusted the scarf around her neck. She pulled 2-pound coins from her purse and pressed them into the hand of the attendant. Well, I have to say, haven't you done a grand job? You could eat your supper off this floor, and it all smells simply gorgeous. The attendant smiled at her warmly, and then, almost as an afterthought, held up a finger. She peered out of the door, then walked to her cupboard, unlocking it swiftly with a bunch of keys. She emerged and pressed a bar of floral soap into Mum's hands. Mum sniffed it and sighed. Well, that is just heaven, just a little piece of heaven. For you, for me. The woman closed Mum's hands around it. Well, aren't you the kindest? May I ask your name? Maria? Maria, I'm Josie. I'm going to make sure I come back to London and use your toilet the very next time I'm here. Do you see that, Louisa? Who knows what happens when you break out a little? How's that for an adventure? And I got the most gorgeous bar of soap from my lovely new friend Maria here. They clasped hands with the fervency of old acquaintances about to be parted, and we left the hotel. I couldn't tell her that that job haunted me from the moment I woke until I went to sleep. Whatever I said to anyone else, I knew I would always regret to my bones missing the chance to live and work in New York. That no matter how much I told myself there would be other chances, other places, this would be the lost opportunity I carried, like a cheap handbag I regretted buying wherever I went. And sure enough, after I had waved her off on the train to my, no doubt bemused and blustering father, and long after I had made a salad for Lily from bits that Sam had left in the fridge, when I checked my email that night, there was a message from Nathan. I can't say I agree, but I do get what you're doing. I guess Will would have been proud of you. You're a good person, Clark. X. These are the things I learned about being a parent, well, not actually being a parent. That whatever you did, you would probably be wrong. If you were cruel or dismissive or neglectful, you would leave scars upon your charge. If you were supportive and loving, encouraging and praising them for even their smallest achievements, getting out of bed on time, say, or managing not to smoke for a whole day, it would ruin them in different ways. I learned that if you were a de facto parent, all these things applied, but you had none of the natural authority you might reasonably expect when feeding and looking after another person. With all this in mind, I loaded Lily into the car on my day off and announced that we were going to lunch. It would probably go horribly wrong, I told myself, but at least there would be 2 of us there to shoulder it. Because Lily was so busy staring at her phone with her earphones plugged in, it was a good 40 minutes before she looked out the car window. She frowned as we approached a signpost. This isn't the way to your mum and dad's. I know. Then where are we going? I told you, to lunch. When she had stared at me long enough to accept that I wasn't going to elaborate, she squinted out the window for a while. God, you're annoying sometimes. Half an hour later, we pulled up at the Crown and Garter, a red brick hotel set in 2 acres of parkland, about 20 minutes south of Oxford. Neutral territory, I had decided. Lily climbed out and shut the door emphatically enough to send me the message that this was actually still quite annoying. I ignored her, put on a slick of lipstick, and walked into the restaurant, letting Lily follow. Mrs. Traynor was already at a table. When Lily saw her, she let out a little groan. Why are we doing this again? Because things change, I said, and propelled her forwards. Lily. Mrs. Traynor rose to her feet. She had evidently been to a hairdresser, and her hair was once again beautifully cut and blow-dried. She was wearing a little makeup, too, and those 2 things conspired to make her look like the Mrs. Traynor of old, self-possessed, someone who understood that appearances were, if not everything, at least the foundation of something. "Hello, Mrs. Traynor." "Hi," mumbled. She didn't reach out a hand, but positioned herself at the seat beside mine. Mrs. Traynor registered this, but gave a brief smile, sat down, and summoned the waiter. "This restaurant was one of your father's favorites," she said, placing her napkin on her lap.
On the rare occasions I could persuade him to leave London, this is where we would meet. It's rather good food, Michelin-starred. I looked at the menu. Turbot quenelles with a frangipane of mussels and langoustine, smoked duck breast with cavallo nero and Israeli couscous, and hoped very much that as Mrs. Traynor had suggested this restaurant, she would pay. "It looks a bit fussy," said Lily, not lifting her head from the menu. I glanced at Mrs. Traynor. "That's exactly what Will said, too, but it is very good. I think I'll have the quail." "I'll have the sea bass," Lily said, and closed the leather-bound menu. I stared at the list in front of me. There was nothing here I even recognized. What was rutabaga? What was ravioli of bone marrow and samphire? I wondered if I could ask for a sandwich. "Are you ready to order?" The waiter appeared beside me. I waited as the others reeled off their choices. Then I spotted a word I recognized from my time in Paris. "Can I have the jus de boeuf confites with the potato gnocchi and asparagus?" "Certainly, madame." "Beef," I thought. "I can do beef." We talked of small things while waiting for our starters. I told Mrs. Traynor that I was still working at the airport, but was being considered for a promotion, and tried to make it sound like a positive career choice rather than a cry for help. I told her Lily had found a job, and when she heard what Lily was doing, Mrs. Traynor didn't shudder, as I had secretly been afraid she might, but nodded. "That sounds eminently sensible. It never hurts to get your hands dirty when you're starting out." "It's not got any prospects," Lily said firmly, "unless you count being allowed to move on to the till." "Well, neither does having a paper round, but your father did that for 2 years before he left school. It instills a work ethic. And people always need tins of frankfurters," I observed. "Do they really?" said Mrs. Traynor, and looked briefly appalled. We watched as another table was seated beside us. An elderly woman lowered with much fuss and exclamation into a chair by 2 male relatives. "We got your photograph album," I said. "Oh, you did? I had wondered. Did you like it?" Lily's eyes flickered towards her. "It was nice, thank you," she said. Mrs. Traynor took a sip of her water.
"I wanted to show you another side of Will. I feel sometimes as if his life has been rather taken over by what happened when he died. I just wanted to show that he was more than a wheelchair, more than the manner of his death." There was a brief silence. "It was nice, thank you," Lily repeated. Our food arrived, and Lily grew silent again. The waiters hovered officiously, filling water glasses when their levels fell by a centimeter. A breadboard was offered, removed, and re-offered 5 minutes later. The restaurant filled with people like Mrs. Traynor, well-dressed, well-spoken, people for whom turbot quenelles was a standard lunch and not a conversational minefield. Mrs. Traynor asked after my family and spoke warmly of my father. He did such a very good job at the castle. "It must be strange not going back," I said, then winced internally, wondering if I'd breached some invisible line. But Mrs. Traynor just gazed at the tablecloth in front of her. "It is," she agreed, and nodded, her smile a little tighter, then drank some more water. The conversation carried on like this through our starters: smoked salmon for Lily, salad for Mrs. Traynor and me, stalling and moving forward in fits and starts, like someone learning to drive a car. It was with some relief that I saw the waiter approach with our main courses. My smile disappeared as he placed my plate in front of me. It did not look like beef. It looked like soggy brown discs in a thick brown sauce. "I'm sorry," I said to the waiter. "I ordered the beef?" He let his gaze hang on me for a moment. "This is the beef, madame." We both stared at my plate. "Jus de boeuf?" he said. "Beef cheeks? Beef cheeks?" We both stared at my plate, and my stomach did a little flip. "Oh, of course," I said. Yes, beef cheeks. Thank you. Beef cheeks." I was too afraid to ask from which end they came. I wasn't sure which would be worse. I smiled at Mrs. Traynor and set about nibbling my gnocchi. We ate in near silence. Mrs. Traynor and I were both running out of conversational options. Lily spoke little, and when she did say something, it was spiky, as if she were testing her grandmother. She toyed with her food, a reluctant teen dragged along to a too-fancy lunch with the grown-ups. I ate mine in small forkfuls, trying not to listen to the little voice that kept squeaking in my ear. "You're eating cheeks, actual cheeks." Eventually we ordered coffee. When the waiter had gone, Mrs. Traynor removed her napkin and put it on the table. "I can't do this any longer." Lily's head lifted. She looked at me and back at Mrs. Traynor. "The food is very nice, and it's lovely hearing about your jobs and all, but this really isn't going to move us forward, is it?" I wondered if she was going to leave, whether Lily had pushed her too far. I saw the surprise in Lily's face and realized she was thinking it too. But instead, Mrs. Traynor pushed away her cup and saucer and leaned forward over the table. "Lily, I didn't come to impress you with a fancy lunch. I came to say I'm sorry. It's hard to explain how I was when you turned up that day, but that unfortunate meeting was not your fault, and I want to apologize that your introduction to this side of your family has been so inadequate." The waiter approached with the coffee, and Mrs. Traynor lifted her hand without turning. "Can you leave us for 2 minutes, please?" He backed away swiftly with his tray. I sat very still. Mrs. Traynor, her face taut and her voice urgent, took a breath. "Lily, I lost my son, your father, and in truth, I probably lost him some time before he died. His death took away everything my life was built on, my role as a mother, my family, my career, even my faith. I have felt, frankly, as if I descended into a dark hole. But to discover that he had a daughter, that I have a granddaughter, has made me think all might not be lost." She swallowed. "I'm not going to say that you've returned part of him to me, because that wouldn't be fair on you. You are, as I've already grasped, very much your own person. You've brought me a whole new person to care about. I hope you'll give me a second chance, Lily, because I would very much, no, very, I would love for us to spend time together. Louisa tells me you're a strong character. Well, you should know that it runs in your family. So we'll probably butt heads a few times, just as I did with your father. But, essentially, if nothing else comes of today, you must know this." She took Lily's hand and gripped it. "I'm so very glad to know you. You've changed everything so much simply by existing. My daughter, your Aunt Georgina, is flying over next month to meet you, and has already been asking if the two of us might go over to Sydney and stay with her at some point. I have a letter from her for you in my handbag." Her voice dropped. "I know we can never make up for your father not being here, and I know I'm still climbing out of things, rather. But do you think, perhaps, you could find some room for a rather difficult grandmother?" Lily stared at her. "Might you at least give it a go?" Mrs. Traynor's voice cracked on the last sentence. There was a long silence. I could hear the beating of my heart in my ears. Lily looked at me, and after what seemed like an eternity, she looked back at Mrs. Traynor. Would you want me to come and stay with you?" "If you wanted to, yes, I would like that very much. When can you come?" I'd never seen Camilla Traynor anything less than composed, but at that moment her face crumpled. Her other hand crept across the table. After a second's hesitation, Lily took it, and they gripped each other's fingers tightly across the white linen, like survivors of a shipwreck, while the waiter stood holding his tray, unsure when he could safely move forward again. "I'll bring her back tomorrow afternoon." I stood in the car park as Lily hung back by Mrs. Traynor's car. She had eaten 2 puddings, her chocolate molten pot and my own. I had completely lost my appetite by then.
and was casually examining the waistband of her jeans. "You're sure?" I wasn't sure which of them I was directing this to. I was conscious how fragile this new entente cordiale was, how easy it would be for it to flare up and go wrong. "We'll be fine. I don't have work tomorrow, Louisa," Lily called out. "Samir's cousin does Sundays." It felt odd leaving them there, even if Lily was beaming. I wanted to say, no smoking, and no swearing, and maybe even, how about we do this some other time? But Lily waved and climbed into the passenger seat of Mrs. Traynor's Golf with barely a backward glance. It was done, out of my hands. Mrs. Traynor turned to join her. "Mrs. Traynor, can I ask you something?" She stopped. "Camilla, I think you and I are beyond formalities, don't you? Camilla, did you ever speak to Lily's mother?" "Ah, yes, I did." She stooped to pick some tiny weed out of a border. "I told her that I was hoping to spend a lot of time with Lily in the future, and that I was quite conscious that in her eyes I was no kind of maternal role model, but that, frankly, none of us appear to be ideal in that role, and it would behove her to think carefully, for once, about putting her child's happiness before her own." My jaw might have dropped, I said when I could speak. "It is, rather, isn't it?" She straightened. The faintest hint of mischief glinted in her eyes. "Yes, well, the Tanya Houghton Millers of this world hold no fears for me. I think we'll rub along just fine, Lily and I." I made to move back to my car, but this time Mrs. Traynor stopped me. "Thank you, Louisa." Her hand lay on my arm. "I didn't. You did. I'm very much aware that I have an awful lot to thank you for. At some point, I hope I can do something for you." "Oh, you don't need to. I'm fine." Her eyes searched mine, and she gave me a small smile. Her lipstick, I noticed, was perfect. "Well, I'll ring you tomorrow about dropping Lily home."
Mrs. Traynor tucked her handbag under her arm and walked back to her car where Lily was waiting. I watched the Gulf disappear, and then I called Sam. A buzzard wheeled lazily in the azure sky above the field, its enormous wings suspended in the shimmering blue. I had offered to help him finish some bricklaying, but we had done one row. I had handed him the bricks. The sultry heat was such that he had suggested we had a cold beer during our break, and somehow after we had lain back in the grass for a while, it had proven impossible to get up again. I had told him the story of the beef cheeks, and he had laughed for a full minute, trying to straighten his face when I protested that if they had only called them something else, and, I mean, it's like being told you're eating chicken buttock or something. Now I was stretched out beside him, listening to the birds and the gentle whisper of the grass, watching the peach-colored sun slide gently towards the horizon, and thought, when I was managing not to worry whether Lily had used that particular word yet, that life was not all bad. "Sometimes, when it's like this, I think I might not bother building the house at all," said Sam. "I might just lie in a field till I get old." Good plan. I was chewing a grass stalk. Except the rainwater shower is going to seem a lot less appealing in January. I felt his laugh, a low rumble. I had come straight to him from the restaurant, inexplicably unbalanced by the unexpected absence of Lily. I didn't want to be in the flat alone. When I had pulled up in the gateway of Sam's field, I had sat as my car engine ticked its way to sleep, and watched him, content in his own company, scraping mortar onto each brick and pressing it to the next, wiping the sweat from his brow on his faded t-shirt, and I had felt something in me unwind. He had said nothing about the slight awkwardness of our last few conversations, and I was grateful. A solitary cloud drifted across the blue. Sam shifted his leg closer to mine. His feet were twice the size of my own. I wonder whether Mrs. Traynor has got her photographs out again. You know, for Lily. Photographs. Framed pictures, I told you. She didn't have a single one of Will anywhere that time Lily and I went to her house. I was quite surprised when she sent the album, because a little bit of me had wondered if she'd destroyed them all. He was silent, thinking. It's odd,
But when I thought about it, I don't have any pictures of Will on display either. Maybe it just takes a while to be able to have them looking at you again. How long did it take you to have your sister by your bed again? I never took her down. I like having her there, especially looking like she used to look. He lifted his arm above his head. She used to give it to me straight, typical big sister. When I think I've got something wrong, I look at that picture and I hear her voice. "Sam, you great lunk, just get on with it." He turned his face towards me. "And you know, it's good for Jake to see her around. He needs to feel that it's okay to talk about her. Maybe I'll put one up. It'll be nice for Lily to have pictures of her dad in the flat." The hens were loose, and a few feet away, two of them shivered into a patch of dirt, ruffling their feathers and wiggling, sending up little clouds of dust. Poultry, it turned out, had personalities. There was the bossy chestnut, the affectionate one with the piebald comb, the little bantam that had to be plucked out of the tree every evening and put to bed in the coop. "Do you think I should text her to see how it's going?" "Who?" "Lily. Leave them. They'll be fine." "I know you're right. It's weird. I was watching her in that restaurant, and she's so much more like him than I first realized. I think Mrs. Traynor, Camilla, could see it too. She kept blinking at Lily's mannerisms, like she was suddenly remembering stuff Will did. There was this one time when Lily raised an eyebrow, and neither of us could take our eyes off her. She did it just like he used to. "So what do you want to do tonight?" "Oh, I don't mind. You choose." I stretched out, feeling the grass tickle my neck. "I might just lie here. If you happen to stay close for a while, that would be okay." I waited for him to laugh, but he didn't. "So, shall we talk about us?" "Us?" He pulled a blade of grass through his teeth. "Yup. I just thought, well, I wondered what you thought was going on here. You make us sound like a maths problem. Just trying to make sure we don't have any more misunderstandings, Lou." I watched him discard the grass and pick a new blade. "I think we're good," I said. "Well, I'm not going to accuse you of having a neglected child this time, or a trail of imaginary girlfriends, but you're still holding back." It was gently said, but it felt like a kick. I pushed myself up on my elbow so that I was looking down on him. "I'm here, aren't I? You're the first person I call at the end of the day. We see each other when we can. I wouldn't call that holding back." "Yup, we see each other, we share intimacy, eat some nice meals. I thought that was basically every man's dream relationship." "I'm not every man, Lou." We gazed at each other in silence for a minute. I no longer felt relaxed. I felt wrong-footed, defensive. He sighed. "Don't look like that. I don't want to get married or anything. I'm just saying, I've never met any woman who wanted less to talk about what might be going on here." He shaded his eyes with his hand, squinting slightly into the sun. "It's fine if you don't want this to be a long-term thing." "Well, okay, it's not, but I just want an idea of what you're thinking. I guess, since Ellen died, I've realized life is short. You don't what? To waste time on something that isn't going anywhere? Waste time? Bad choice of words. I'm not good at this stuff." He pushed himself upright. "Why does it have to be anything? We have fun together. Why can't we just let it run and, I don't know, see what happens?" "Because I'm human, okay? And it's hard enough to be around someone who is still in love with a ghost without them also acting like they're just using you." He raised his hand, covering his eyes. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I just said that out loud. My voice, when it emerged, cracked a little. "I'm not in love with a ghost." This time he didn't look at me. He pushed himself to a seated position and rubbed at his face. "Then let him go, Lou." He climbed heavily to his feet and walked off to the railway carriage, leaving me staring behind him. Lily arrived back the following evening, slightly sunburned. She let herself into the flat and walked past the kitchenette, where I was unloading the washing machine, wondering for the 15th time whether to call Sam, and flopped onto the sofa. As I stood at the counter and watched, she put her feet on the coffee table, picked up the remote control, and flicked on the television. "So, how was it?" I said, after a moment had passed. "Okay." I waited for something more, braced for the remote control to be hurled down, for her to stalk off muttering, "That family is impossible." But she simply changed channels. "What did you do?" "Not much. Talked a bit. Actually, we gardened." She turned round, resting her chin on her hands on the back of the sofa. "Hey, Lou, have we got any of that cereal with the nuts left? I'm starving. Are we talking?" "Sure. What do you want to say?" Sometimes I look at the lives of the people around me, and I wonder if we aren't all destined to leave a trail of damage. It's not just your mom and dad who mess you up, Mr. Larkin. I gazed around me, like someone suddenly handed clear glasses, and saw that pretty much everyone bore the brutal imprint of love, whether lost, whipped away from them, or simply vanished into a grave. Will had done it to all of us, I saw now. He hadn't meant to, but even in simply refusing to live, he had. I loved a man who had opened up a world to me, but hadn't loved me enough to stay in it.
And now I was too afraid to love a man who might love me. In case what? I turned it over in my head in the silent hours after Lily had retreated to the glowing digital distractions of her room. Sam didn't call. I couldn't blame him. What would I have said anyway? The truth was that I didn't want to talk about what we were, because I didn't know. It wasn't that I didn't love being with him. I suspected I became slightly ridiculous around him, my laugh goofy, my jokes silly and puerile, my passion fierce and surprising even to myself. I felt better when he was there, more the person I wanted to be, more of everything. And yet, to commit to Sam was to commit to the likelihood of more loss. Statistically, most relationships ended badly, and, given my mental state over the past 2 years, my chances of beating the odds were pretty low. We could talk around it, we could lose ourselves in brief moments, but love ultimately meant more pain, more damage to me, or worse, to him. Who was strong enough for that? I wasn't sleeping properly again. So I slept through my alarm, and, despite tearing my way up the motorway, arrived late for Granddad's birthday. In celebration of his 80 years, Dad had brought out the fold-away gazebo we had used for Thomas's christening, which flapped, mossy and listless, at the end of the garden, where, through the open door that led to the back alley, a succession of neighbors popped in and out, bringing cake or good wishes. Granddad sat in the middle of it all on a plastic garden chair, nodding at people he no longer recognized, only occasionally gazing longingly towards his folded copy of the Racing Post. "So, this promotion," Trina was on tea duty, pouring from an oversized pot and handing out cups, "what exactly does it mean?" "Well, I get a title, I balance the till at the end of every shift, and I get to hold a set of keys." "This is a serious responsibility, Louisa," Richard Percival had said, bestowing them with as much gravitas and pomposity as if he were handing me the Holy Grail. "Use them wisely." He actually said those words, "Use them wisely." I wanted to say, what else am I going to do with a set of bar keys? Plow a field? Money? She handed me a cup, and I sipped at it. £1 an hour extra. She was unimpressed. And I don't have to wear the uniform anymore. She scrutinized the Charlie's Angels jumpsuit I had put on that morning in honor of the occasion. "Well, I guess that's something." She pointed Mrs. Laszlo towards the sandwiches. What else could I say? It was a job. Progress of sorts. I didn't tell her about the days when it felt like a peculiar form of torture to work somewhere where I was forced to watch each plane taxi on the runway, gather its energy like a great bird, then launch itself into the sky. I didn't tell her how putting on that green polo shirt each day made me feel somehow as if I had lost something.
Mom says you've got a boyfriend. He's not really my boyfriend. She said that as well. What is it then? You just have an intimate connection once in a while? No, we're good friends. So he's a pig? He's not a pig. He's gorgeous, but not good in that regard. He's wonderful. Not that it's any of your business. And smart, before you. Then he's married? He is not married. Jesus, Treen, will you just let me explain? I like him, but I'm not sure I want to get involved just yet. Because of the long queue of other handsome, employed, single, sexy men waiting to snap you up? I glared at her. I'm just saying. Gift horses and all that. When do you get your exam results? Don't change the subject. She sighed and opened a new carton of milk. Couple of weeks. What's wrong? You're going to get top marks. You know you will. But what's the difference? I'm stuck. I frowned. There are no jobs in Stortford, but I can't afford the rent in London, not with childcare for Tom on top. And nobody gets top dollar when they're first starting out, even with top marks. She poured another cup of tea. I wanted to protest, to say it wasn't so, but I knew only too well how tough the job market was. So, what will you do? Stay here for now, I suppose. Commute, maybe. Hope that Mum's feminist metamorphosis won't stop her picking Tom up from school. She raised a small smile that wasn't a smile at all. I had never seen my sister down. Even if she felt it, she plowed on, like an automaton, a firm advocate of the short walk and snap out of it school of depression. I was trying to work out what to say when there was a sudden commotion on the food table. We looked up to see Mum and Dad facing off over a chocolate cake. They were talking in the lowered, sibilant voices of people who did not want others to know they were arguing, but not enough to stop arguing. Mum? Dad? Everything okay? I walked over. Dad pointed at the table. It's not a homemade cake. What? The cake. It's not homemade. Look at it. I looked at it. A large, lavishly iced chocolate cake, decorated with chocolate buttons between the candles. Mum shook her head in exasperation. I had an essay to write. An essay. You're not at school. You always do a homemade cake for Granddad. It's a nice cake. It's from Waitrose. Daddy doesn't mind that it's not homemade. Yes, he does. He's your father. You do mind, don't you, Granddad? Granddad looked from one to the other and gave a tiny shake of his head. Around us, the conversation stuttered to a halt. Our neighbors eyed each other nervously. Bernard and Josie Clark never argued. He's just saying that because he doesn't want to hurt your feelings, Dad harumphed. If his feelings aren't hurt, Bernard, why on earth should yours be? It's a chocolate cake. It's not like I ignored his whole birthday. I just want you to give priority to your family. Is that too much to ask, Josie? One homemade cake? I'm here. There's a cake with candles. Here's the ruddy sandwiches. I'm not off sunning myself in the Bahamas. Mum put her pile of plates heavily on the trestle table and folded her arms. Dad went to speak again, but she shut him up with a raised hand. So, Bernard, you devoted family man, you, exactly how much of this little lot did you put together, eh? Uh-oh. Trina moved a step closer to me. Did you buy Daddy's new pajamas? Did you? Did you wrap them? No. You wouldn't even know what bloody size he is. You don't even know what bloody size your own pants are, because I buy them for you. Did you get up at 7 o'clock this morning to fetch the bread for the sandwiches because some Egypt came back from the pub last night and decided he needed to eat 2 rounds of toast and left the rest of the loaf out to get stale? No. You sat on your arse reading the sports pages. You gripe away at me for weeks on end because I've dared to claim back 20% of my life for myself to try to work out whether there is anything else I can do before I shuffle off this mortal coil. And while I'm still doing your washing, looking after Granddad and doing the dishes, you're there harping on at me about a shop-bought really cake. Well, Bernard, you can take the really shop-bought cake that is apparently such a sign of neglect and disrespect, and you can just, well, there's the kitchen, there's my ruddy mixing bowl, you can make one your ruddy self. With that, Mum flipped the cake plate upwards so that it landed nose down in front of Dad, wiped her hands on her apron, and stomped up the garden to the house. She stopped when she got to the patio, wrenched her apron over her head, and threw it to the ground. Oh yes, Trina, you'd better show your daddy where the recipe books are. He's only lived here 28 years. He can't possibly be expected to know himself. After that, Granddad's party didn't last long. The neighbors drifted away, conferring in hushed tones, and thanking us effusively for the lovely party, their eyes flickering towards the kitchen. "It's been brewing for weeks," Trina muttered, as we cleared the table. "He feels neglected."
She can't understand why he won't just let her grow a little. I glanced to where Dad was grumpily picking up napkins and empty beer cans from the grass. He looked utterly miserable. I thought of my mother at the London hotel, glowing with new life. But they're old. They're meant to have all this relationship stuff sewn up. My sister raised her eyebrows. "You don't think?" "Of course not," said Trina, but she didn't sound quite as convinced as she might have done. I helped Trina tidy the kitchen and played 10 minutes of Super Mario with Tom. Mum stayed in her room, apparently working on her essay, and Granddad retreated with some relief to the more reliable consolations of Channel 4 racing. I wondered if Dad had gone down the pub again, but as I stepped out of the front door to leave, there he was, sitting in the driver's seat of his work van. I knocked on the window, and he jumped. I opened the door and slid in beside him. It thought maybe he was listening to sports results, but the radio was silent. He let out a long breath. "I bet you think I'm an old fool." "You're not an old fool, Dad," I nudged him. "Well, you're not old." We sat in silence, watching the Ellis boys wheel up and down the road on their bikes, wincing in unison when the little one took a skid too fast and slid halfway across the road. "I want things to stay the same. Is that so much to ask?" "Nothing stays the same, Dad. I just miss my wife." He sounded so bleak. "You know, you could just enjoy the fact that you're married to someone who still has a bit of life in her. Mum's excited. She feels like she's seeing the world through new eyes. You've just got to allow her some room." His mouth was set in a grim line. "She's still your wife, Dad. She loves you." He finally turned to face me. "What if she decides that I'm the one with no life? What if all this new stuff turns her head and—" he gulped. "What if she leaves me behind?" I squeezed his hand. Then I thought better and leaned over and gave him a hug. "You won't let that happen." The wan smile he gave me stayed with me the whole way home. Lily came in just as I was leaving for the moving on circle. She had been with Camilla again, and arrived home, as she often did now, with black fingernails from gardening. They had created a whole new border for a neighbor, she said cheerfully, and the woman had been so pleased she had given Lily 30 pounds. Actually, she gave us a bottle of wine too, but I said Granny should keep that. I noted the unself-conscious Granny. "Oh, and I spoke to Georgina on Skype last night. I mean, it was morning there because it's Australia, but it was really nice. She's going to email me a whole load of pictures of when she and my dad were little. She said that I really look like him. She's quite pretty. She has a dog called Jakob, and it howls when she plays the piano." I put a bowl of salad and some bread and cheese on the table for Lily as she chatted on. I wondered whether to tell her that Will Traynor had called again, the 4th time in as many weeks, hoping to persuade her to go and see the new baby. We're all family, and Della is feeling much more relaxed about things now that the baby is safely here. Maybe that was a conversation for another time. I reached for my keys. "Oh," she said, "before you go, I'm going back to school." "What?"
I'm going back to the school near Granny's house. Do you remember? The one I told you about? The one I actually liked. Weekly boarding, just for sixth form, and I'm going to live with Granny at weekends. I had missed a leaf with the salad dressing. Oh, sorry, I did want to tell you, but it's all happened really fast. I was talking about it, and just on the off chance, Granny rang up the school and they said I'd be welcome. And you'll never guess what, my friend Holly's still there. I spoke to her on Facebook, and she said she can't wait for me to come back. I mean, I didn't tell her everything that's happened, and I probably won't tell her any of it, but it was just really nice. She knew me before it all went wrong. She's just okay, you know? I listened to her talking animatedly, and fought the sensation that I had been shed like a skin. When is all this going to happen? Well, I need to be there for the start of term in September. Granny thought it would probably be best if I moved quite soon. Maybe next week? Next week? I felt winded. What does your mum say? She's just glad I'm going back to school, especially since Granny's paying. She had to tell the school a bit about my last school and the fact that I didn't take my exams, and you can tell she doesn't like Granny much, but she said it would be fine. If that's actually going to make you happy, Lily, and I do hope you're not going to treat your grandmother the way you've treated everyone else. She cackled at her own impression of Tanya. I caught Granny's eye when she said that, and Granny's eyebrow went up the tiniest bit, but you could totally see what she thought. Did I tell you she's dyed her hair? A sort of chestnut brown. She looks quite good now, less like a cancer patient. Lily? It's all right. She laughed when I told her that. She smiled to herself. It was the kind of thing Dad would have said. Well, I muttered, when I'd caught my breath, sounds like you've got it all worked out. She shot me a look. Don't say it like that. Sorry. It's just, I'll miss you. She beamed an abrupt, brilliant smile. You won't miss me, silly, because I'll still be back down in the holidays and stuff. I can't spend all my time in Oxfordshire with old people or I'll go mad. But it's good. She feels like my family. It doesn't feel weird, but it doesn't. Hey, Lou. She hugged me exuberantly. You'll still be my friend. You're basically the sister I never had. I hugged her back and tried to keep the smile on my face. Anyway, you need your privacy. She disentangled herself and pulled a piece of gum from her mouth, folding it carefully into a torn piece of paper. Having to listen to you and Hot Ambulance Man being intimate across the corridor was actually pretty gross. Lily is going. Going where? To live with her grandmother. I feel strange. She's so happy about it. Sorry, I don't mean to talk about Will-related things all the time, but I can't really talk to anyone else. Lily packed her bag, cheerfully stripping my second bedroom of nearly every sign she had ever been there, apart from the Kandinsky print and the camp bed, a pile of glossy magazines, and an empty deodorant canister. I dropped her at the station, listening to her non-stop chatter and trying not to look as unbalanced as I felt. Camilla Traynor would be waiting at the other end. You should come up. We've got my room really nice. There's a horse next door that the farmer across the way says I can ride. Oh, and there's quite a nice pub. She glanced up at the departures board and bounced on her toes, suddenly seeing the time. Gosh, my train, right, where's platform 11? She began to run briskly through the crowd, her hold-all slung over her shoulder, her legs long in black tights. I stood frozen, watching her go. Her stride had grown longer. Suddenly she turned and, spotting me by the entrance, waved, her smile wide, her hair flying up around her face. "Hey, Lou," she yelled. "I meant to say to you, moving on doesn't mean you loved my dad any less, you know. I'm pretty sure even he would tell you that." And then she was gone, swallowed by the crowd. Her smile was like his. She was never yours, Lou. I know. I suppose she was the thing I felt was giving me a purpose. Only one person can give you a purpose. I let myself absorb these words for a minute. Can we meet? Please. I'm on shift tonight. Come to mine after? Maybe later in the week. I'll call you. It was the maybe that did it.
There was something final in it, the slow closing of a door. I stared at my phone as the commuters swarmed around me, and something in me shifted too.
Either I could go home and mourn yet another thing I had lost, or I could embrace an unexpected freedom. It was as if a light had gone on. The only way to avoid being left behind was to start moving. I went home, made myself a coffee, and stared at the green wall. Then I pulled out my laptop. Dear Mr. Gopnik, my name is Louisa Clark, and last month you were kind enough to offer me a job, which I had to turn down. I appreciate that you will have filled your position by now, but if I don't say this, I will regret it forever. I really wanted your job. If the child of my former employer hadn't turned up in trouble, I would have taken it like a shot. I do not want to blame her for my decision, as it was a privilege to help sort things out for her. But I just wanted to say that if you ever need someone again, I really hope you might consider getting in touch. I know you are a busy man, so I won't go on, but I just needed you to know. With best wishes, Louisa Clark. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but at least I was doing something. I pressed send, and with that tiny action, I was suddenly filled with purpose. I raced into the bathroom and ran the shower, stripping off my clothes and tripping on my trouser legs in my hurry to get out of them and under the hot water. I began to lather my hair, already planning ahead. I was going to go to the ambulance station, and I was going to find Sam, and the doorbell rang. I swear and grabbed a towel. "I've had it," my mother said. It took me a moment to register that it was actually her standing there, holding an overnight bag. I pulled my towel around me, my hair dripping onto the carpet. Had what? She stepped in, closing the front door behind her. Your father, grumbling incessantly at me about everything I do, acting as if I'm some kind of harlot just for wanting a little time to myself. So I told him I was coming here for a little break. A break? Louisa, you have no idea. All the mumping and grumping. I can't stay set in stone, you know. Everyone else gets to change. Why can't I? It was as if I'd come halfway into a conversation that had been going on for an hour, possibly in a bar, after hours. When I started that feminist consciousness course, I thought a fair bit of it was exaggerated. Man's patriarchal control of woman, even the unconscious kind, well, they only had the half of it. Your father simply can't see me as a person beyond what I put on the table or contribute in our shared life. Oh, too much? Possibly. Let's discuss it over some tea. My mother walked past me and into the kitchen. Well, this looks a bit better. I'm still not sure about that green, though. It washes you right out. Now, where are your tea bags? My mother sat on the sofa, and as her tea grew cold, I listened to her litany of frustration and tried not to think about the time. Sam would be arriving for his shift in half an hour. It would take 20 minutes to get over to the ambulance station. And then my mother's voice would lift, and her hands would end up somewhere around her ears, and I knew I was going nowhere. Do you know how stifling it is to be told you're never going to be able to change for the rest of your life because nobody else wants you to? Do you know how awful it is to feel stuck? I nodded vigorously. I did. I really did. I'm sure Dad doesn't mean for you to feel like that, but listen, I even suggested he take a course at the night school, something he might like, you know, repairing antiques or life drawing or something. I don't mind him looking at artistic figures. I thought we could grow together. That's the kind of wife I'm trying to be, the kind that doesn't even mind her husband looking at artistic figures if it's in the name of culture. But he's all, what would I want to go down there for? It's like he's got the very menopause. And as for the rabbiting on about me not shaving my legs, oh, my days, he's so hypocritical. Do you know how long the hairs in his nostrils are, Louisa? No, I'll tell you, he could wipe his plate with them. For the last 15 years, I've been the one telling the barber to give him a trim up there, like he's some kind of child. Do I mind? No, because that's the way he is. He's a human being, nose hair and all. But if I dare not to be as smooth as a very baby's bottom, he acts like I've turned into freaking Chewbacca. It was 10 minutes to 6. Sam would be heading out at past. I sighed and pulled my towel around me. So, how long do you think you'll be here? Well now, I don't know. Mum took a sip of her tea. We've got the social services bringing Granddad his lunch now, so it's not like I've got to be there all the time. I might just stay for a few days. We had a lovely time last time I was here, didn't we? We could go and see Maria in the toilets tomorrow. Wouldn't that be nice? Lovely. Right, well, I'll make up the spare bed. Where is the spare bed? We had just stood up when the buzzer went again. I opened the door expecting a random pizza delivery, but there stood Trina and Tom, and behind them, his hands jammed into his trouser pockets, my father. She didn't even look at me. She just walked in past me. Mum, this is ridiculous. You can't just run away from Dad. How old are you? 14? I am not running away, Trina. I am giving myself breathing space. Well, we're going to sit here until you two have sorted this ridiculous thing out. You know he's been sleeping in his van, Lou. What? You didn't tell me that. I turned to Mum. She lifted her chin. You didn't give me a chance with all your talking. Mum and Dad stood there not looking at each other. I have nothing to say to your father right now, Mum said. Sit down, said Trina, the both of you. They shuffled towards the sofa, casting mute glances of resentment at each other. She turned to me. Right, let's make tea, and then we're going to sort this out as a family. Great idea, I said, sensing my chance. There's milk in the fridge. Tea's on the side. Help yourselves. I've got to pop out for half an hour. And before anyone could stop me, I had whipped on a pair of jeans and a top and was running out of the flat with my car keys. I saw him even as I turned the car into the ambulance station car park. He was striding towards the ambulance, his pack slung over his shoulder, and something inside me lurched. I knew the delicious solidity of that body, the soft angles of that face. He turned, and his step faltered, as if I had been the last thing he had expected to see. Then he turned back to the ambulance, hauling open the rear doors. I walked towards him across the tarmac. Can we talk? He lifted an oxygen tank like it was a tin of hairspray. Sure, but it'll have to be some other time. I'm on my way out. It won't wait. His expression didn't flicker. He stooped to pick up a pack of gauze. Look, I just wanted to explain what we were talking about. I do like you. I really like you. I'm just scared. We're all scared, Lou. You're not scared of anything. Yeah, I am. Just not stuff you'd notice. He stared at his boots. And then he saw Donna running towards him. Oh gosh, I've got to go. I jumped into the rear of the ambulance. I'll come with you. I'll get a taxi home from wherever you're headed. No. Aw, come on, please. So I can get in even more trouble with disciplinary. Read 2, reports of a stabbing, young male. Donna threw her pack into the back of the ambulance. We have to go, Louisa. I was losing him. I could feel it, in the tone of his voice, the way he wouldn't look at me directly. I climbed out of the back, cursing my lateness. But Donna took me by the elbow and steered me towards the front. For God's sake, she said, as Sam made to protest, you've been like a bear with a sore head all week. Just sort this thing out. We'll drop her before we get there. Sam walked briskly around to the passenger door and opened it, casting a glance at the controller's office. She'd make a great relationship counselor. His voice hardened.
If we were, in a relationship, I didn't need telling twice. Sam climbed into the driving seat and looked at me as if he were going to say something, then changed his mind. Donna began sorting out equipment. He started the ignition and put the blue light on. Where are we headed? We are headed to the estate, about 7 minutes away with blues and twos. You are headed to the high street, 2 minutes from Kingsbury. So I've got 5 minutes and a long walk back. Okay, I said, and realized, as we sped forward, that I really had no idea what to say next. "So, here's the thing," I said. Sam indicated and swung out onto the road. I had to shout as the siren was so loud. His attention was on the road ahead. He glanced at the computer readout on the dashboard. "What have we got, Don?" "Possible stabbing. 2 reports. Young male collapsed in stairwell." "Is this really a good time to talk?" I said. "Depends what you want to say." "It's not that I don't want a relationship," I said. "I just still feel a bit mixed up." "Everyone's mixed up," said Donna. "Every bloke I go out with starts our date with how he's got trust issues." She looked at Sam. "Oh, sorry, don't mind me." Sam kept his eyes straight ahead. "One minute you're calling me a jerk because you've decided I'm sleeping with other women. Next, you're keeping me at arm's length because you're still attached to someone else. It's too... Will is gone, I know that. But I just can't leap in like you can, Sam. I feel like I'm only just getting back on my feet after a long time of... I don't know. I was a mess. I know you were a mess. I picked up that mess. If anything, I like you too much. I like you so much that if it went wrong, it would feel like that again. And I'm not sure I'm strong enough. How is that going to happen? You might go off me. You might change your mind. You're a good-looking bloke. Some other woman might fall off a building and land on you, and you might like it. You could get ill. You could get knocked off that motorbike." "ET 2 minutes," said Donna, gazing at the sat-nav. "I'm not listening, honest." "You could say that about anyone. So what? So we sit there and do nothing every day in case we have an accident? Is that really how to live?" He swerved to the left so that I had to hang on to my seat. "I'm still a donut, okay?" I said. "I want to be a bun, I really do. But I'm still a donut. Jesus, Lou, we're all donuts. You think I didn't watch my sister being eaten by cancer and know that my heart was going to break, not just for her but for her son, every day of my life? You think I don't know how that feels? There's only one response, and I can tell you this because I see it every day. You live, and you throw yourself into everything and try not to think about the bruises." "Aw, that's lovely," said Donna, nodding. "I'm trying, Sam. You have no idea how far I've come." And then we were there. The sign for Kingsbury Estate loomed in front of us. We drove in through a huge archway, past a car park, and into a darkened courtyard where Sam pulled up and swore softly. "Very. We were meant to drop you off. I didn't like to interrupt," said Donna. "I'll wait here till you get back." I crossed my arms. "There's no point." Sam jumped out of the driver's door and grabbed his pack. "I'm not going to jump through hoops to convince you to be with me." Oh gosh, the bloody signs are missing. He could be anywhere. I gazed out at the forbidding maroon brick buildings. There were probably 20 stairwells in those blocks, and none you would have wanted to walk around without the company of a large bodyguard. Donna shrugged her way into her jacket. "The last time I came here, heart attack, it took 4 tries to find the right block, and that gate was locked. We had to find a caretaker to unlock it before we could bring in the mobile unit. By the time I made it to the right flat, the patient was dead. 2 gang shootings here last month." "You want me to call in a police escort?" said Donna. "No, no time." It was eerily quiet, even though it was barely 8 p.m. These were estates in a part of the city where only a few years ago, children might have been playing out on bikes, sneaking cigarettes, and catcalling long into the evening. Now, residents double-locked their doors long before dark, and windows were braced with decorative metal bars. Half the sodium lights had been shot out, and the odd remaining one flickered intermittently, as if unsure whether it was safe to shine. Sam and Donna, now outside the cab, were talking, their voices lowered. Donna opened the passenger door, reached in and handed me a high-visibility jacket. "Right, put that on and come with us. He doesn't feel safe leaving you here." "Why couldn't he?" "Oh, you two, for God's sake. Look, I'm going to head this way, you follow him that way, okay?" I stared at her. Sort it out afterwards. She strode off, her walkie-talkie buzzing in her hand. I followed close behind Sam as we went along one length of concrete walkway, then another. Savernake House, he muttered. How on earth are we supposed to know which one? The radio hissed. Control, can we have some guidance? No signs on these buildings, and no idea where this patient is. Sorry, the voice said apologetically. Our map doesn't show individual block names. Want me to head off that way? I said, pointing in front of us. Then we'll have 3 walkways covered. I've got my phone with me. We halted in a stairwell that reeked of urine and the stale fat of old takeaway cartons. The walkways sat in shadow, only the occasional muffled burble of a television behind the windows suggesting life deep within each small flat. I had expected a distant commotion, some vibration in the air that would lead us to the injured, but this was eerily still. No, stay close, okay? I saw that having me there was making him nervous. I wondered whether I should just leave, but I didn't want to find my way out by myself. Sam stopped at the end of the walkway. He turned, shaking his head, his mouth compressed. Donna's voice crackled across the radio. Nothing this end. And then we heard a shout. There, I said, following the sound. On the other side of the square, in the half-light, we saw a crouching figure, a body on the ground under the sodium lights. Here we go, said Sam, and we started to run. Speed was everything in his job, he had once told me. It was one of the first things paramedics were taught, the difference a few seconds could make to someone's chances of survival. If the patient was bleeding out, had had a stroke or a heart attack, it could be those critical few seconds that kept them alive. We bolted along the concrete walkways, down the reeking, dingy stairs, and then we were across the worn grass towards the prostrate figure. Donna was already down beside her. A girl? Sam dropped his pack. I'm sure they said it was a man. As Donna checked her for injuries, he called into control. Yup, young male, late teens, Afro-Caribbean appearance, the dispatcher responded. Sam clicked off his radio. They must have misheard. It's like bloody Chinese whisper some days. She was about 16, her hair neatly braided, her limbs sprawled as if she had recently fallen. She was strangely peaceful. I wondered fleetingly if that was how I had looked when he'd found me. Can you hear me, sweetheart? She didn't move. He checked her pupils, her pulse, her airways. She was breathing, and there was no obvious sign of injury. Yet she seemed completely non-responsive. He checked all around her a second time, staring at his equipment. Is she alive? Sam's eyes met Donna's. He straightened up and glanced around him, thinking. He gazed up at the windows of the estate. They stared down at us like blank, unfriendly eyes. Then he motioned us over and spoke quietly. Something's not right. Look, I'm going to do the drop hand test, and when I do, I want you to head for the rig and start the engine. If it's what I think it is, we need to get out of here. Drugs ambush, muttered Donna, her gaze sliding behind me. Might be.
Or turf-related. We should have had a location match. I'm sure this is where Andy Gibson had that shooting. I tried to keep my voice calm. What's the drop hand test? I'm going to lift her hand and drop it from above her face. If she's acting, she'll move her hand rather than hit her own face. They always do. It's like a reflex. But if there's someone watching, I don't want them to get wind that we've worked it out. Louisa, you act like you're going to get some more equipment, okay? I'll do it once you've texted me to say you're at the rig. If anyone's near it, don't go in. Just turn round and come straight back to me. Donna, get your pack together and ready. You go after her. If they see 2 of us leaving together, they'll know. He handed me the keys. I picked up a bag, as if it were mine, and started to walk briskly towards the ambulance. I was suddenly conscious of unseen people watching from the shadows. My heartbeat was thumping in my ears. I tried to make my face expressionless, my movements purposeful. The walk along the echoing concourse felt achingly long. When I reached the ambulance, I let out a sigh of relief. I reached for the keys, opened the door, and as I stepped up, a voice called from the shadows. "Miss." I glanced behind me. Nothing. "Miss." A young boy appeared from behind a concrete pillar, another behind him, a hoodie pulled forward to obscure his face. I took a step back towards the rig, my heart racing. "I've got backup on the way," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's no drugs in here. You both need to back off, okay?" "Miss, he's by the bins. They don't want you to get to him. He's bleeding real bad, miss. That's why Emeka's cousin is faking it out there, to distract yous, so you'll go away." "What? What do you mean?" "He's by the bins. You gotta help him, miss." "What? Where are the bins?" But the boy glanced warily behind him, and when I turned to ask again, they had disappeared into the shadows. I glanced around, trying to work out where he meant, and then I spied it, over by the garages, the protruding edge of a bright green plastic rubbish container. I edged along the shadows of the ground floor walkway, out of view of the main square, until I saw an open doorway out to the refuse area. I ran over, and there, tucked behind the recycling bin, a pair of legs sprawled, tracksuit bottoms soaked with blood. His upper half was slumped under the containers, and I crouched down. The boy turned his head and groaned quietly. "Hello? Can you hear me?" They got me. Blood seeped stickily from what looked like 2 wounds to his legs. They got me. I grabbed my phone and called Sam, my voice low and urgent. "I'm over by the bins, to your right. Please, come quick." I could see him, looking around slowly until he spotted me. 2 elderly people, Samaritans from a previous age, had appeared beside him. I could see them asking questions about the fallen girl, their faces blanketed with concern. He gently placed a blanket over the faking cousin, asking them to watch over her, then walked briskly towards the rig with his bag, as if to get more equipment. Donna had vanished. I opened the bag he'd given me, ripping open a pack of gauze and placing it over the boy's leg, but there was so much blood. "Okay, someone's coming to help. We'll have you in the ambulance in a moment." I sounded like someone out of a bad film. I had no idea what else to say. "Come on, Sam, you gotta get me out of here." The boy groaned. I put my hand on his arm, trying to keep calm. "Come on, Sam, where are you?" And suddenly I heard the rig's engine starting, and there it was, reversing through the garages towards me at some speed, its engine whining in protest. It bumped to a halt, and Donna jumped out. She ran towards me, threw open the back doors. "Help me put him in," she said. "We're getting out of here." There was no time for gurneys. Somewhere above, I heard shouting, multiple footsteps. We shouldered the boy towards the ambulance, shoving him into the back. Donna slammed the doors behind him, and I ran for the cab, my heart racing, and threw myself in, locking the doors. I could see them now, a gang of men, racing towards us around the upper floor, hands raised with, what, guns? Knives? I felt something liquid inside me. I looked out of the window. Sam was walking along the open space, his face turned to the sky. He had seen them too. Donna saw before he did, the gun raised in the man's hand. She swore loudly and slammed the rig into reverse, steering it round the garage, headed straight for the grassed area where Sam was still walking towards us. I could just make him out, the green of his uniform growing larger in the passenger mirror. "Sam!" I yelled out of my window. He glanced at me, then up at them. "Leave the ambulance alone," he yelled at the men, over the whine of the ambulance's reverse gear. "Back off, all right? We're just doing our jobs." "Not now, Sam, not now," Donna said under her breath. The men kept running, peering over as if calculating the quickest way down, relentless, moving forward like a tide. One vaulted nimbly over a wall, swinging his way easily down a flight of stairs. I wanted to skid out of there so badly I was limp with it. But Sam was still walking towards them, his hands raised, palms up.
Leave the ambulance, boys, okay? We're just here to help." His voice was calm and authoritative, betraying none of the fear that I felt. And then I saw through the back window that the men had slowed. They were walking now, not running. A distant part of me thought, thank goodness. The boy lay behind us, still moaning. "That's it," said Donna, leaning around. "Come on, Sam, in you come. Come on over here now, and we can get the—" Bang! The sound cut through the air, amplified in the empty space, so that I felt, briefly, as if my whole head had expanded and contracted with the sound. And then, too quickly, bang! I yelped. "What the—" Donna yelled. "We need to get out of here, man," the boy shouted. I looked back, willing Sam to get in. "Get in now, please." But Sam had gone. No, not gone. There was something on the ground. A high-visibility jacket. A yellow stain on the gray concrete. Everything stopped. No, I thought. No. The ambulance screeched to a halt. Then Donna was out, and I was running after her. Sam was motionless, and there was blood, so much blood, seeping outwards in a steadily expanding pool around him. In the distance, the two old people scrambled stiffly towards the safety of their door, the girl, who was supposedly immobile, sprinting across the grass at the speed of an athlete. And the men were still coming, running down the upper walkway towards us. I tasted metal in my mouth. "Lou, grab him!" We hauled Sam towards the back of the rig. He was leaden, as if he were deliberately resisting. I pulled at his collar, his armpits, my breath coming in short bursts. His face was chalk white, huge black shadows under his half-closed eyes, as if he had not slept for 100 years. His blood against my skin. Why had I not known how warm blood is? Donna was already in the rig hauling at him, and we were pushing, heaving, a sob in my throat as I pulled at his arms, his legs. "Help me!" I was shouting, as if there was anyone who could. "Help me!" And then he was in, his leg at the wrong angle, and the door slammed behind me. Crack! Something hit the top of the rig. I screamed and ducked. Some part of me thought absently, "Is this it? Is this how I die? In my bad jeans, while a few miles away my parents argue about birthday cakes with my sister?" The boy on the gurney was screaming, his voice shrill with fear. And then the ambulance skidded forwards, steering right as the men approached us from the left. I saw a hand rise and thought I heard a gunshot. I ducked again instinctively. "Goodness," Donna swore and swerved again. I raised my head. I could make out the exit. Donna steered hard left, then right, the ambulance almost on 2 wheels as she hurled it around the corner. The wing mirror clipped a car.
Someone dived towards us, but Donna swerved once more and kept going. I heard the thump of an angry fist on the side. And then we were out on the road, and the young men were behind us, slowing to a furious, defeated jog as they watched us go. Gosh! The blue light on, Donna radioing ahead to the hospital, words I couldn't make out through the thumping in my ears. I was cradling Sam's face, gray and covered with a fine sheen, his eyes glassy. He was completely silent. "What do I do?" I yelled at Donna. "What do I do?" She screeched around a roundabout, and her head swiveled briefly towards me. "Find the injury. What can you see?" "It's his stomach. There's a hole. 2 holes. There is so much blood. Oh, goodness, there's so much blood." My hands came away red and glossy. My breath came in short bursts. I felt, briefly, as if I might faint. "I need you to calm now, Louisa, okay? Is he breathing? Can you feel a pulse?" I checked, felt something inside me sag with relief. "Yes. I can't stop. We're too close. Elevate his feet, okay? Push up his knees. Keep the blood near his chest. Now make sure his shirt is open. Rip it. Just get to it. Can you describe the wound? That stomach, which had lain warm and smooth and solid against mine, now a red, gaping mess." A sob escaped my throat. Oh, God. Don't you panic now, Louisa, you hear me? We're nearly there. You have to apply pressure. Come on, you can do this. Use the gauze from the pack, the big one, whatever. Just stop him bleeding out, okay? She turned back to the road, sending the ambulance the wrong way up a one-way street. The boy on the gurney swore softly, now lost in his own private world of pain. Ahead, cars swerved obediently out of the way on the sodium-lit road, waves parting on the tarmac. A siren, always a siren. Paramedic down. I repeat, paramedic down. Gunshot wound to the abdomen. Donna yelled into the radio. ETA 3 minutes. We're going to need a crash cart. I unwrapped the bandages, my hands shaking, and ripped open Sam's shirt, bracing myself as the ambulance tore round corners. How could this be the man who had been arguing with me just 15 minutes earlier? How could someone so solid just be ebbing away in front of me? Sam, can you hear me? I was crouched over him now on my knees, my jeans darkening red. His eyes closed. When they opened, they seemed to fix on something far away. I put my face down so that I was directly in his field of vision, and for a second his eyes locked onto mine, and I saw a flicker of something that could have been recognition. I took hold of his hand, as he had once held mine, in another ambulance, 1,000,000 years ago. You're going to be okay, you hear me? You're going to be okay. Nothing. He didn't even seem to register my voice. Sam? Look at me, Sam. Nothing. I was there, back in that Swiss room, Will's face turning away from mine, losing him. No, don't you dare. I placed my face against his, my words falling his ear. Sam, you stay with me, you hear? My hand was on the gauze dressing, my body over his, juddering with the rocking of the ambulance. There was the sound of sobbing in my ears, and I realized it was my own. I turned his face with my hands, forcing him to look at me. Stay with me, you hear me? Sam! 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 I had never known fear like it. It was in the stilling of his gaze, the wet warmth of his blood, a rising tide, the closing of a door. Sam! The ambulance had stopped. Donna leapt into the back. She ripped open a clear plastic pouch, pulling out drugs, white padding, a syringe, injected something into Sam's arm. With shaking hands, she hooked him up to a drip and placed an oxygen mask over his face. I could hear beeping outside. I was trembling violently. Stay there, she commanded as I made to scramble out of her way. Keep that pressure. That's it. That's good. You're doing great. Her face lowered to his. Come on, mate. Come on, Sam. Nearly there. I could hear sirens as she worked, still talking, her hands swift and competent on the equipment, always busy, always moving. You're going to be fine, my old mucker. Just hang on in there, okay? The monitor was flickering green and black, the sound of beeping. Then the doors opened again, flooding the ambulance with swinging neon light, and there were paramedics, green uniforms, white coats, hauling out the boy, still complaining and swearing. Then Sam, lifting him gently away from me, into the dark night. Blood swilled on the floor of the ambulance, and as I made to stand up, I slipped and put a hand out to right myself. It came back red. Their voices receded. I caught a flash of Donna's face, white with anxiety. A barked instruction, straight to theater. I was left standing between the ambulance doors, watching as they ran with him, their boots clumping across the tarmac. The doors of the hospital opened and swallowed him, and as they closed again, I was alone in the silence of the car park. Hours spent on hospital seating have a strange, elastic quality. I had hardly noticed them when I waited for Will during his checkups. I had read magazines, pecked out messages on my phone, strolled downstairs for 2 strong hospital coffee on an overpriced concourse, worried about car parking charges, moaned without really meaning it about how long these things always took. Now I sat on a molded plastic chair, my mind numb, my gaze fixed on a wall, unable to tell how long I had been there. I couldn't think. I couldn't feel.
I just existed. Me, the plastic chair, the squeaky linoleum under my bloodied tennis shoes. The strip lighting overhead was a harsh constant, illuminating the nurses who walked past by, barely giving me a second look. Sometime after I had come in, one of them had been kind enough to show me a bathroom so that I could clean my hands, but I could still see Sam's blood in the dips around my nails, rust-colored cuticles that hinted at a not-so-distant atrocity. Pieces of him in pieces of me. Pieces of him where they shouldn't be. When I closed my eyes, I heard the voices, the sharp thwack of the bullet hitting the roof of the ambulance, the echo of the shot, the siren, the siren, the siren. I saw his face, the brief moment when he had looked at me, and there had been nothing, no alarm, nothing, except perhaps a vague bemusement at finding himself there, unable to move. And I kept seeing those wounds, not neat little holes like gunshot injuries in movies, but living, pulsing things, pushing out blood as if they were trying maliciously to rid him of it. I sat motionless on that plastic chair, because I didn't know how to do anything else. Somewhere at the end of that corridor were the operating theaters. He was in there right now. He was alive, or he was dead. He was being wheeled to some distant ward, surrounded by relieved, high-fiving colleagues. Or someone was pulling that green cloth up over his. My head sank into my hands, and I listened to my breath, in and out, in and out. My body smelled unfamiliar, of blood and antiseptic, and something sour left over from visceral fear. Periodically, I would observe distantly that my hands were trembling, but I wasn't sure if it was low blood sugar or exhaustion, and somehow the thought of trying to find food was way beyond me. Movement was beyond me. My sister had texted me some time ago. "Where are you? We're going for pizza. They are talking, but I need you here as United Nations." I hadn't answered. I couldn't work out what to say. "He is talking about her hairy legs again. Please come. This could get ugly. She has a fearsome aim with a dough ball." I closed my eyes, and I tried to remember what it felt like a week ago, to lie on the grass beside Sam, the way his stretched-out legs were so much longer than mine, the reassuring scent of his warm shirt, the low rumble of his voice, the sun on my face, his face turning towards mine to steal kisses, the way he looked secretly pleased after every one of them.
The manner in which he walked, set slightly forward, yet his weight so centered, the most solid man I had ever met, as if nothing could knock him down. I felt the buzz and pulled my phone from my pocket, read my sister's message. "Where are you? Mom's getting worried." I checked the time, 10:48 p.m. I couldn't believe I was the same person who had woken that morning and dropped Lily at the station. I leaned back in the chair, thought for a moment, and began to type. "I'm at the city hospital. There's been an accident. I'm fine. I'll be back when I know." When I know. My finger hovered over the keys. I blinked and, after a moment, pressed send. And I closed my eyes and prayed. I came to with a start at the sound of the swing doors. My mother was walking briskly down the corridor, her good coat on, her arms already outstretched. What the hell happened? Trina was close behind, dragging Thom in his pajamas with an anorak over the top. Mum didn't want to come without Dad, and I wasn't going to be left behind. Thom looked at me sleepily and waved a damp hand. "We had no clue what had happened to you." Mum sat down beside me, studying my face. "Why didn't you say? What's going on?" "Sam has been shot." "Shot? Your paramedic man? With a gun?" said Trina. It was then that my mother registered my genes. She gazed at the red stains, disbelieving, and turned mutely to my father. I was with him. She pressed her hands to her mouth. "Are you okay?"
And then, when she saw the answer was yes, at least physically, Is he okay?" The four of them stood before me, their faces immobilized by shock and concern. I was suddenly utterly relieved to have them there. "I don't know," I said, and as my father stepped forward to take me in his arms, I finally began to cry. We sat for several years, my family and I, on those plastic chairs, or something close to that. Thumb fell asleep on Trina's lap, his face pale under the strip lights, his battered cuddly cat pressed into the silky soft space between his neck and chin. Dad and Mum sat on each side of me, and at any time one of them would hold my hand or stroke the side of my face and tell me it was going to be okay. I leaned against Dad and let the tears fall silently, and Mum wiped my face with her ever-present clean handkerchief. Periodically, she would head off on a recce trip around the hospital for hot drinks. She'd never have done that by herself a year ago, Dad said, the first time she disappeared. I couldn't tell whether it was said admiringly or with regret. We spoke little. There was nothing to say. The words repeated in my head like a mantra. Just let him be okay. Just let him be okay. Just let him be okay. This is what catastrophe does. It strips away the fluff and the white noise, the should I really and the but what if. I wanted Sam. I knew it with a stinging clarity. I wanted to feel his arms around me, hear him talking, and sit in the cab of his ambulance. I wanted him to make me a salad with things he had grown in his garden, and I wanted to feel his warm, bare chest rise and fall steadily under my arm while he slept. Why had I not been able to tell him that? Why had I wasted so much time worrying about what was not important? Then, as Mum came through the doors at the far end, bearing a cardboard holder with 4 T's in it, the doors to the theaters opened, and Donna emerged, her uniform still smeared with blood, trailing her hands through her hair. I stood. She slowed in front of us, her expression grave, her eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. For a moment I might pass out. Her eyes met mine. Tough as old boots, that one. As I let out an involuntary sob, she touched my arm. "You did good, Lou," she said, and let out a long, shaky breath. "You did good tonight." He spent the night in intensive care and was transferred to a high-dependency unit in the morning. Donna called his parents and said she would stop by his place after she'd had some sleep to feed his animals. We went in to see him together shortly after midnight, but he was asleep, still ashen, a mask obscuring most of his face. I wanted to move closer to him, but I was afraid to touch him, hooked up as he was to all those wires and tubes and monitors. "He really is going to be okay," she nodded. A nurse moved silently around the bed, checking levels, taking his pulse. We were lucky it was an older handgun. A lot of kids are getting hold of semi-automatics now. That would have been it. She rubbed at her eyes. "It'll probably be on the news, if nothing else happens. Mind you, another crew dealt with the murder of a mother and baby on Athena Road last night, so it's possible it won't be news at all." I tore my gaze from him and turned to her. "Will you carry on?" "Carry on? As a paramedic?" She pulled a face, as if she didn't really understand the question. "Of course, it's my job." She patted me on the shoulder and turned towards the door. "Get some sleep, Lou. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow anyway. He's about 87% fentanyl right now." My parents were waiting when I stepped back into the corridor. They didn't say anything. I gave a small nod. Dad took my arm, and Mum patted my back. "Let's get you home, love," she said, "and into some clean things." It turns out there is a particular tone of voice that emanates from an employer who, several months previously, had to listen to how you couldn't come to work as you had fallen off the 5th floor of a building, and now would like to swap shifts because a man who may or may not be your boyfriend has been shot twice in the stomach. He's... What? He was shot twice. He's out of intensive care, but I'd like to be there this morning when he comes to. So I was wondering if I could swap shifts with you. There was a short silence. Right, okay. He hesitated. He was actually shot? With an actual gun? You can come and inspect the holes if you like. My voice was so calm I almost laughed. We discussed a couple more logistical details, calls that needed to be made, a visit from head office, and before I rang off, Richard grew silent for a moment. Then he said, "Louisa, is your life always like this?" I thought of who I had been just 2.5 years ago, my days measured in the short walk between my parents' house and the café, the Tuesday night routines of watching Patrick running, or supper with my parents. I looked down at the rubbish bag in the corner, which now contained my blood-stained tennis shoes. Possibly, although I'd like to think it's just a phase. After breakfast, my parents left from home. My mother didn't want to go, but I assured her that I was fine, and that I didn't know where I would be for the next few days, so there would be little point in her staying. I also reminded her that the last time Granddad was left alone for more than 24 hours, he had eaten his way through 2 pots of raspberry jam and a tin of condensed milk, in lieu of actual meals. "You really are all right, though." She held her hand to the side of my face. She said it as though it wasn't a question, although it clearly was. "Mom, I'm fine." She shook her head and made to pick up her bag. "I don't know, Louisa. You do pick them." She was taken aback when I laughed. It might have been leftover shock, but I like to think it was then that I realized I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I showered, trying not to look at the pink water that ran from my legs, and washed my hair. Bought the least limp bunch of flowers I could find at Samir's, and headed back to the hospital for 10 a.m. Sam's parents had arrived several hours previously, the nurse told me, as she led me to the door. They had headed over to the railway carriage with Jake and Jake's father to fetch Sam's belongings. He wasn't very with it when they came, but he's making more sense now, she said. It's not unusual when they're recently out of theater. Some people just bounce back quicker than others. I slowed as we reached the door.
I could see him now through the glass, his eyes closed, as they had been last night, his hand, strapped up to various monitors, lying motionless alongside his body. There was stubble on his chin, and while he was still ghostly pale, he looked a little more like himself. "You sure I'm okay to go in? You're Louise, right? He's been asking for you." She smiled and wrinkled her nose. "Give us a shout if you get tired of that one. He's lovely." I pushed the door slowly, and his eyes opened, his face turning slightly. He looked at me then, as if he were taking me in, and something inside me weakened with relief. Some people will do anything to beat me on the scar front. I closed the door behind me. "Yeah, well," his voice emerged as a croak, "I've gone right off that game." He gave a small, tired smile. I stood, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. I hated hospitals. I would do almost anything never to enter one again. "Come here." I put the flowers on the table and walked over to him. He moved his arm, motioning for me to sit on the bed beside him. I sat, and then, because it felt wrong to be looking down at him, I lay back, positioning myself carefully, wary of dislodging something, of hurting him. I placed my head on his shoulder and felt the welcome weight of his head come to rest against mine. His lower arm lifted, gently hooking me in. We lay there in silence for a while, listening to the soft shoe shuffle of the nurses outside, the distant conversation. "I thought you were dead," I whispered. Apparently, some amazing woman who shouldn't have been in the back of the ambulance managed to slow my blood loss. That's some woman. I thought so. I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth of his skin against my cheek, the unwelcome scent of chemical disinfectant emanating from his body. I didn't think about anything. I just let myself exist in the moment, the deep, deep pleasure of being there next to him, of feeling the weight of him beside me, the space he took up in the atmosphere. I shifted my head and kissed the soft skin on the inside of his arm, and felt his fingers trace their way gently through my hair. "You scared me, Ambulance Sam." There was a long silence. I could hear him thinking the million things he chose not to say. "I'm glad you're here," he said eventually. We lay there for a bit longer, in silence. And when the nurse finally came in and raised an eyebrow at my proximity to various important tubes and wires, I climbed reluctantly off the bed and obeyed her instructions to get some breakfast while she did her medical thing. I kissed him, a little self-consciously, and when I stroked his hair, his eyes lifted slightly at the corners, and I saw, with gratitude, something of what I was to him. "I'll be back after my shift," I said. "You might bump into my parents." He said it as a warning. "That's fine," I said. "I'll make sure I'm not wearing my Really Deva police t-shirt." He laughed, then grimaced, as if laughing were painful. I fussed around a little while the nurses were seeing to him, doing the things that people do at patients' bedsides when they're simply looking for an excuse to hang around. I put out some fruit, disposed of a tissue, organized some magazines that I knew he wouldn't read. And then it was time to go. I had made it as far as the door when he spoke. "I heard you." My hand was outstretched, ready to open it. I turned. "Last night, when I was bleeding out, I heard you." Our eyes locked, and in that moment, everything shifted. I saw what I had really done. I saw that I could be somebody's center, their reason for staying. I saw that I could be enough. I walked back, took Sam's face in my hands, and kissed him fiercely, feeling hot tears fall unchecked onto his face, his arm pulling me in tightly as he kissed me back. I pressed my cheek against his, half laughing, half weeping, oblivious to the nurses, to anything except the man before me. Then, finally, I turned and walked downstairs, wiping my face, laughing at my tears, ignoring the curious faces of the people who passed. The day was beautiful, even under strip lights. Outside birds sang. A new morning dawned. People lived and grew and got better and looked forward to getting older. I bought a coffee and ate an oversweet muffin, and they tasted like the most delicious things I had ever had. I sent messages to my parents, to Trina, to Richard, telling him I would be in shortly. I texted Lily. "Thought you might want to know Sam is in hospital. He got shot, but he's okay. I know he'd love it if you dropped him a card, or even just a text if you're busy." The answer pinged back within seconds. I smiled. How did girls of that age type so quickly when they did everything else so slowly? OMG, I just told the other girls and I'm basically now the coolest person they know. Seriously though, give him my love. If you text me his details, I'll get him a card after school. Oh, and I'm sorry for acting inappropriately around him that time. I didn't mean it, like not in a suggestive way. Hope you guys are really happy. I didn't wait to respond. I looked at the hospital cafeteria and the shuffling patients and the bright blue day through the skylight, and my fingers hit the keys before I knew what I was saying. I am. Jake was waiting under the porch when I arrived at the moving on circle. It was raining heavily, dense clouds the color of heather abruptly unleashing a thunderstorm that overwhelmed gutters and soaked me in the 10 seconds it took to run across the car park. "Aren't you going in? It's filthy out." He stepped forward, and his lanky arms enfolded me in a swift, awkward hug as I reached the door. "Oh," I lifted my hands, not wanting to drip all over him. He released me and took a step back. "Donna told us what you did. I just, wanted to say thanks." His eyes were strained and shadowed, and I realized what these last days must have been like for him, so close to having lost his mother. "He's tough," I said. "He's really Teflon," he said, and we laughed awkwardly in the way British people do when they're experiencing great emotion. In the meeting, Jake spoke unusually volubly about the fact that his girlfriend didn't understand what grief was like for him. "She doesn't get why some mornings I just want to stay in bed with the covers over my head, or why I get a bit panicky about things happening to people I love. Literally nothing bad has happened to her, ever. Even her pet rabbit is still alive, and it's like 9 years old." "I think people get bored of grief," said Natasha. "It's like you're allowed some unspoken, allotted time,
6 months maybe. And then they get faintly irritated that you're not better. It's like you're being self-indulgent, hanging on to your unhappiness. Yes. There was a murmur of agreement from around the circle. I sometimes think it would be easier if we still had to wear widow's weeds, said Daphne. Then everyone could know you were still grieving. Maybe like learner plates, so, you got a different colors after a year. Maybe move from black to a deep purple, said Leanne. Coming up all the way to yellow when you were really happy, Natasha grinned. Oh no, yellow is awful with my complexion. Daphne smiled cautiously. I'll have to stay a bit miserable. I listened to their stories in the dank church hall, the tentative steps forward over tiny emotional obstacles. Fred had joined a bowling league and was enjoying having another reason to go out on Tuesdays, one that didn't involve talking about his late wife. Sunil had agreed to let his mother introduce him to a distant cousin from Eltham. I'm not really into the whole arranged marriage thing, but to be honest, I'm having no luck with other methods. I keep telling myself she's my mother. She's hardly going to set me up with someone horrible. I think it's a lovely idea, said Daphne. My mother would probably have spotted which tree my Alan barked up long before I did. She was ever such a good judge. I viewed them as if I were on the outside of something, looking in.
I laughed at their jokes, winced internally at their tales of inappropriate tears or misjudged comments, but what became clear as I sat on my plastic chair and drank my instant coffee was that I had somehow found myself on the other side. I had crossed a bridge. Their struggle was no longer my struggle. It wasn't that I would ever stop grieving for Will, or loving him, or missing him, but that my life seems to have somehow landed back in the present. And it was with a growing satisfaction that I found, even as I sat there with people I now knew and trusted, I wanted to be somewhere else, beside a large man in a hospital bed who, I knew, to my utter gratitude, would even now be glancing up at the clock in the corner, wondering how long it was going to take me to get to him. "Nothing from you tonight, Louisa?" Mark was looking at me, one eyebrow raised. I shook my head. "I'm good." He smiled, perhaps recognizing something in my tone. "Good, yes. Actually, I think I don't need to be here anymore. I'm okay." "I knew there was something different about you," said Natasha, leaning forwards and eyeing me almost suspiciously. "It's the intimacy," said Fred. "I'm sure that's the cure. I'd bet I'd have got over Jilly much faster with all the intimacy." Natasha and William exchanged a strange look. "I'd like to come until the end of the term, if it's okay," I said to Mark. "It's just, I've come to think of you all as my friends. I might not need it, but I would still like to come for a bit longer, just to make sure, and, to see everyone." Jake gave a small smile. "We should probably go dancing," said Natasha. "You can come for as long as you want," said Mark. "That's what we're here for. My friends. A motley group, but then most friends are. Orecchiette cooked al dente, pine nuts, basil, homegrown tomatoes, olives, tuna, and Parmesan cheese. I had made the pasta salad to the recipe Lily gave me over the phone as she was fed instructions by her grandmother. "Good invalid food," Camilla shouted from some distant kitchen. "Easy to digest if he's spending a lot of time lying down." "I'd just buy him a takeaway," muttered Lily. "Poor man suffered enough." She cackled quietly. "Anyway, I thought you preferred him lying down." I walked along the hospital corridor later that evening, feeling quietly proud of my little Tupperware box of domesticity. I had made this supper the night before, and now carried it in front of me like a badge of honor, half hoping someone would stop me and ask what it was. Yes, my boyfriend is recuperating. I bring him food every day, just little things he might fancy. I grew these tomatoes myself. Sam's wounds were beginning to heal, the internal damage clearing. He tried to get up too often and was grumpy about being stuck in bed and worried about his animals, even though Donna, Jake, and I had set up a reasonably good animal husbandry schedule. 2 to 3 weeks, the consultants reckoned, if he did what he was told. Given the extent of his injuries, he had been lucky. More than one conversation had taken place in my presence where medical professionals had murmured, "A centimeter the other way." I sang la 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 in my head during those conversations. I reached his corridor and buzzed myself in, cleaning my hands with the antibacterial foam as I pushed at the door with my hip. "Evening," said the nurse with glasses. "You're late. Had to go to a meeting. You just missed his mom. She brought him the most delicious homemade steak and ale pie. You could smell it all the way down the ward. We're still salivating." "Oh," I lowered my box. "That's nice. Good to see him tuck in. The consultant will be round in about half an hour." I was just about to put the Tupperware into my bag when my phone rang. I pressed answer, still wrestling with the zip. "Louisa?" "Yes?" "It's Leonard Gopnik." It took me 2 seconds to register his name. I made to speak, then stood very still, glancing around me stupidly as if he could be somewhere nearby. "Mr. Gopnik, I got your email." "Right." I put the food container on the chair. "It was an interesting read. I was pretty surprised when you turned down my job offer, as was Nathan. You seemed suited to it. It's like I said in my email, I did want it, Mr. Gopnik, but, well, things came up. So is this girl doing okay now?" "Lily." "Yes, she's in school. She's happy. She's with her family, her new family. It was just a period of adjustment. You took that very seriously. I'm not the kind of person who can just leave someone behind." There was a long silence. I turned away from Sam's room and gazed out of the window at the car park, watching as an oversized 4x4 tried and failed to negotiate its way into a too small parking space. Forwards and backwards. I could see it wasn't going to fit. So here's the thing, Louisa. It's not working out with our new employee. She's not happy. For whatever reason, she and my wife are not really comfortable with each other. By mutual agreement, she's leaving at the end of the month. Which leaves me with a problem. I listened. "I would like to offer you the job, but I don't like upheaval, especially when it involves people close to me. So I guess I'm calling because I'm trying to get a clear picture of what it is you actually want." Oh, I did really want it, but I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, and there was Sam, leaning against the wall. You got another position?" "I got a promotion. Is it a position you want to stay in?" Sam was watching my face. "Not necessarily, but obviously you have to weigh it all up." "Okay, well, I imagine that I've probably caught you by surprise with this call. But on the back of what you wrote me, if you're genuinely still interested, I'd like to offer you the job. Same terms, to start as soon as possible. That's as long as you're sure that it's something you really want. Do you think you can let me know within 48 hours? Yes, Mr. Gopnik. Thank you for calling." I heard him click off. I looked up at Sam. He was wearing a hospital dressing gown over his too short hospital nightshirt. Neither of us spoke for a moment. "You're up. You should be in bed. I saw you through the window. One ill-timed breeze and those nurses are going to be talking about you till Christmas." Was that the New York guy? I felt oddly busted. I put my phone in my pocket and reached for the Tupperware container. The position came up again. I watched his gaze slide briefly away from me. "But I've only just got you back, so I'm going to say no. Look, do you think you can manage some pasta after your epic pie? I know you're probably full, but it's so rare that I manage to cook something that's actually edible. No, it's not that bad. You could at least try. Not the pasta. The job." We stared at each other. He ran his hair through his hair, glancing down the corridor. "You need to do this, Lou. You know it and I know it. You have to take it. I tried to leave home before, and I just got even more messed up. Because it was too soon. You were running away. This is different." I gazed up at him. I hated myself for realizing what I wanted to do, and I hated him for knowing it. We stood in the hospital corridor in silence, and then I saw he was rapidly losing color from his face. "You need to lie down." He didn't fight me. I took his arm, and we made our way back to his bed. He winced as he lay back carefully on the pillows. I waited until I saw color return to his face, then lay down beside him and took his hand. "I feel like we just sorted it all out, you and me." I laid my head against his shoulder, feeling my throat constrict. "We did. I don't want to be with anyone else, Sam." Like that was ever in doubt. But long-distance relationships rarely survive. "So we are in a relationship?" I started to protest, and he smiled. "I'm kidding. Some don't survive. I'm guessing some do, though."
I guess it depends how much both sides want to try. His big arm looped around my neck and pulled me to him. I realized I was crying.
He wiped at my tears gently with his thumb. Lou, I don't know what will happen. Nobody ever does. You can set out one morning and step in front of a motorbike, and your whole life can change. You can go to work on a routine job and get shot by a teenager who thinks that's what it takes to be a man. You can fall off a tall building. You can. Or you can go to visit a bloke wearing a nightie in a hospital bed and get the best job offer you can imagine. That's life. We don't know what will happen, which is why we have to take our chances while we can. And I think this might be yours. I screwed my eyes shut, not wanting to hear him, not wanting to acknowledge the truth in what he was saying. I wiped at my eyes with the heels of my hands. He handed me a tissue and waited while I wiped the black smears from my face. Panda eyes suit you. I think I might be a bit in love with you. I bet you say that to all the men in intensive care. I turned over and kissed him. When I opened my eyes again, he was watching me. I'll give it a go, if you will, he said. It took a moment for the lump in my throat to subside enough for me to be able to speak. I don't know, Sam. You don't know what? Life is short, right? We both know that. Well, what if you're my chance? What if you are the thing that's actually going to make me happiest? When people say autumn is their favorite time of year, I think it's days like this that they mean. A dawn mist burning off to a crisp, clear light. Piles of leaves blown into corners. The agreeably musty smell of gently moldering greenery. Some say you don't really notice the seasons in the city, that the endless gray buildings and the microclimate caused by traffic fumes mean there is never a huge difference. There is only inside and out, wet or dry. But on the roof it was clear. It wasn't just in the huge expanse of sky, but in Lily's tomato plants which had pushed out swollen red fruit for weeks, the hanging strawberry pots providing an intermittent array of occasional sweet treats. The flowers budded, bloomed, and browned, the fresh green growth of early summer giving way to twiggy stalks and space where foliage had been. Up on the roof, you could already detect the faintest hint in the breeze of the oncoming winter. An aeroplane was leaving a vapor trail across the sky, and I noted that the streetlights were still on from the night before. My mother emerged onto the roof in her slacks, gazing around her at the guests and brushing moisture droplets from the fire escape off her trousers. It really is quite something, this space of yours, Louisa. You could fit 100 people up here. She was carrying a bag containing several bottles of champagne and put it down carefully. Did I tell you, I think you're very brave getting up the confidence to come up here again. I still can't believe you managed to fall off, observed my sister, who had been refilling glasses. Only you could fall off a space this big. Well, she was drunk as a lord, love, remember? Mum headed back to the fire escape. Where did you get all the champagne from, Louisa? This looks awful grand. My boss gave it to me. We had been cashing up a few nights previously, chatting. We chatted quite a lot now, especially since he'd had his baby. I knew more about Mrs. Percival's water retention than I think she would have been entirely comfortable with. I had mentioned my plans, and Richard had disappeared, as if he hadn't been listening. I had been ready to chalk it up as just another example of how Richard was still basically a bit of a wazzock. But when he re-emerged from the cellars a few minutes later, he was holding a crate containing 6 bottles of champagne. Here, 60% off, last of the order. He handed me the box and shrugged. Actually, sod it, just take them. Go on, you've earned them. I had stuttered my thanks, and he had muttered something about them being not a great vintage and the last of the line, but his ears had gone a telltale pink. You could try to sound a bit pleased that I didn't actually die. I passed Trina a tray of glasses.
Oh, I got over my "I wish I was an only child" thing ages ago. Well, maybe 2 years or so. Mum approached with a packet of napkins. She spoke in an exaggerated whisper. "Now, do you think these will be okay?" "Why wouldn't they be? It's the Traynors, isn't it? They don't use paper napkins. They'll have linen ones, probably with a coat of arms embroidered on them or something." "Mum, they've traveled to the roof of a former office block in East London. I don't think they're expecting silver service." "Oh," said Trina. "And I brought Tom's spare duvet and pillow. I thought we might as well start bringing bits and bobs down every time we come. I've got an appointment to look at that after-school club tomorrow." "It's wonderful that you've got it all sorted out, girls. Trina, if you like, I'll mind Tom for you. Just let me know." We worked around each other, setting out glasses and paper plates until Mum disappeared to fetch more inadequate napkins. I lowered my voice so that she couldn't hear. "Trine, is Dad really not coming?" My sister grimaced, and I tried not to look as dismayed as I felt. "Is it really no better? I'm hoping that when I'm gone, they'll have to talk to each other. They just skirt around each other and talk to me or Tom most of the time. It's maddening. Mum's pretending she doesn't care that he didn't come down with us, but I know she does. I really thought he'd be here." I had seen my mother twice since the shooting. She had signed up for a new course, modern English poetry, and now grew wistful at symbols everywhere. Every blown leaf was a sign of impending decrepitude, every airborne bird a sign of hopes and dreams. We had gone once to a live reading of poetry on the South Bank, where she had sat rapt and applauded twice into the silence, and once to the cinema, then on to the Loose at the Smart Hotel, where she had shared sandwiches with the 2 easy chairs of the cloakroom. Both times, when we had found ourselves alone, she had been oddly brittle. "Well, aren't we having a lovely time?" she would say repeatedly, as if challenging me to disagree. And then she would grow quiet or exclaim about the insane price of sandwiches in London. Trina pulled the bench across, plumping up the cushions she had brought up from downstairs. "It's Grandad I worry about. He doesn't like all the tension. He changes his socks 4 times a day, and he's broken 2 of the buttons on the remote control by overpressing. God, there's a thought. Who would get custody?" My sister stared at me in horror. "Don't look at me," we said in unison. We were interrupted by the first of the moving on circle, Sunil and Leanne, emerging from the cast-iron steps, remarking on the size of the roof terrace, the unexpectedly magnificent view over the east of the city. Lily arrived at 12 on the dot, throwing her arms around me and letting out a little growl of happiness. "I love that dress. You look completely gorgeous." She was sun-kissed, her face open and freckled, the tiny hairs on her arms bleached white, clad in a pale blue dress and gladiator sandals. I watched her as she gazed around the roof terrace, clearly delighted to be there again. Camilla, making her way slowly up the fire escape behind her, straightened her jacket and walked over to me, an expression of mild admonishment on her face. "You could have waited, Lily. Why? You're not some old person." Camilla and I exchanged wry glances, and then, almost impulsively, I leaned forward and kissed her cheek. She smelled of expensive department stores, and her hair was perfect. "It's lovely that you came. You've even looked after my plants." Lily was examining everything. "I just assumed you'd kill them all." "Oh, and this. I like these. Are they new?" She pointed to 2 pots I had bought at the flower market the previous week to decorate the roof for today. I hadn't wanted cut flowers or anything that might die.
"They're pelargoniums," said Camilla. "You won't want to leave them up here over the winter. She could put fleece over them. Those terracotta pots are heavy to take down." "They still won't survive," said Camilla. "Too exposed. Actually, I said, Tom's coming to live here, and we're not sure he would be safe on the roof, given what happened to me, so we're shutting it off. If you'd like to take those with you afterwards." "No," Lily said, after a moment's thought. "Let's leave it. It will be nice to just think of it like this, as it was." She helped me with a trestle table and talked a little of school, She was happy there, but struggling slightly with the work, and of her mother, who was apparently making eyes at a Spanish architect called Felipe, who had bought the house next door in St. John's Wood. I feel almost sorry for the jerk. He doesn't know what's about to hit him. But you're okay, I said. I'm fine. Life is pretty good. She popped a crisp into her mouth. Granny made me go and see the new baby. Did I tell you? I must have looked startled. I know, but she said someone had to behave like a grown-up. She actually came with me. She was epically cool. I'm not meant to know, but she bought a Jaeger jacket specially. I think she needed more confidence than she let on. She glanced over at Camilla, who was chatting to Sam over by the food table. Actually, I felt a bit sad for my grandfather. When he thought nobody was looking, he kept gazing at her, like he felt a bit sad at how it had all turned out. And how was it? It's a baby. I mean, they all look the same, don't they? I think they were on their best behavior, though. It was all a bit... And how is school, Lily? Would you like to fix a date to come and stay? And would you like to hold your aunt? Like, that doesn't sound completely weird. You'll go and see them again? Probably. They're all right, I suppose. I glanced over at Georgina, who was talking politely to her father. He laughed, slightly too loudly. He had barely left her side since she had arrived. He calls me twice a week to chat about stuff, and Della keeps going on about how she wants me and the baby to build a relationship, like a baby can do anything except eat and scream and poo. She pulled a face. I laughed. What? She said. Nothing, I said. It's just good to see you. Oh, and I brought you something. I waited as she pulled a little box out of her bag and handed it to me. I saw it at this totally tedious antiques fair that Granny made me go to, and I thought of you. I opened the box carefully. Inside, on dark blue velvet, was an Art Deco bracelet, its cylindrical beads alternate jet and amber. I picked it up and held it in my palm. It's a bit out there, right? But it reminded me of the tights. The tights. It's a thank you, just, you know, for everything. You're about the only person I know who would like it, or me for that matter, back then. Actually, it totally goes with your dress. I held out an arm and she put it on my wrist. I rotated it slowly. I love it. She kicked at something on the ground, her face briefly serious. Well, I think I kind of owe you some jewelry. You owe me nothing. I looked at Lily with her new confidence and her father's eyes and thought of everything she had given me without even knowing it. And then she punched me quite hard on the arm. Right, stop being all weird and emotional, or you're totally going to ruin my mascara. Let's go downstairs and fetch the last of the food. Ugh, did you know there's a Transformers poster gone up in my bedroom and one of Katy Perry? Who the gosh have you got as a new flatmate? The rest of the moving on circle arrived, making their way with varying degrees of trepidation or laughter up the iron steps. Daphne stepping onto the roof with loud exclamations of relief, Fred holding her arm, William vaulting nonchalantly over the last step, Natasha rolling her eyes behind him. Others paused to exclaim at the bundle of white helium balloons bobbing in the thin light. Mark kissed my hand and told me it was the first time something like this had taken place the whole time he had been running the group. Natasha and William, I noticed with amusement, spent a lot of time talking alone. We put the food on the trestle table, and Jake was on bar duty, pouring the champagne and looking curiously pleased at the responsibility. He and Lily had skirted around each other at first, pretending the other was invisible, as teenagers do when they're in a small gathering and conscious that everyone will be waiting for them to speak to each other. When she finally made her way over to him, she shoved out her hand with exaggerated courtesy, and he looked at it for a moment before giving a slow smile. Half of me would like them to be friends. The other can think of nothing more terrifying, Sam murmured into my ear. I slid my hand into his back pocket. She's happy, she's gorgeous, and he's just split up with his girlfriend. What happened to living life to the full, mister? He let out a low growl. He's safe. She's now tucked away in Oxfordshire for most of the year. Nobody's safe with you two.
He lowered his head and kissed me, and I let everything else disappear for a luxurious second or two. I like that dress. Not too frivolous? I held out the pleats of the striped skirt. This part of London was full of vintage clothes stores. I had spent the previous Saturday lost in rails of ancient silks and feathers. I like frivolous, although I'm a bit sad that you're not wearing your sexy pixie thing. He stepped back from me as my mother approached, bearing another pack of paper napkins. "How are you, Sam? Still healing up nicely?" She had visited Sam twice in hospital. She had become deeply concerned at the plight of those left to rely on hospital catering and brought in homemade sausage rolls and egg mayonnaise sandwiches. "Getting there, thanks. Don't you do too much today. No carrying. The girls and I can manage just fine." "We should probably start," I said. Mum glanced again at her watch, then scanned the roof terrace. "Shall we give it another 5 minutes? Make sure everyone gets a drink." Her smile, fixed and too bright, was heartbreaking. Sam saw it. He stepped forward and took her arm. "Josie, do you think you could show me where you've put the salads? I just remembered I didn't bring the dressing from downstairs." "Where is she?" A ripple passed through the small crowd by the table. We turned towards the bellowing voice. "Gosh, is it really up here, or is Tomo sending me on another wild goose chase?" "Bernard!" My mother put down the napkins. My father's face appeared above the parapet, scanning the rooftop. He climbed the last of the iron steps and blew out his cheeks as he surveyed the view. A light film of sweat shone on his forehead. "Why you had to do the very thing all the way up here, Louisa, I have no idea." "Gosh! Bernard! It's not a church, Josie, and I have an important message. And my message is these." My father bent over and with exaggerated care pulled up his trouser legs. First the left and then the right. From my position on the other side of the water tank, I could see that his shins were pale and faintly blotchy. The rooftop fell silent. Everyone stared. He extended one leg, smooth as a baby's butt side. "Go on, Josie, feel them." My mother took a nervous step forward and stooped, sliding her fingers up my father's shin. She patted her hand around it. "You said you'd take me seriously if I had my legs waxed. Well, there you are. I've done it." My mother stared at him in disbelief. "You got your legs waxed?" "I did. And if I'd had any idea you were going through pain like that, love, I would have kept my stupid mouth shut. What really torture is that? Who the gosh thinks that is a good idea?" "Bernard, I don't care. I've been through gosh, Josie, but I'd do it again if it means we can get things back on track. I miss you so much."
I don't care if you want to do 100 college courses, feminist politics, Middle Eastern studies, macrame for dogs, whatever, as long as we're together. And to prove to you exactly how far I'd go for you, I've booked myself in again next week for a very extensive waxing procedure. Oh, God. My mother's hand flew to her neck. Beside me, Sam had started to shake silently. "Stop them," he murmured. "I'm going to bust my stitches." "I'll do whatever it takes if it shows you what you mean to me." "Oh, my days, Bernard. I mean it, Josie. That's how desperate I am." "And this is why our family doesn't do romance," muttered Trina. "Oh, love, I've missed the bones of you." My mother put her arms around my father's neck and kissed him. The relief on his face was almost palpable. He buried his head in her shoulder, and then he kissed her again, her ear, her hair, holding her hands like a small boy. "Gross," said Thomas. "So I don't have to do the—" My mother stroked my father's cheek. "Well, cancel your appointment first thing." My father visibly relaxed. "Well," I said, when the commotion had died down, and it was clear from Camilla Traynor's blanched complexion that Lily had just explained to her exactly what my father had planned to endure in the name of love, "I think we should do one last check of everyone's glasses, and then maybe we should start?" What with the merriment over Dad's grand gesture, baby Traynor's explosive nappy change, and the revelation that Thomas had been dropping egg sandwiches onto Mr. Anthony Gardner's balcony and his brand-new replacement Conran wicker effect sun chair below, it was another 20 minutes before the rooftop grew silent. Amid some surreptitious scanning of notes and clearing of throats, Mark stepped into the middle. He was taller than I'd thought. I had only ever seen him sitting down. Welcome, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Louisa for offering us this lovely space for our end-of-term ceremony. There's something rather appropriate about being this much closer to the heavens. He paused for laughter. This is an unusual final ceremony for us. For the first time, we have some faces here who aren't part of the group, but I think it's a rather lovely idea to open up and celebrate among friends. Everyone here knows what it's like to have loved and lost, so we're honorary members of the group today. Jake stood beside his father, a freckle-faced, sandy-haired man who, unfortunately, I couldn't look at without picturing him weeping after intimacy. Now he reached out and gently pulled his son to him. Jake caught my eye and rolled his. But he smiled. I like to say that although we're called the moving on circle, none of us moves on without a backward look. We move on always carrying with us those we have lost. What we aim to do in our little group is ensure that carrying them is not a burden that feels impossible to bear, a weight keeping us stuck in the same place. We want their presence to feel like a gift. And what we learn through sharing our memories and our sadnesses and our little victories with each other is that it's okay to feel sad or lost or angry. It's okay to feel a whole host of things that other people might not understand, and often for a long time. Everyone has his or her own journey. We don't judge. "Except the biscuits," muttered Fred. "I judge those rich teas. They were shocking." And that, impossible as it may feel at first, we will each get to a point where we can rejoice in the fact that every person we have discussed and mourned and grieved over was here, walking among us, and whether they were taken after 6 months or 60 years, we were lucky to have them. He nodded. We were lucky to have them. I looked around the faces I had grown fond of, rapt with attention, and I thought of Will. I closed my eyes and recalled his face, his smile, and his laugh, and thought of what loving him had cost me, but mostly of what he had given me. Mark looked at our little group. Daphne dabbed surreptitiously at the corner of her eye. So, what we usually do now is just say a few words acknowledging where we are. It doesn't have to be much. It's just a closing of a door on this little bit of your journey. And nobody has to do it, but if you do, it can be a nice thing. The group exchanged embarrassed smiles, and briefly it seemed that nobody would say anything at all. Then Fred stepped up. He adjusted his handkerchief in his blazer pocket and straightened a little. "I'd just like to say thank you, Jilly. You were a smashing wife, and I was a lucky man for 38 years. I will miss you every day, sweetheart." He stepped back, a little awkwardly, and Daphne mouthed, "Very nice, Fred," to him. She adjusted her silk scarf, and then she stepped forwards too. "I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, to Alan. You were such a kind man, and I wish we'd been able to be honest about everything. I wish I'd been able to help you. Oh, well, I hope you're okay, and that you've got a nice friend wherever you are." Fred patted Daphne's arm. Jake rubbed the back of his neck, then stepped forwards, blushing, and faced his father. "We both miss you, Mum, but we're getting there. I don't want you to worry or anything." When he finished, his father hugged him, kissing the top of his head, and blinked hard. He and Sam exchanged small smiles of understanding. Leanne and Sunil followed, each saying a few words, fixing their eyes on the sky to hide awkward tears, or nodding silent encouragement at each other. William stepped forward and silently placed a white rose at his feet.
Unusually short of words, he gazed down it briefly, his face impassive, then stepped back. Natasha gave him a little hug, and he swallowed suddenly, audibly, then folded his arms across his chest. Mark looked at me, and I felt Sam's hand close around mine. I smiled at him and shook my head. Not me, but Lily would like to say a few words, if that's okay. Lily was chewing her lip as she stepped into the middle. She glanced down at a bit of paper she had written on, then appeared to change her mind and screwed it into a ball. I asked Louisa if I could do this, even though, I'm not a member of your group. I didn't know my dad in person, and I never got to say goodbye to him at his funeral, and I thought it would be nice to say a few words now that I sort of feel I know him a bit better. She gave a nervous smile and pushed a strand of hair from her face. So, Will, Dad, when I first found out you were my real father, I'll be honest, I was a bit freaked out. I'd hoped my real dad was going to be this wise, handsome man who would want to teach me stuff and protect me and take me on trips to show me amazing places that he loved. And what I actually got was an angry man in a wheelchair who just, killed himself. But because of Lou and your family, over the last few months, I've come to understand you a bit better. I'll always be sad and maybe even a bit angry that I never got to meet you, but now I want to say thank you too. You gave me a lot without knowing it. I think I'm like you in good ways, and probably a few not-so-good ways. You gave me blue eyes, and my hair color, and the fact that I think Marmite is revolting, and, well, apparently you also gave me a certain amount of moodiness. That's other people's opinion, by the way, not mine. There was a little ripple of laughter. But mostly, you gave me a family I didn't know I had, and that's cool. Because, to be honest, it wasn't going that well before they all turned up. Her smile wavered. "We're very happy you turned up," Georgina called out. I felt Sam's fingers squeeze mine. He wasn't meant to be standing so long, but typically he refused to sit down. I'm not a bloody invalid. I let my head rest against him, fighting the lump that had risen to my throat. Thanks, G. So, Will, Dad, I'm not going to go on because speeches are boring, and also that baby is going to start wailing any minute, which will totally harsh the mood.
But I just wanted to say thank you, from your daughter, and that I love you, and I'll always miss you. And I hope, if you're looking down and you can see me, you're glad that I exist. Because me being here sort of means you're still here, doesn't it? Lily's voice cracked, and her eyes filled with tears. Her gaze slid towards Camilla, who gave a small nod. Lily sniffed and lifted her chin. I thought maybe now would be a good time for everyone to release their balloons. There was a barely perceptible release of breath, a few shuffled steps. Behind me, the handful of members of the moving on circle murmured among themselves, reaching into the gently bobbing bundle for a string. Lily was the first to step forward, holding her white helium balloon. She lifted her arm, then, as an afterthought, picked a tiny blue cornflower from one of her pots and tied it carefully to the string. Then she raised her hand and, after the briefest hesitation, released the balloon. I watched as Will Traynor followed, saw Della's gentle squeeze of his arm. Camilla released hers, then Fred, Sunil, then Georgina, her arm linked with her mother's. My mother, Trina, Dad, blowing his nose noisily into his handkerchief, and Sam. We stood in silence on the roof and watched them sail upwards, one by one, into the clear blue sky, growing smaller and smaller until they were somewhere infinite, unseen. I let mine go. The man in the salmon-colored shirt was on his fourth Danish pastry, wedging great iced wads of it into his open mouth with chubby fingers, and periodically sluicing it down with a pint of cold lager. "Breakfast of champions," muttered Vera, as she walked past me with a tray of glasses and made a fake gagging noise.
I felt a fleeting, reflexive gratitude that I was no longer in charge of the gents. "So, Lou, what does a man have to do to get some service around here?" A short distance away, Dad had perched himself on a stool and was leaning over the bar, examining the various beers. "Do I need to show a boarding card to buy a drink? Dad, quick trip to Alicante? What do you think, Josie? Fancy it?" My mother nudged him. "We should look into it this year. We really should. You know, it's not a bad old place, this. Once you get past the daft idea of actual kids being allowed in an actual pub." Dad shuddered and glanced behind him to where a young family, their flight evidently delayed, had spread a mixture of Lego and raisins all over the table while they eked out 2 coffees. "So, what do you recommend, sweetheart, eh? What's good on the old pumps?" I eyed Richard, who was approaching with his clipboard. "It's all good, Dad." "Apart from those outfits," said Mum, eyeing Vera's too short green lurex skirt. "Head office," said Richard, who had already endured 2 conversations with my mother about the objectification of women in the workplace. "Nothing to do with me." "You got any stout there, Richard?" "We have Murphy's, Mr. Clark. It's a lot like Guinness, although I wouldn't say as much to a purist." "I'm no purist, son. If it's wet and it says beer on the label, it'll do for me." Dad smacked his lips in approval, and the glass was set down in front of him. My mother accepted a coffee with her social voice. She used it almost everywhere in London now, like a visiting dignitary being shown around a production line. "So, that's a latte, is it? Well, that looks simply lovely. And what a clever machine." My father patted the bar stool beside her. "Come and sit down, Lou. Come on, let me buy my daughter a drink." I glanced over at Richard. "I'll have a coffee, Dad," I said. "Thank you." We sat at the bar in silence, as Richard served us, and my father made himself at home, as he did in every bar he ever sat in, nodding a greeting to fellow bar-dwellers, settling on his stool as if it were his favorite easy chair. It was as if the presence of a row of optics and a hard surface on which to rest his elbows created an instant spiritual home. And at all times he kept within inches of my mother, patting her leg appreciatively or holding her hand. They barely left each other alone these days, heads pressed together, giggling like teenagers. It was utterly revolting, according to my sister. She told me before she set off for work that she had almost preferred it when they weren't talking. I had to sleep with earplugs last Saturday. Can you imagine the horror? Grandad looked quite white over breakfast. Outside, a small passenger plane slowed on the runway and taxied towards the terminal, a man in a reflective jacket waving paddles to guide it in. Mum sat, handbag balanced on her lap, and gazed at it. "Thom would love this," she said. "Wouldn't he love this, Bernard? I reckon he'd stand at that window all day." "Well, he can come now, can't he, now he's just up the road? Trina could bring him here at the weekend. I might come too, if the beer's any good." "It's lovely what you've done, letting them come and stay in your flat." Mum watched the plane disappear from view. "You know, this will make all the difference to Trina, with her starting salary and all. Well, it made sense. Much as we'll miss them, we know she can't live with us forever. I know she appreciates it, love, even if she doesn't always show it. I didn't really care that she didn't show it. I had realized something the moment she and Thom walked through my front door with their cases of belongings and posters, Dad behind them bearing the plastic crate of Thom's favorite Predacons and Autobots. It was at that exact point that I finally felt okay about the flat Will's money had paid for. "Did Louisa mention that her sister is moving down here, Richard?" My mother now operated on the basis that pretty much everyone she met in London was her friend, and therefore keen to hear all developments in the Clark household. She had spent 10 minutes this morning advising Richard on his wife's mastitis, and couldn't see any reason why she shouldn't pop along and see his baby. Then again, Maria from the hotel toilets was actually coming for tea at Stortfold in 2 weeks' time, with her daughter, so she wasn't entirely wrong. Katrina's a great girl, smart as a whip. If you ever need any help with your accounts, she's your woman. I'll bear it in mind. Richard's gaze met mine and slid away. I glanced up at the clock, 11:45. Something inside me fluttered. Are you all right, love? You had to hand it to her. My mother never missed a thing. I'm fine, Mum. She squeezed my hand. I'm so proud of you. You know that, don't you? Everything you've achieved these past few months. I know it hasn't been easy. And then she pointed. Oh, look, I knew he'd come. There you go, sweetheart. This is it. And there he was, a head taller than everyone else, and walking a little tentatively through the crowd, his arm braced slightly in front of him, as if he were wary even now that someone would bump into him. I saw him before he saw me, and my face broke into a spontaneous smile. I waved vigorously, and he saw me and gave a nod. When I turned back to my mother, she was watching me, a small smile playing around her lips. He's a good one, that one. I know. She gazed at me for the longest time, her face a mixture of pride and something a little more complicated. She patted her hand. Right, she said, climbing off her bar stool. Time to have your adventures. I left my parents at the bar. It was better that way. It was hard to get emotional in front of a man who liked to quote sections of the management handbook for LOLs. Sam had a brief chat with my parents. My father kept breaking in with occasional nee-naw noises, and Richard after Sam's injuries, and laughed nervously when Dad mentioned that at least he'd done better than my last boyfriend. It took 3 goes for Dad to convince Richard that no, he wasn't joking about Dignitas, and a terribly sad business it had all been. That might have been the point at which Richard decided he was actually quite glad I was leaving.
I extricated myself from Mum's embrace, and we walked across the concourse in silence, my arm linked in Sam's, trying to ignore the fact that my heart was thumping, and that my parents were probably still watching me. I turned to Sam, faintly panicked. I'd thought we would have more time. He looked at his watch and up at the departures board. They're playing your tune. He handed over my little wheeled case. I took it and tried to raise a smile. Nice traveling threads. I looked down at my leopard print shirt and the Jackie O sunglasses I had tucked into my top pocket. I was going for a 1970s jet-set vibe. It's a good look for a jet-setter. So, I said, I'll see you in 4 weeks. It's meant to be nice in New York in the autumn. It'll be nice, whatever. He shook his head. Jesus, nice. I hate the word nice. I looked down at our hands, which were entwined. I found myself staring at them, as if I had to memorize how his felt against mine, as if I had failed to revise for some vital exam that had come too soon. A strange panic was welling inside me, and I think he felt it because he squeezed my fingers. Got everything? He nodded towards my other hand. Passport? Boarding pass? Address of where you're going? Nathan is meeting me at JFK. I didn't want to let him go. I felt like a magnet gone awry, being pulled between 2 poles. I stood aside as other couples stepped towards departures together, towards their adventures, or extracted themselves tearfully from each other's arms. He was watching them too. He stepped back from me gently and kissed my fingers before releasing my hand. Time to go, he said. I had a million things to say, and none I knew how. I stepped forward and kissed him, like people kiss at airports, full of love and desperate longing, kisses that must imprint themselves on their recipient for the journey, the weeks, the months ahead. With that kiss, I tried to tell him the enormity of what he meant to me. I tried to show him that he was the answer to a question I hadn't even known I had been asking. I tried to thank him for wanting me to be me, more than he wanted to make me stay. In truth, I probably just told him I'd drunk 2 large coffees without brushing my teeth. You take care, I said. Don't rush back to work, and don't do any building stuff. My brother's coming to take over the brickwork tomorrow. And if you do go back, don't get hurt. You are totally crap on the not getting shot thing. Lou, I'm going to be fine. I mean it.
I'm going to email Donna when I get to New York and tell her personally responsible if anything else happens to you. Or maybe I'll just tell your boss to put you on desk duty. Or send you to some really sleepy station in North Norfolk. Or maybe make you wear bulletproof vests. Have they thought of issuing bulletproof vests? I bet I could buy a good one in New York if Louisa. He pushed a lock of hair back from my eyes, and I felt my face crumple. I placed it against his and clenched my jaw and breathed in the scent of him, trying to embed some of that solidity into myself. And then, before I could change my mind, I let out a strangled "bye" that might have been a sob or a cough or a stupid half-laugh. I'm not sure even I could tell. And I turned and walked briskly towards security, pulling my case behind me, before I could change my mind. I flashed the new passport, the ESTA that was my key to my future, at a uniformed official, whose face I could barely make out through my tears. And then, as I was waved through, almost on impulse, I spun on my heel. There he was, standing against the barrier, still watching. We locked eyes, and he lifted a hand, his palm open, and I lifted mine slowly in return. I fixed that image of him in my imagination, the way he tilted forward, the light on his hair, the steady way he always looked at me, somewhere where I could draw it up on lonely days. Because there would be lonely days, and bad days, and days when I wondered what the hell I had just agreed to be part of, because that was all part of the adventure too. "I love you," I mouthed, not sure if he could even see the words from here. And then, holding my passport tight in my hand, I turned away. He would be there watching as my plane gathered speed and lifted into the great blue sky beyond. And, with luck, he would be there, waiting, when I came home again, ready.